very good. They're honest, they know how to get the football, and it's commiserations, as we keep saying, the young quarterback.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, McIntosh & Son has been growing with our community. Today, we continue to grow our team, services and support for our customers. As a registered training organisation, we're proud to be investing in the future of our people. We know what's important. The right equipment is essential to getting the job done, and it needs to be backed up with industry-leading service and support so we can
and all of a sudden we see Goldfields are in the forward line. Goes the way of Fisher. Fisher goes out wide, looking again for Reed. He puts a tackle on the Great Northern player who was held, well, not in possession, I would have thought. And that's the umpire says, no, I'm going to throw the ball up. So umpire Bennett, Theo, throws the ball up. And we're underway again in this first term on the scoreboard. Nobody has got a score for the MEDAC scoreboard just yet. But it's great to see the electronic scoreboard up and about early this morning. and a whistle on play. A boundary throw in, centre wing. A Great Northern player was interfered with, and the Great Northern player will take the free kick. And that was the player there, Matt Russell. Brings it inboard, finds Kim Schofield. He comes across the ground, picks out Clay Sippler, the star yesterday in defence. Clay Sippler gets his kick up towards centre wing, but a good mark taken there from Goldfields, and Kelman does well.
Kelman on the half-back flank sends it down in front of our broadcast position, although we've got a bird's eye view here this afternoon at Claremont. Great facilities. The ball going down the line. Sippler is first in line, puts it over. They're asking for deliberate, but the umpire says nothing in that, and the ball about to be thrown in. So the Great Northern are kicking to the northern end of Claremont Oval here this afternoon. Big Harry Taylor playing at full forward. The ball coming in now. Full-back, is he? Right, okay. All right, the ball in the middle now with Goldfields as they send it in, looking for support in the back, in the forward line as players running out to collect it. Great Northern kicking out of defence now, going forward down the line. See if they can set something up. Looking a bit more fluid than they did in their last game. The wide expanses of Claremont Oval looking good for them as the ball goes the way now of Tristan Jakes, the big fella. The big ruckman sends it further afield and finds Ryder. That's Jamie Ryder. Jamie Ryder at centre wing now. He'll send it forward. Players about to set themselves in the half-forward area. Up they go. One of those players is Whiteley. He's unable to take the mark. The ball spills free over the boundary and will be thrown in the half-forward area for Great Northern.
Okay, so there's a lot going on. As you say, Peter, the games start with good intensity. Two very good sides from last games yesterday, playing some pretty good football. And Harry is now at full forward and setting himself up for a good day. So he went to one end and then he followed himself back down.
Well, I saw him there with the Riders. That's why I thought, yeah.
But he started at the other end.
Yeah.
So he went from one end to the other. So I guess he was trying to put the Great Goldfields off what was going on. So the ball goes forward, comes back towards the player there, and it goes the way of Kim Schofield. And Kim Schofield puts his body over the ball, as he does often, and the umpire will come in and throw the ball up. So the ball will be thrown up on half forward. So, Great Northern starting the game well. No score on the board yet in the opening few minutes of this first half, with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton. And the ball goes towards the boundary line, picked up there by the Goldfields player in Clark. And
gee, good tackle.
You can see that they're a very slick side. Stewart has the ball now, brings it across the ground. He's on half back. He has it with Harris Gurr. Harris Gurr gets it further afield, looking out here for a teammate in Kelman. Kelman can't control the ball, but his teammate is there, doing well, slaps the ball forward, comes back towards Kelman. Ball spills out the back, goes the way of Jaden Schofield. He goes by hand to Ringo McKenna. McKenna from centre wing, kicks it up towards half forward. But once again, Goldfields are there, and Harris Gurr takes a saving mark.
Harris Gurr, centre half back, sends it down the spine of Claremont Oval. They have a bit of a run on here too. The Goldfield side, a kick just inside the centre square, a bit of a contest. Great Northern running in to try and make sure the ball doesn't go any further. There's a bit of a to-do as they all come in together, and the umpire, Bennett, will relieve the pressure. We're early stages of the first half here at Claremont Oval, the Nutrien Ag Country Championships. No score by Great Northern, no score by Goldfields, and the game is on in earnest. Going the way of Kim Schofield now, out to Jaden Schofield, who's got a bit of room here. He kicks it down on the broadcast side, players setting themselves, and coming through and taking a nice mark is Jakes. He gets it onto a teammate who sends it into the half-forward area. Mark here to Harry Taylor, be good. It's picked up, though, by the defender for Goldfields, who quickly gets out of danger, sends it to the other side, and a nice mark is taken out there by Garlett.
Ball comes forward now, and it's taken there by Newich. Newich has it quickly on to a teammate, goes to Ugle, gets it further afield, but it's cut off beautifully by the defender there in Hayden Johnson. Hayden Johnson kicks it back to whence it came. Ball is on half forward. Ryder's there, does well, slaps the ball out, looking there for Schofield. Schofield cleverly slaps it out, but only as far as a player there for Goldfields. It comes the way of Clark. Clark gets it upfield, looking up there for Fisher. Fisher can't control it, but his teammate does. And a kick goes forward from the player there for Goldfields. Picked up again by the hard-working player in Johnson, who's been good back there in defence. Ball picked up now by Ugle. Ugle for Goldfields centres the ball towards full forward. And a good strong mark taken by the Goldfields player, Gillett. and Gillett has marked.
He almost coughed it up.
So Gillett was going to play on, was he, Pete?
Oh, he almost coughed up the ball.
Oh, right. So Gillett has the ball, and he is directly in front. 10 metres out, so he's going to get the first score on the Iluka scoreboard. In fact, it's the Iluka scoreboard, and Iluka scoreboard for this player who's shooting on goal, and Gillett is that player. So Goldfield have started well, and getting the score on the board first up. We've played 6 minutes in this first half, with thanks to Drill and O'Malley Motors, and a good mark there to Gillett, Tom Gillett, who's from the Boulder Club, and he gets the first score on the board.
Rosswood Worthington, a very open, even game at this stage. Goldfield's just getting the first score on the board.
Yes, and they had to fight hard for it, Pete. They, like yesterday, they tried to spread us. We're doing the right thing. We're going with them. The back line's playing well, but they're bringing us right down, and I noticed Harry was the closest. Johnson, was closest goal, and he was 75 metres away.
Thanks to Community Bank Geraldton, Bubbles Plumbing, and also Nawi Proprietary Limited, bringing you the Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Championships. Great Northern Trail won by 1 goal to Goldfields in the middle, early to middle stages of the first half. Christian Jakes in the middle, having a great carnival. Big ruckman from Chapman Valley gets away to teammate Ringo McKenna. Teammates from Chapman Valley and also the Great Northern going the way now of Schofield, who eludes one player then another. Handballs to a teammate. That teammate wasn't ready for it. Goldfield swoop as they send it forward now under the guise of Varian. Varian sends it down the line, and it's ably picked up by Norwich. Norwich now centres the ball. Inside the square it goes. It is a Goldfields player who quickly snaps it up, and that was a beautiful goal. And I think that was Stewart who scored that goal, and that was an opportunist goal, Glenn Barnden, and he didn't let his side down.
Yeah, they've started full of running. You have to say they're pretty impressive the way they move the ball, Goldfields. We could see that yesterday, that they are a star-studded lineup. They move with great efficiency. They've got a fairly good strength around the ball, so a good bit of play. So the second goal came a bit too quick for Great Northern. We've played 7 and 8 minutes in this first half, with thanks to Drill and O'Malley.
I did notice Rosswood Worthington, that 2 players going to Jaden Schofield as the ball comes to him each time.
Yes, they're trying to pressure him every time he goes near it. But I just noticed in that attack then, 3 of our blokes went up against 2, and because there's slick little Rover picked it up and nailed a lovely goal.
Back in the middle, Goldfields 2 straight goals lead the Great Northern yet to open their account. Jakes wins it out of the middle. They try and get it to a boot. A player is caught in possession. That is McKenna. A little bit slow on that occasion. Goldfields quick to send it up into the half-forward area once again. A bit of a blitzkrieg at the moment from the Goldfields side. Great Northern trying to counter-attack as they send it down the far side of Claremont Oval, coming in toward that player in Schofield. He's unable to collect it, gets it to a teammate. Great Northern can go forward now, or can they? This defender here for the Fisher, for the Goldfield side, has been mopping up so far early in the first half of the game. Great Northern getting the ball and treating it a bit like hotcakes at the moment, but Goldfield's doing a lot better as we see a spoil in the middle of the ground. Great Northern are able to resurrect something here as a bit of a pack develops, Glenn, inside the centre square, and there'll be a ball up. But at the moment, the pressure is on the GNFL.
Yeah, a good smother there from Lawrence Evans, who took the ball away from the Goldfields player. Ball comes back, goes the way of Jaden Schofield, feeds the handball back to Ewan Whiteley. Ewan Whiteley from the centre, kicks it up towards half forward. A good strong mark taken there by Ryan Latesia. He plays on quickly, gives it to Kim Schofield. Schofield goes deep into the forward pocket. Harry Taylor puts a tackle on, but Goldfield's clear. The ball goes out wide, looking there for the player in Taylor. Taylor gets the ball forward for the Goldfields, gets it up towards centre wing. But Great Northern do well. They get the ball forward, and there was good play there from McQuee, but the ball is out of bounds, and there'll be a boundary throw-in on centre wing here at Revo Fitness Stadium here at Claremont Oval. Beautiful conditions for football. And on the Lucas scoreboard, halfway through this first term, it is Goldfields 2 goals straight, 12 to Great Northern yet to open their accounts. So Great Northern desperate for the next score.
Ross, one would think the Great Northern probably, when they get the ball, need to slow things down a little.
Yes, I think we're playing into their hands a bit. We could have sat back and just had a look around. And I noticed that Cale Delbridge from Mind Drovers is defending very well.
Jamie Galby has the ball now. In fact, it's Leon Galby. He sends it further afield. He's looking for a mark up there. Lawrence Evans goes up. He's unable to take it. Goes to ground. The Goldfields player collects it, swoops on the ball, sends it outside once again. The Goldfields are finding space as they mark it centre wing and send it up into their forward 50. Players setting themselves over the back. Another couple of Goldfields players. A Goldfields player was interfered with. No, the Great Northern player. So a free kick will go the way of Great Northern. And the player there, as Glenn mentioned, Hayden Johnson's under pressure somewhat in defence.
Doing a pretty good job. He gets it up the field, looks it in towards the centre, but once again, Goldfields have the numbers. They get it out. And Goldfields go forward now with a big kick from the player there in Harris Gurr. Gets it up towards full forward. Great Northern need to slap it through. And they almost played into the hands of the Goldfields.
Well done.
Sipler jumped on the ball and held it back from a certain goal. But the Great Northern...
Second time in the carnival he's done that.
Yep.
Ball comes out and he's looking there for the big fella in Tristan Jakes. He couldn't pick up the ball. The Goldfields player can in Reed. Reed gets it out to Clark. Clark on his left boot from 50 metres. A beautiful kick. And Clark gets his first of the afternoon and gets his third for his team. And on the Lucas scoreboard, Goldfields have started very strongly. Goldfields are 3-1 and Northern yet to score. So a marvellous start to the Goldfields.
Yeah, Dylan Clark from the Kalgoorlie team or club in the Goldfields, Glenn, scoring a mighty goal. It actually went far beyond the goals
Beautiful
as well.
Kick,
so
wasn't it?
It was an absolute humdinger of a kick, and that was by Dylan Clark. So they have the upper hand, strongly do, the Goldfields now. 3 goals won, the Great Northern yet to open their account, and as I mentioned, Pud, you'd think the Great Northern really need to slow things down, because at the moment, run and stun is certainly being counteracted by their opponents.
Yes, Peter, I think the boys are trying to do the right thing and running over to helping, but the trouble is we're playing 2 or 3 onto 1 or 2, and their other blokes falling off, and that's where they're getting their run, especially from the centre line half back.
Yes, certainly. Comments there from Ross Worthington here. This in the middle, going further afield now for the Goldfields. Up it goes the way of Ryder. That's Ryder for the Goldfields. He used to play in the GNFL for the Great Northern Football League, but caught in possession. One would think the umpire let that go on far too long, I think. But the ball spills free, luckily for Goldfields. And below the shadows of the goals, it goes the way of Great Northern defenders. Coming back the way of Ugle. Ugle gets it to a teammate who runs on now. That teammate does pretty well on this occasion. Shoots on goal, but does well again, does the big fella in Hayden Johnson, working overtime in defence for the Great Northern. He gets a ball to a teammate. That teammate is Pyramids and Sevens, but the ball doesn't go too far. And the umpire says no opportunity for anyone there, guys. In fact, a free kick, as Perham obviously was caught in possession, and a free kick will go the way of Goldfield. So in a few moments, they've had several shots on goals and been successful. The fellow with the ball at the moment, Glenn, is Norwich.
Yeah, so he has an opportunity. Going to get his first of the afternoon and his club's fourth. They've certainly started very, very strongly.
Jake Norwich from the Boulder Club.
There goes his kick.
Ooh,
Newick
nice
looks
one.
pretty good. A beautiful kick from Newick.
They're dead-eyed, aren't they?
Very good. Yeah, it was a very pretty kick, wasn't it? So Jake Newick from the Boulder Club, as Peter mentioned, and a 4th goal on the board for Goldfields. They're ticking them over nicely now. And we've played 14 and a half minutes in this first half with thanks to Drennan O'Malley Motors.
Put we've talked about it, and we've sort of said what Great Northern you've said what they're not doing right at the moment, but how can they arrest that position?
We just need to settle down, especially when we get a possession or a free kick or something like that, but we're trying to play at their pace, the same as any sport. Just settle down and have a look at the situation in front of you and then go from there.
Well, back in the middle now, Goldfields have a handy lead here. The Country Championships with Claremont Oval, 4 goals won. Great Northern yet to even open their account. They've had it in their forward 50 early in the stages of this first half, but since then it's been all Goldfields. The ball coming out in the middle, Goldfields tap it, but it goes off the boot now of Kim Schofield. He tries to get it outside the centre square. A run on here would be important for Great Northern as it goes away of McKenna. McKenna is able to collect it, goes back the way of Schofield. Schofield puts it into space. Lawrence Evans, can he run onto this? He's a bit of a speedster. He runs to ground. His opponent gets the ball off him though, goes back to a teammate. Off the half-back line, it goes the way of Goldfields. They send it in front of our broadcast position. Now it goes the way of the Goldfields player in Reed, but he's curtailed in his efforts. Back to McKenna. McKenna sends it further afield, and the mark is taken by the player in Schofield. Schofield back to McKenna. Nice passage of play. McKenna's kick was errant, but it goes to ground. Picked up now by Jaden Schofield. A check side kick up into the goals, and a beautiful mark is taken by Williams.
Yeah, beautiful bit of play. That's the most effective bit of play that we've seen.
What a beautifully selected kick it was
free kick's
by...
been picked out.
Gee.
Must have been a player held off the ball, so a free kick goes the other way. So that was a bit of a bad luck there, because Great Northern looked to be the most exciting passage of play they've had all day. They actually got the ball in the forward 50 by moving the ball forward, and they played high. Ugle was tackled high. Ball comes the way of another Goldfields player. Ball running free. Goldfields slap it forward through Delridge. Comes back towards Sipler. And Great Northern have got a free kick. So the free kick will go the way of...
Gee, Jaden Schofield's not getting anything, is he?
Free kick goes the way of the player there.
If you're
Jack
a good player, they make you work for your money,
Jack
don't they?
McQueen with the ball. Centre wing. Kicking to the northern end. Sets sail for a big kick up towards the forward pocket. Looking up there for Harry Taylor. Has the ball taken away from him by the player there in Bailey Taylor. He gets it up towards the centre again. But once again, Jack McQueen grabs the ball. Big kick forward.
Lawrence.
Looking there for Lawrence Evans. And Evans has marked 45 metres out. And he has an opportunity to kick deep into attack. So hopefully no one holds anyone back there. And we get the ball into the forward line. So Lawrence Evans into the side today along with Bo Simpson. Goes with a short pass. A 50-metre penalty. So... And
a card as well.
And there's a card as well.
Gerald Ugle.
So he's going... The Goldfields player, Gerald Ugle, has been yellow carded. And we see the ball go to the centre, up the full forward, and Lawrence Evans kicks the easiest to goal. The umpire's going to put him back because he hadn't blown time off. So Lawrence Evans will have to kick it again.
It's amazing even players that play waffle don't know the rules.
Yeah, he goes back, and he was keen to get it done.
He was. We need this goal.
Yes. So time ticking by in this first half with thanks to Drill and O'Malley Motors. Well, to say the Great Northern need this would be the understatement of the day. And Lawrence Evans gets his first, so a very, very important goal. Hopefully Great Northern can squeeze in another one or two
in two of those
before half-time.
Sorry, Glenn, to interrupt, but two of those passages there, Glenn, and also Ross, Jared McKenna figured in both.
Yes, once again he just got in, got the football, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Yeah, a tough hombre is McKenna, Ringo, and he certainly follows up. He gives away the ball and is ready to follow up, and he was on both those occasions. Unfortunately, the first sortie forward didn't pay off, but the second one did. Lawrence Evans scoring the first goal of the day, in fact, Glenn, for Great Northern. Yeah,
a very important kick. Theo Bennett, the field umpire, to put the ball into the air. Tom Fleming does well for Great Northern. Takes the ball clearly out of luck. Can Great Northern get a goal before half time? They desperately need one, as Goldfields do well. They get the ball out of the fence there, and they kick it up towards the forward 50. Running with the flight of the ball is the player there for Goldfields. Newich slaps it over the back, comes back towards Joseph Ugle. Ugle gets it in towards the forward pocket, but a good mark taken by Bo Simpson for Great Northern. Gets a short pass, finds Jack McQueen. Jack McQueen half back, clubroom side, slips over at the crucial stage. Goldfields get an opportunity to get the ball forward. So Jack McQueen did well. He slipped over.
He had to.
Yeah, he recovered well, though.
Fisher was caught in possession, so Jack made that repay and recovered well. Kicks it up towards centre wing, looking there for Jaden Schofield. He's tackled, has the ball held to him, and the umpire
jeez. As I'm saying, Jaden Schofield is getting nothing at all.
The ball comes the way of Goldfields, goes the way of Kelman. Kelman gets it up towards half forward. Ball spills, picked up by Tommy Fleming. It comes back towards Kelman. Kelman centres the ball, and we find a Goldfields player on his own in the midfield. He breaks across the midfield. Big kick from Blair. Kicks it forward, but once again, Bo Simpson's there and takes a good mark.
He sends it out of defence and finds a teammate there in Callum Marquis, and as Callum puts the ball on his foot, the siren sounds just in time. A bit of a timeout thing in basketball that we need for the Great Northern as it goes to half-time here at the Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Championships. It is the Goldfields who have a handy lead, 4-1. They lead the Great Northern 1 goal, and you're listening to Radio Mama, we're the home of GNFL football.
Welcome back to the 2023 Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Football Championships, Day 2, Division 2, Game 1. And we're live from Revo Fitness Stadium, Claremont. And you're listening to Drennan O'Malley Motors Game Day. Glenn Barnden, Peter Fiorenzo and Ross Pudworthington bringing you all the action this morning. And at half-time, Great Northern in a bit of bother. Great Northern trail, 1 goal to Goldfields, 4 goals, 125. Our half-time summary with thanks to the City of Greater Geraldton and Lara Dalton, the member for Geraldton. And for the Goldfields, Tom Gillett has won, Sam Burge has won, Dylan Clark won, and Jake Newich won. Great Northern's only goal is from Lawrence Evans. That came at the 18-minute mark of the first half. For his thoughts on the first half and where he thinks where to now for the Great Northern, Ross Worthington, what do you reckon?
Well, I think, fellas, in the last couple of minutes, I thought we started playing our football. We started getting hold of the football. Very impressed with Hayden Johnson at fullback. He's playing on their big resting ruckman. Young Jack McGee from Northampton. He's done very well. And, of course, Kim and Jaden Schofield. If we can start off again like we did the last couple of minutes of that half, we'll do well, but we just can't keep going 2 and 3 to 1. We've got to read the play and watch their fellows coming from the bottom of the packs.
And as we know, in this competition, we've got to stop the bleeding, and if we are to lose, we can't lose by a big margin. So Great Northern have the work ahead of them in this second half. They did show a little bit more in the last 5 minutes of that quarter, but in the first 15 minutes of that quarter, it was certainly Goldfields made the running. They ran hard. They were marking the ball strongly. So Great Northern have the work ahead of them. Can they recapture their opportunities? And as Peter mentioned, the defenders were doing well. Hayden Johnson, Jack McQuee, very, very good. And Bo Simpson also got in amongst it in the quarter. Ball back in the centre. We're underway in the second term second half with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants. Ball is on centre wing, just in front of our broadcast box. Ringo McKenna got one high. Umpire was unsighted. Ball spills, comes out to the Goldfields player there in Kelman. He kicks it up towards half forward. Goes the way of the player there in Stewart. Alex Stewart gets it up towards full forward. Ball running through. The big man Gillett is there. But thankfully Great Northern can clear through Sipler. He goes by hand to Bo Simpson. Bo Simpson goes with a short pass. Finds Jamie Williams. And Jamie Williams, the player, ran over the mark. He didn't stand. So Jamie Williams gets a 50-metre penalty, which is a pretty handy one. So he goes from the back pocket up until centre wing. So Jamie Williams gets told to play on. And Jamie Williams, the Northampton player, gets the ball from half back to half forward, where he finds his
Nice
teammate,
mark.
big fella in Harry Taylor, takes a very good mark. So Harry Taylor has the mark on half forward, right on the outer side.
One of the first touches of Harry in this game. He kicks it further afield down the line, finds a teammate there in Simpson to go further afield now inboard. In fact, that player that had the ball moving was O'Brien. O'Brien sends it inside the forward 50, goes to ground. Can the Great Northern get a quick goal early in this half? The defenders for Goldfields have other ideas as they kick out of defence now. And this player, he's been a will of a wisp up and down the ground, and that's Alex Stewart takes the mark. He kicks to the outer side for Goldfields. Two Great Northern players go up, one Goldfields. Waiting on the ground is Bo Simpson. Kicks it to the outer side, going the way now of Great Northern, and it's Kim Schofield who sends it inboard. He's looking for support, doesn't find that. It's Goldfields as it comes inboard now, who dive on top of the ball. The ball spills free, going out to the outer side. Running onto it is Blair. Blair can't get to the ball. He's got a couple of Great Northern players to beat as it goes toward the boundary. Great Northern make sure that they see it over and keep it in their keeping, and the ball will be thrown in on the far side toward the goal end of Goldfields here at Claremont Oval.
Yes, on the outer side, just in front of one of the big apartment blocks.
Your place, Glenn.
Yes, very nice. Very nice. I'll be back over there later.
Hi, Belinda.
Yes. Give them a big wave. Ball comes back into play, and a ball opportunity there for the Goldfields. Ball comes out, goes the way of the Great Northern, goes the way of Perham, who gets it on towards Kim Schofield. He kicks across the ground and finds Jaden Schofield. Jaden breaks across the centre of the ground, kicks it up towards full forward, looking up there for Ryan Latesia. Ball spills, picked up by Callum Marquis. Marquis kicks it out wide, looking for Harry Taylor. Taylor runs onto it. He's 55 metres from goal. Gets a handball backwards. Finds Jaden Schofield. He's clever. Gets a short pass and finds Lawrence Evans. And Lawrence Evans is marked 50 metres from goal, kicking to the southern end of Claremont Oval. So Lawrence Evans probably battled to make the distance from there, but he's going to go back and kick it right to the teeth of goal. He's waiting for some options.
Harry's waiting in the square.
So Lawrence Evans, a new player into the squad for today's game. 50 metres out, 45 degrees, big kick, good effort, looks very good off the boot. That is a magnificent goal, and Lawrence Evans gets a very, very good goal indeed from 50 metres, and just what the Great Northern needed. On the Aluka scoreboard, Great Northern now go to 2 goals. They trail Goldfields 4-1, and you're tuned to Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football, and we're doing this half with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants.
Yes, we saw Alex Stewart kick a ball just as far from the same position then, so maybe the breeze is favouring that southern end a little because it was an awesome kick, and even from Lawrence Evans it well and truly cleared the goal square. Well, not a bad start to the second half, Put.
Young Jamie Williams has started very well, 3 possessions already, so he's jumped straight out of the blocks.
Thank you to Mitchell and Brown Retrovision, the City of Greater Geraldton, and Geraldton Toyota for the support of the Country Championships. The ball coming out now, going away the player I just mentioned for Goldfields in Stewart, getting a lot of the ball. Quickly brought to ground though. Under a bit of pressure now, Great Northern probably a little bit on top on the field, but not on the scoreboard as they trail. Still, 2 straight goals trailing the Goldfields 4-1. Early stages of the second half. The ball coming into the forward area now for Goldfields, and it looks like it's McKenna that goes to ground and bottles things up. In fact, it's Jack McGee that's at the bottom. McKee at the bottom of the pack and ensures the ball doesn't go too far. Umpire Bennett comes in, throws it up again, goes to Goldfields players able to collect it, but the whistle has sounded, and a free kick will go the way of the Great Northern. The player who brings it out is Hayden Johnson.
Johnson goes with a short pass, finds Jaden Schofield. Schofield brings it up towards centre wing. Callum Marquis takes a good mark, but it was interfered with, so he gets that paid, goes back towards Jaden Schofield, and Schofield ran past, but unfortunately caught in possession, and a free kick will go the way of the Goldfields player there in Ryan Fisher. Fisher plays on by hand, finds Delbridge. Delbridge kicks it up towards full forward. Ball spills, goes the way of Ugle. Ugle comes back across the ground, finds Dylan Clark. Clark cleverly throws it on his beat. Clever play from Clark, and he gets his first of the afternoon. And we get the fifth to the Goldfields, and a very good play there from Dylan Clark from the Kalgoorlie club.
Yeah, the tackle on Schofield was decisive in that passage of play, Glenn, because if Schofield had got away with the ball, the boot would have been on the other foot, and turnovers, they come pretty quickly, Pud.
Yes, and just noticing here, Big Johnson, he's got the wind knocked out of his sails, but he's pointing to his left shoulder, so right. I hope he's okay. Well,
he's coming toward the boundary, so things looking a little bit south for Johnson, but the ball back in the middle now. Great Northern really need to reassert themselves. The scoreboard is not in their favour. It is 5 goals won to 2 straight goals. I must thank Geraldton Fuel and also Bubbles Plumbing for their support of the Great Northern Football League's Country Championships campaign, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. Ball back in the middle as we wait for Hayden Johnson to leave the field. So
I think he's done for the day,
yeah,
boys.
Looks like he could have done a collarbone or a shoulder. So that's a bit of a blow.
He's been outstanding, hasn't he?
He has.
Been clearly the best player on the ground for Great Northern.
In this game, that's for sure, Glenn, as he comes toward the boundary, and it is the player
taking
there.
Him straight off, so not even
Christopher Ryder will be coming back on. So, no, he's not going through the interchange, so he won't be back. Well, Hayden Johnson, that's another blow. Big Great Northern, a big blow as another big player, or a big player, goes out of the lineup for the GNFL. So let's see if they can rebound back from this as the ball comes back to the middle now. Umpire Theo Bennett. Bennett umpiring here this afternoon. Up it goes, and the Great Northern players trying to get into the thick of things, but it is Goldfields that look more confident coming out of the middle as they kick toward Ugle, but the mark is taken by this player. He's been dangerous this afternoon in Stewart, one of the senior players in the side. He sends it inboard, and it was a beautiful kick. Gee, lace out, and the mark is taken by Nutrien again, Glenn.
Yeah, so very good players. They move the ball well, Goldfields. They're very slick. Their skills are good. Good kicking, good marking, and another opportunity. So Great Northern had the ascendancy probably early in the quarter and late in the last quarter, but Goldfields are winning it back now as that player Newick goes for his second goal. Ball drops short. Ball comes away. Probably best if they knocked it through. Ball goes the way and locks a fortune. Great Northern defenders do well. They slap the ball through for a force behind. So on the Aluka scoreboard, Great Northern are 2 goals straight. They trail Goldfields 5-2.
Ball from Schofield goes to the outer side. It's Williams on the half-back flank. Williams now sizing up his options. He sends it inboard, but he ill-directed. It goes into the middle of the ground, and the mark is taken there by the player in Fisher. He sends it inboard. Goldfields have the run on again as it comes across to Clark. Clark in turn sends it out to his teammate in Harris Gurr. Harris Gurr has a bit of room here as he kicks inside the forward 50. Up they go. Coming down, though, is Bo Simpson. Reliable Bo Simpson takes a nice mark in the last line of defence. They get out of jail as the Great Northern player kicks it toward the boundary, and indeed kicks it out on the full, but it looks like the Great Northern player was dealt with.
Interfered. Harris Gurr
took him
out.
out.
A free kick will go the way of Matthew Russell.
Lux a fortune.
Yes, so they're the rules. Matthew Russell on the half-back flank now. Going to kick it down in front of our broadcast position. Bit of pack develops. Up they go. No one can take the mark. Harry Taylor is there. He moves through, bustles through the pack, gets it out to space. Christopher Ryder collects it. He sends it down the line. He's looking for support down there. Does he find it in the end? Yes, he does. The test sends it inboard, and Great Northern are away off the boot of Perham.
Perham cleverly gets it up towards Marquis. He slaps the ball forward, giving an opportunity there for the Great Northern player in Latesia. But a pack develops, and the umpire will come in and throw the ball up. The only umpire that's not a Bennett out there this afternoon.
Gee, he must be feeling out of it.
Yeah, he could be a Bennett. We just don't think he is.
Might be a cousin.
That's right. The ball comes the way of Jake, slaps it down, but once again, the Goldfields move the ball forward through Kelman. Goes the way of Ugle. Ugle gets it up the field. They're a big, strong bunch, the Goldfields boys, as Newick kicks it from half forward, kicks it up towards full forward. Jack McQueen almost the mark, goes over the back, picked up by Forrester. He goes by hand to the player there in
Harry Taylor.
Back towards Jamie Williams. Taylor's there again, so too is Williams. Williams back to Taylor. So Taylor quicks it up towards centre wing, looking there for Ewan Whiteley. Whiteley gets pushed out of it, goes the way of the Goldfields player in Delbridge. Delbridge kicks it up towards half forward, and a good strong mark taken there by the big fella for the Goldfields. And he is a big brute too, and an opportunity for him from 45 metres out, directly in front, kicking to the northern end. And the big forward for the Goldfields side has an opportunity to get another score on the board. 5 goals plays 2 in favour of the Goldfields on the Lucas scoreboard this second half, with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants.
Gillett's the man, Glenn. Tom Gillett.
Tom Gillett's the big fella.
From Boulder.
Yeah, so Tom has kicked a goal. This could be his second. It is his second. And Tom Gillett puts another very important goal through for the Goldfields. And on the scoreboard for Alika, we can tell you that the Goldfields are 6 goals 2. And they lead the Great Northern 2 goals straight.
Rossport Worthington, 8 shots to 2 is the story of the day so far, isn't it?
Yes, Pete. It's a shame, like all injuries, Big Johnson going off, because that was his man, and
He's doing a great job. Yeah.
He held him quite well, and of course now we're undermanned. Harry Taylor's pushed back to the back line to help out, but yeah, we just need to keep pushing.
Hayden Johnson, as you've heard mentioned there by Ross Worthington, has left the ground with, we believe, a shoulder or a collarbone injury, so he's not to return in this game. We know that for sure. The ball back in the middle now. Great Northern desperate to get another score on the board, and they certainly have been outclassed in this game so far against the Goldfields, and one would think that they need another couple of goals to ensure possibly that they may make it through to the final. Got to play Mortlock yet this afternoon. That is their next game. But the ball goes forward for Great Northern. Lawrence Evans has it, and the umpire says no, give it back. It goes away of Kim Schofield. In the middle of the ground, Kim Schofield hasn't had a lot of the play today. Hasn't gone his way. The pink boots kick into the full forward area. Up goes Letesiap. He can't take the mark. The ball spills free. Goes away of Ryder. An errant handball by Ryder. Goes straight to the defender for the Goldfield side.
Well
Sailor sends it to the outer side, but as you heard, the ball was well read by the Great Northern, and they ricocheted. Drew Forrester playing right up the ground. They kick it inside the forward 50, inside the goal square. Up they go. A ball chancing to go to ground. Could see a goal for Great Northern. As the ball comes around, player ducks and dives. His umpire can't see anything happening there. In fact, he's caught without the ball, and a free kick will go the way of Great Northern. That is Ryder. So Christopher Ryder. The Ryder boys have figured predominantly in the first 2 games by Great Northern, Glen, and a goal here would be very, very important indeed. I don't think we're going to come out winners in this game, but we need to.
Yeah, that's right.
We need to bring the margin in, that's for sure. So in comes Ryder now, kicking toward the southern end. He's a pretty good goal sneak, but on this occasion he lets me down and puts it through for the minor score.
Yeah, Christopher would be disappointed with himself. Great Northern get their first minor score of the day on the Lucas scoreboard. Goal for 6-2. They lead Great Northern 2-1. Ball rebounds quickly. Great Northern, can they put a handle on it? Get the ball back in their forward 50. It's on the half-forward flank for the Great Northern on the outer side of Claremont Oval. Beautiful conditions here for football. A little bit more cloud around than there was earlier today. I don't think there's too much rain around at the moment. Ball comes the way of the Goldfields player there in Burge. He slaps the boundary and the ball goes out of bounds. The umpire says it wasn't deliberate, so the boundary umpire will throw the ball in the true almost centre wing position on the outer side. 13 minutes gone in this second half, with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants on Drenno Valley Motors game day. Day 2, game 1 of the 2020 Country Week Carnival. Ball comes back into play, comes the way of the Goldfields player in Clark. He gets it out wide, comes back towards Goldfields, and Goldfields are moving the ball very, very quickly. They handle the ball generally pretty well, and
Gelby
didn't have the ball, so the player is Gelby. Goes by hand to the player there in Kimmy Schofield. Schofield kicks it up towards half forward. Reading the ball best was Lawrence Evans. Well, we've seen Lawrence can kick the goal from here.
Yes, I reckon he might make it again, Glenn.
Well, he's a little bit closer. In fact, he's only
in front.
40 out. So Lawrence's confidence should be goal a few moments back. There goes his kick. It fades away to the right-hand side or the left-hand side for a minus score. So on the Lucas scoreboard, Great Northern go to 2 goals 2. They trail the Goldfields 6 goals 2.
The ball coming out of defence now for Goldfields. They're going to take third game of the Carlton League, and I think theirs as well. And the ball coming forward now as it goes away of Joey Ugle. As I said, played for the Rover Football Club the last couple of seasons. He certainly has been a star for Goldfields here today. The ball going to the outer side, goes away now of Varian sends in the full forward area. The defenders for Great Northern working overtime because we mentioned Hayden Johnson with a collarbone injury, and he certainly was starring today. Coming inboard now, going the way of Williams. Liked his game today. He's in the side that has struggled. Jamie Williams has been a shining light as he puts it into the half-forward area, going the way of Evans now. Evans tacks, gives it away to Christopher Ryder. He shoots on goal, and he gets a nice, neat goal indeed as he soccers it across the face of goal and straight through the big sticks.
Yeah, well, Christopher Ryder did very well there, so a much needed goal to say the least.
Ronaldo-esque, Glenn.
Yeah, it was lovely, wasn't it? So well done to Christopher. And, you know, the Great Northern side, their performance has not been too bad, particularly for a fair portion of the game, but the damage was done in the first 10 or 15 minutes of that first half.
And it is notable that both Schofields have been kept out of the game.
Well, they're key players, and there's no doubt they're probably getting added attention. But, of course, the Goldfields have got a good one on him. Kelman's done a good job on Jaden Schofield. And, of course, Kim is getting plenty of attention too. So, looking at the Iluka scoreboard, and it is a scoreline, Goldfields 6-2-38. Great Northern 3-2-20. 15 minutes gone in this second half with thanks to GT Russell Chartered Accountants. As we see Gelby win the ball forward. Can Great Northern get a couple of goals? Make the scoreboard look a little bit more attractive. Goes the way now of a Great Northern player running after the ball in Jamie Ryder. The umpire saying play on, let the game flow. Ball spills. Player gets tackled. Umpire said no, you didn't. You didn't, I don't know, you didn't have the ball, apparently, or you did have the ball, and...
No.
Yeah,
ball goes out. Hard luck.
Out of bounds.
Out of bounds. That's what the umpire says. It's out of bounds.
Too far away from us.
Too far away. Let it go. Ball comes back into play. So maybe Jamie was playing for the free kick. The umpire was closer than us. The ball comes the way of the Goldfields player in Sam Berg. He goes forward. Now the ball comes out the back. Goes the way of Ugle. Ugle feeds it out to the other Ugle. He puts it on his boot. Big kick up towards half forward. Looking up there for the big man. Jack McQuee does well. In goes the player Jaden Schofield.
Free kick to Forrester.
Forrester, he's been good, hasn't he, this afternoon?
Yeah.
He's thrown everything at it.
He did well then because he certainly was unsighted when the ball came from Schofield, but made the best of it.
He plays on quickly, kicks it up towards centre. Wing almost a beautiful mate. Goes back, recovers well. Feeds the handball out. Goes the way now of the player there. Well done to Ewan Beaumont.
Good tackle.
Ewan puts a good tackle on. Ewan Whiteley asks the question. The ball comes back towards the Goldfields. And Tom Gillett, the big fella, kicks it up towards half forward. And another time taken by the big player there. Big bodies have these boys from the Goldfields. Goldfields player saying it's Reganzi, and he's from Mines. So Nick Reganzi, big kick up towards the full line, off hands, and there'll be a boundary throw-in deep on the left forward pocket.
Yep.
So the ball will be thrown back in. So the scoreline with 18 minutes gone in this second half. On the Lucas scoreboard, Goldfields 6-2, lead Great Northern 3-2.
Yes, under pressure again in their defensive like Great Northern, but they've upped the ante somewhat in the latter stages of this particular half. They trail by 18 points on the scoreboard. Goldfields getting off to a good start in the first term. Great Northern tried to fight back. Goldfields curtailed, and Great Northern have tried to keep on the pressure as the ball goes away of a Goldfields player now who snaps around. A beautiful kick, but comes off hands. Done. That was by Sam Burge from the Boulder Club, and it was through the eye of a needle almost.
Jack McKee slapped it through.
Yep.
Beautiful play. Our defenders have worked really well today. It was certainly Hayden Johnson before he was injured, and it's been very, very good.
The ball coming down the line now goes straight the way of Goldfield once again. They send it inboard, so all that good work is undone as Fisher takes the mark about 45 metres out from goal, kicking toward the northern end. So Fisher, he's had a little bit of the ball today. The Boulder Club is about to have a kick. This certainly will sink the ship for the Great Northern if it hasn't already. We're going to lose this game, but the percentage is going to be important. So let's see what he can do here. Let's hope he kicks off the side of his boot. But here he goes. Fisher kicking toward the northern end. Well, it's Lily. It's not a bad kick though. But it goes across the face of goal. Luckily for the Great Northern.
Harry Taylor brings the ball back in, kicks it out wide, but there's nobody there for Great Northern. And a good mark taken by the Goldfields player there. Easy mark. And Bell centres the ball and finds the player in Dylan Clark. So they're a pretty slick unit, the Goldfields. They move the ball well. They get the ball forward again. Goes the way of Jack Varian from the Kalgoorlie.
Players finding space for Goldfields in that passage of play, Glenn.
Yeah, so Varian,
two passes inside 50.
So Varian has the ball.
Of our defenders.
Goldfields are pretty happy, as you'd expect.
There's the siren.
A very, very important kick when it comes to percentage. So the player kicking the ball is Jack Varian, who was born in 1993. So Varian shooting for goal from 40 metres out. Looks pretty good off the boot, but not good enough. 1 point only. And on the Lucas scoreboard, full time here in our game, opening game.
21 points, Glenn.
Yes. So Goldfields, 6-5-41, have defeated Great Northern. 21 points the margin, and a very, very entertaining game of football. Goldfields played well. They thoroughly deserved their victory. And, of course, they are in the box position now to go into the grand final. And the Great Northern have the work to do to see if they can get a big enough win when they play Mortlock. And that game coming up a little bit later, so 2:30. Both clubs are going off the ground now, shaking each other's hands. So a very entertaining game of football. Goldfields played good footy. And just repeating, Goldfields have defeated Great Northern for the first time at the Carnival. Goldfields 6-5-41 have defeated Great Northern 3-2-20. And you're tuned to Radio.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Good morning. Welcome back to the 20 Solutions Country Football Championships.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing with our community. Today, we continue to grow our team, services and support for our customers. As a registered training organisation, we're proud to be investing in the future of our people. We know what's important. The right equipment is essential to getting the job done, and it needs to be backed up with industry-leading service and support so we can be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
yesterday. He was Tom Smith on the team sheet. So no one like he was Tom Smith. You know.
Well, I had a. Worst comes to worst, you'll just have to.
One, two, three.
But not this one. Does it?
Yeah, they're both going pretty good. 1 2 1 2. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Oh, ready to go live when you are, mate. All right, welcome across to Revo Stadium out here in sunny Claremont, day 3 of the Nutrien Ag Championships. I should say actually day 2 of the Nutrien Ag men's divisions. Out here for Division 2. My name's Ward Harris, joined in commentary today by Mark Foreman. Mate, how are you going today?
Yeah, well, thanks. Well, good to be here. I was at Gil Fraser yesterday for the Div 3, so I'm really looking forward to watching the Div 2s today.
Oh, look, should be an absolute belter of a day. We've got the two teams out here at the moment, Central Midlands Football League, and look, they had a reasonable start to the carnival yesterday. 1-1, lost one against an Eastern District side that probably battled a little bit, but I think two pretty even teams on paper. So, look, I think we're set up for a really good 40 minutes of footy as the umpire sits there, ball aloft. And we'll get ready to start this contest in the ruck for the sides there. Number 30, Mackenzie Brown, able to knock it down. Just kicked off the ground there, and Central Midlands will look to try and clear it out. Good tackle pressure from both sides. Could have thrown it. Umpire says no. Central Midlands slipping over, and conditions do look slick underfoot. Nice falcon to start, and that's what we like as the Midlands have the ball there. Goes through Green. Ball goes inside 50 there. Players sitting at the back. Good spoil. It's Rogers there that's going to sit there and pick it up from the Midlands. Good below his feet, the big fella. Flicks it out to the far side. Ball coming in red hot the other way. Good tackle pressure from Eastern Districts. They'll go a clearing kick, but the ball has been marked. Umpire says no. Green it is, up and under kick all the way to the line. And good spoil over. And Mark, frenetic start so far for Central Midlands.
Yeah, certainly was a hot start. And you mentioned it there a couple of times, slippery under feet. We had a little bit of drizzle overnight. So as you could see on the screen, not raining at the moment, but hopefully it stays away during the day. But I think a little bit of excess has a really good mark taken on the halfback flank for Eastern Districts. That's Cody Duncan. He chips inboard. This is Bigland. He plays on. He looks to the centre of the ground. It's a dangerous kick. He clears the Central Midlands player. Leading the race there is Jack Stevens. He does well. Shares a hand pass and they can work it out here, Eastern Districts. By hand, it's back with Stevens. He goes down the line. Ball is a good one. Fantastic kick. Mark on the lead taken by Myalini. So Eastern Districts can go forward. It was a good kick in front of a teammate, but it's gone over the back. So Central Midlands work it by hand. It comes unstuck. And I think we're going to have a stoppage here. We will, as the umpire charges in. So they work the footy well down this broadcast wing, did Eastern Districts, and they've managed to get it slightly inside 50, Ward.
So umpire throws it up again. The big fella there in Rogers just knocks it to his player's advantage. Ball goes out of bounds, and the boundary umpire will come in and throw it in. And look, Central Midlands, red hot start from them, trying to push the ball forward. Eastern District's taking a little bit of time, and it'll be interesting to see how the teams end up going against each other. Just possibly different, game styles, I think.
So you had these guys yesterday, the Div 2s. Who are we who's looking to be the real challenger?
Oh, look, I think out of these two sides, you're probably going to go with the Central Midlands. They're big ruckman there in Hamish Rogers. He's a beast of a lad. He's only 24 years old, but puts in a real good presence. But they've got twin towers to Eastern Districts in Mackenzie Brown, the number 30 there, and 29 there in Cooper Creek. So I know a few teams have actually rolled out a couple of different players today who might not have been available yesterday.
Yep.
So, look, it's going to be interesting to see how we go.
Just having a look at the ladder here, I've noticed Goldfields sort of went undefeated yesterday. Are they the ones to beat?
Oh, look, absolutely. They played Great Northern in that last game and, look, really absolutely towed them up. So, look, they're going to be the favourites. We'll have a really good clash a little bit later between Mortlock and the Great Northern. And my gut feeling is that'll probably set up who's going to go back into the grand final.
Yeah, beaut.
So, number 8 in Cody Duncan, very good play yesterday, probably one of the Eastern District's best. He is kicked that good 60 metres. Duffield on the line, almost marks, but well picked up by the Central Midlands. They'll look to chip it out, and it's a good mark there by the number 9 in Maverick Hamilton. So Hamilton 40 metres out from his own goal. Umpire says, let's play it on Sun, and he does so down the line. Rogers was the target there. Mackenzie Brown coming over the top, but Reese Waters, the veteran, picks it up. Interesting 45-metre kick through the middle of the ground, and it could come off well for him, but no, Eastern District's coming back the other way. It's picked up, good pressure from behind, and they flicked across, goes through the hands of Dixon. So Dixon out to a player on the lead there. Almost good hands, goes to try and drag it in. Player falls on top of the footy. Umpire says, could have been holding the ball, but he says no prior opportunity, and we'll have a ball up 70 metres from home.
Sam Want, the player on the lead there, couldn't quite hold the mark under a bit of pressure as the umpire gets us underway again. As you mentioned, the presence of Brown, he's won the tap down, and Eastern Districts will look to repel off half back. This is Myelini, flings a hand pass over the top, spinning out of trouble, did well with Stevens. Back to Myelini, and he scrabbles a kick down the ground. Sweeping hand pass into the centre of the ground. That's dangerous. I think it'll come off here. Roberts has done well. They all pile in. It's a hard footy to win. Right in the centre of the ground here. And Central Midlands have escaped with the footy. They work it by hand. There's a player down for Eastern Districts behind the ball. Can't quite see who that is. It's coming his way as well as Eastern Districts win it out of the clearance. And the umpire will actually stop play because I think that player is clutching at his head. So we know that there's certainly been a push to protect the head, and any risk, they tend to stop play. I did a Colts game here a few weeks ago, Ward, where any potential head knock, the umpire actually stopped, asked for the footy, and went up to the player. So very much stopping the game completely to make sure that these players are okay. Fortunately, it looks like this Eastern District's player is okay. He's going to come off and have a rest.
Yeah, it might be a bit of a cut along the face there, and
bit of claret.
Love a bit of claret. So yeah, but look, good work by the umpire there. He did let it probably go pretty close to the play there, and just waiting to see how it unfolded. But we're back on board here as Brown is able to knock that one out. No clear possession out of that one. Umpire has found a free kick. It's going to go across the Central Midlands. I thought he might have blown the whistle for a 50 there, but ball is going to come back, and we've probably seen that the umpires have actually done a pretty good job throughout this championship just to keep the game under control. Look, which is what you need. You've got teams coming in playing for their regions. Nice and proud to be here as well.
You're not suggesting that country footballers could get a little narky, are you, Ward?
Oh, I wouldn't dare suggest that at all, because I've got to walk home in the car park after the game. But they look to switch the ball nicely there, and it's going to go through Duncan. Duncan goes a nice kick, 2-on-2 contest there. Good sprawl over the top there, but Eastern Districts will pick it up. Handball back there through Mialini. Picked up again through Duncan. Great work rate. Not the greatest kick. Almost good work there below his knees in Duffield. He'll sit there and go backwards to go forward. He's waiting for any options. Absolutely risky free kick. Could have been a free kick given against them. Wasn't. And players converge on top of the ball. Central Midlands at the bottom of that pack. And we'll have a ball up 70 metres out from the Eastern District's goal. Umpire letting it play there.
He certainly is. Sam Want found himself around the footy again. He's been busy for Eastern Districts as the umpire gets us underway. Spiked forward by Mackenzie Brown. Kick inside 50 from, I think it was Bigland. It's cleared the pack. Leading the race first for Central Midlands. And picking up now, I think that's Waters. He clears the footy. 70 metres out from his defensive goal. Ball comes to ground. Some good contests around about the place, and Central Midlands have got the numbers at ground level, and they do win it out. They fling a hand pass further forward. This is Hardy, although it's looped back. Running in to intercept is Bigland. The ball goes forward. Central Midlands trap it, so they can work it across the face of goal here. They look to complete the switch. They kind of do it by hand, and now they've got a player on. That's a great kick. They're working the footy well through the centre of the ground. That one not so good. Not taken. Probably should have been by Tarima, but it's all fine for Eastern Districts, and they can relieve the pressure, although that kick not great either. Players going in ferociously. Hand pass flung forward. Central Midlands still with the footy, not completely under control. Waters with it again. He goes inside forward, 50, backing back, taking a good mark, playing on, wasting no time. Runs to 30 and he's missed to the left-hand side. Did you see who that player was, Ward?
No, look, ended up missing that one, but some beautiful white and green boots on that side.
Yeah,
Probably the best opportunity we've had so far for the game, and I like the way Central Midlands brought it out. They actually delayed it, and I thought they were going to make the ground really big. They started to, but then ended up hitting the corridor, and it worked out well for them. But look, good passage of play. They lead this contest 2 behinds. Eastern District's yes to score, and we've got about 7.5 in this first half. So they look to bring the ball out now to Eastern District, 60 metres from their own home, looking to just try and take a bit of time out of it. It's gone to the hands of Winter. Winter loses the ball. Players look to conversion on top. Handballs out this time by Roberts. Roberts will sit there and try and bring the ball forward. Oh, good ball there in Central Midlands. Calls the turnover. Good quick hands through that. Goes through congestions. Could have been a throw. Umpire says no. And the ball has come out. It's going to go through Waters. The veteran flicks it off. Goes inside 50 to the leading player. And good mark out on the chest by Devitt Boyd. So lands on his chest. Normally a kick. This one's going to be tough. Breeze will be at. He's going to launch from about 40 metres out. Probably on a 45-degree angle.
I think I have him on my team sheet, Ward.
So Isaac Devitt Boyd, the number 18
for
the Central Midlands Footy League. He's put through the first goal of the game. They lead this contest 1-2-8. Eastern District's yet to score. 8.5 in this first half.
So the first goal taking a little while, but Central Midlands probably had the run of the game in the last 2 or 3 minutes. 3 scoring shots to 0, and they do lead it by 8 points, as you mentioned, Ward. So halfway point of this first half, and as I saw yesterday, I'm sure you did as well, with these shortened games, you can't afford to fall behind by too much too early.
No, look, makes a massive difference. You probably see a few games where you'd have 3-4 goals early and you knew the game was cooked, basically. So I don't think I saw anyone really come back from any margin greater than about 3 goals. So look, going to be really tough as the umpire brings the ball back to the middle of the ground.
And once again, the tap one down by Mackenzie Brown, but it's going to go the way of Central Midlands. They tap it to try and keep it in front of themselves. This is Frost. He sends a kick out wide. It's a good kick as well, taken by Scray. He looks into the centre of the ground. That's good ball use too. This is King. He runs to the edge of the centre square, sends the ball inside 50, lands about 20 metres out. No mark taken. Picked up by Eastern Districts and taken immediately in a tackle was Matt Beaton. Will have a ball up as they once again try and lock it in their forward line, Central Midlands. The ball 30 metres out from their attacking goal. He has been a dominant force for Eastern Districts. Mackenzie Brown is winning the hit-outs, but once again, Eastern Districts, the snap is to the goal square, and the big double fister through for a minor score by, once again, Matt Beaton, the boy from Southern Cross, and it's a minor score. That is their third. They lead this one, Central Midlands, 1-3-9. Eastern Districts yet to score. We've played 11 minutes in this first half.
So Eastern Districts will look to just try and kick it in now. Goes a long kick, and that is a pretty good kick to the outer side. Pinpoint pass, lands once.
Been busy.
Has been a good play so far for the Eastern District side. So one. Another risky kick there. Play coming across the front wear from the Eastern Districts, but it has been picked up by Nick Winter. He's tackled straight away. Umpire let it go. Midlands calls the turnover, and they look to go backwards again. Nice little chip kick and good mark through the middle of the ground. And probably 2 kicks from home now. He looks to go nice and quickly there. Leading player out on the chest, but good work by that player there from the Eastern Districts. Causes a turnover, and he'll look to go. Great mark there by Duncan. Causes the play. He knows the player behind him. Good pressure from the Midlands player. He's there, Sockers to himself, picks it up, drops it. Great tackle there by Og. Could have been a holding free kick. And yes, it is. It's going to go to Brodie Duffield. Looking for a 50. Doesn't mind a cheap kick. There's nothing wrong with that as well. You get them when you can.
Particularly in these shortened games, are critical. Sorry if you ain't taking penalties.
Jeez. So Brodie Duffield with the ball, he just sets it up nicely. That is an absolute shocker of a kick, I have to admit. And it's picked off by Central Midlands. They'll look to switch it to the far side there. It goes into the hands of Scray. That's a young Scray there in Corey Scray. He goes out a bit nice and quickly now. Good kick there through Hamilton. He loses the ball there. Pressure from the district side. Good turnover. Good tackle. Could have been a legal disposal. Umpire said no, it wasn't. Great pick up there. It's going to go into the hands of Connor Spinks. He's on the bottom of that pank. Flicks out. Central Midlands have got it. Great tackle there. Could have been holding the ball. Umpire says no. Goes across to Mialini. He snaps around the body and hits the behind host, and that is out of bounds on the full.
I think it's just pitched before it, so
it's gone. Yeah, you're right. It's just a nice little there, and the umpire will come in and throw it in. But it is Central Midlands leading this contest at 1-3-9. Eastern District has to score, and we've gotten about 12 and a bit in this first half.
boundary umpire takes a few steps in, hurls it over his head. Good scoring chance for Eastern Districts here. They are yet to trouble the scorers. They need to reply quickly to this Central Midlands onslaught. As the umpire comes in, we'll have another ball up. So 15 metres out from the Eastern Districts goal. Rucks go at it again. Duffield's there for Eastern Districts. He's a danger. And they have scored. They're on the board via a rushed behind. So it's one behind Eastern Districts, trailing Central Midlands 1-3-9. We've played 13 minutes in this first half. Central Midlands waste no time bringing it in. They work it round the outer wing. There is a player out. And they've got control of the footy on centre wing. And they look to go inboard. Dangerous kick, but it's come off well. Juina takes the mark. Plays on. He completes the switch across this side. This is Ethan King. Oh, he's called to play on. Pardon me, it's not Ethan King. It's Reece Waters. He plays on, sends the ball inside forward. 50, player on his own. Dropped what he should have taken was Charlie Malone. And there's a scramble for the footy now, and the umpire's picked out a free kick. It's going the way of Central Midlands. And once again, oh, terrible kick. Scrubby kick. There was a player on his own. He does well to go back and win. I think that is King. Does well to go back and win the footy, but he's been penalised. That's rough.
Oh, jeez.
Eastern Districts can relieve off half back. This is Shaw with a clearing kick out to right half back. Well taken by Spinks. Plays on by hand. They work it quickly. Player on his own is Repicoli. He wheels and goes. Left-footed kick. They're going to go inside 50 Eastern Districts. Players go up, but taking a good relieving mark in front. And Central Midlands can clear out to this wing. And it's Jack Downsborough unable to take a mark in front of his face. Duncan tackled well for Eastern Districts, but he gets up and sends the ball inside forward 50. Another mark. This is Duffield. He snaps on goal around the corner. He's got it. Brodie Duffield has got Eastern Districts first. He snapped truly from about 30 metres around the corner, and a fantastic answer in goal. Eastern Districts 1-1-7. They trail by just 2 points now to Central Midlands 1-3-9. We've played 14 minutes in this first half.
Look, and that's what they needed there. You know, the ball has just been absolutely pinball back from one side to the other. But look, Duffield, he's looked really dangerous when he's been there, and all he needs is that kind of opportunity. He kicked a few yesterday for the Eastern District sides. Probably looks to be their most dangerous forward when the ball goes up there. But you know, it is a game of inches. That ball goes inside from Waters before. They could have had that mark and a shot on goal. Then that risky kind of free kick where the ball gets touched goes back the other way. You know, it's a 2-point margin now. So, look, 5 minutes left to go in this first half. Margin 2 points. Central Midlands still with it now. Rogers ends up taking out of the ruck there. Good pick up this time. Waters is able to flick it back there. Good chase from the Eastern District side, and this time it is Hayes. Hayes loses the ball there, and good kick inside for the mark out on the chest of the Central Midlands player. He's looking for options. He's decided to go and have a shot at goal. It's the 29 there in Altina. So, kicked one yesterday in a game that we watched. Doesn't mind troubling the scoreboard. And he'll sit there and see if he can go put the second through for the Central Midlands side. So Altina is going to kick just on the paint of 50. Sets it up. It's not going to make the distance. Players trying to look into the sun. Oh, and a good mark there. He just absolutely judged it better than everyone else. Plays on. And that's the second goal on the board for the Central Midlands side. And the second goal there for Isaac Devitt Boyd. He's kicked his second. And the Central Midlands extend their lead out to 3-15. Eastern Districts 1-1-7, a margin of 8 points.
Now, just as you called his name very early in the quarter, Ward, I sort of rung a bell, Brodie Duffield. I was early in the year when before I moved back to Perth, I was living in the Great Southern, and I called Brodie Duffield best on ground for Mount Barker. And I thought, he looks very similar, and it is. So he's found his way into the the Eastern Districts team. So he must be moving around the state a little bit.
Yeah, look, he does that. I know when I used to work for West Perth years and years ago,
Yeah.
and I remember seeing him out in that, obviously that region, which is part of the West Perth region, and always a really dangerous forward out there. So, look, might be one of those players that has the opportunity when there's buys to go around and play some extra footy.
Yeah.
Just loves the game. So,
Well, he kicked I think he kicked 5 that day for Mount Barker in a good win at Sounders Park. So we know he's dangerous and a former Waffle footballer as well. As Eastern Districts with a chance as they go inside forward 50. Repicoli backfeeds a hand pass, and here is that man we speak of. Duffield's taken the mark just inside the boundary. So it's a tough opportunity at goal if he wants to take it. He'd kick from probably about 47, 48 metres. And it looks like he is keen on doing that. He's got their only goal so far, Eastern Districts, does Brodie Duffield. As he picks up and moves all the gear, he needs all the runway that he can get.
Wow. I'm getting a bit of deja vu from this kick. We had a game down here, Claremont versus West Perth, a league game. We had a kick after the siren. It was a young guy, Corey Chalmers, went for a kick after the siren. Just left-hand side. We lost by a couple of points. But
from this spot, was it?
It wasn't. It was raining a lot worse, but I actually remember him having to move gear as well.
Yeah,
so
right.
Complete deja vu.
Well, hopefully for Brodie Duffield, it's a different result, as we just have to wait for a bit of a blood rule to be sorted here. I think the all clear's been given now. So Brodie Duffield on the runway for Eastern Districts. He's got one. My word, it would take his very best effort if he was to nail it from here. He's basically in one of those units that surrounds Revo Fitness Stadium. He sends the kick on its way. It's a flower bag, and it flower bags its way through for a bind. So Eastern District second, 1-2-8. They trail Central Midlands, who are 2-3-15 by 7 points late in this first half.
So ball kicked in there. King goes over the top and finds a running player there from the Midlands in the number 12 in Jackson. Goes forward there. Ball goes through his hands. Could have taken it, but didn't. Good handballs back, and he's going to get back. Eastern Districts possibly overusing the ball at the moment, but good pressure from both sides. Handballs forward this time to Jack Stevens. Good work there by Duncan, but he's tackled and turns it over. Could have been legged. Umpire says no. Could have been a throw as well, but the ball movement is absolutely elite from the Central Midlands, and it goes through Todd Kenny. He kicks inside forward there, and Devitt Boyd on the lead. Absolutely sensational ball movement from the Central Midlands side.
He's been good already. I mean, as I mentioned, my first opportunity to see these Div 2 sides play, but Devitt Boyd looks a really strong footballer, really strong hands there overhead.
Yeah, look, we called the country champs last year. Definitely one of the better players for the Central Midlands. Had 2 today so far. Not one of his best kicks. Somehow, I reckon he's going to flower bag that through. And just out to the left-hand side. So another point. It all counts. 2 goals, 4-16. Eastern Districts 1-2-8. And about a minute left to go in this first half.
So Eastern Districts with the footy. They'll do well to score from here. It will kind of need to be faultless. As a good mark taken from the kick-in. This is the ruckman, Mackenzie Brown. Shares it by hand. Probably as most ruckmen would do. That kick not so good. Central Midlands with the turnover. They go forward. There was a player on at half forward. Well smothered once again by Brown. And he sort of saves the day as Eastern Districts emerge with the footy. They go forward. Duffield does well. Keeps it in front of him. Tries to evade a player. He's taken high. He dropped the knees there. Immediate apology from the Central Midlands player. I think he showed all his experience to win a free kick there to Brodie Duffield. They've got to hurry. There's only, 7 seconds left. They go to half forward. Central Midlands with the footy, and they'll be able to clear. And I think that will just about do us for this first half of match 2 in Division 2 on day 2 here at the WA Country Footy Championships, the Nutrien Ag Solutions West Australian Country Football Championships. It is Central Midlands who are 2-4-16. They lead this one over Eastern Districts 1-2-8. And a pretty good first half, Ward.
Yeah, look, it has been a really good first half from both sides. Central Midlands probably just on top. Regional Districts got themselves back into the game. Only a margin of 8 points. Big second half coming up after a short break.
think initially, when they got presenting, they weren't taking money in Brisbane.
Two.
Coming through it all.
What about this one?
Coming through now.
Both of
Okay.
them? Yep, all good. I wonder if it's a funny one where you almost need both of them going or something stupid like that.
Hopefully.
Whenever you want us to come back. And welcome back here to Revo Fitness, home of the Claremont Football Club. But today we're hosting day 2 of the Nutrien Ag Men's Division 2 Championship. My name is Ward Harris, joined here by Mark Foreman. And look, Mark, really good first half from both sides, but Central Midlands on top at half time.
Yeah, for sure. I love the concept of this competition as well. Like, not often do you get to see so many different country footy teams all in the same place, and country footy playing it. And you know, some of the teams, so North Pilbara was incredible, and yeah, here today. It's probably more of a performance from these two teams. Pretty big bodies, but it's been a really strong start.
Look, really enjoyable, and I think, you know, I got asked right at the beginning of the carnival, what's the most enjoyable thing for me? And look, really, it is that, just seeing all the different celebrate footy and getting to see all the different games as well. And you can see as we're looking down, great crowd that's already jumped in for the day. It's people sitting there celebrating the game of footy, coming back, renewing old friendships, and yeah, look, just having a good time. Second half action out here now. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. I think we might have a dud footy. No, we've ended up with a goal umpire that just ended up getting caught, possibly having a bit of a yarn. So look, we'll wait for him to jump on the ground now.
The beer's on tap too freely, I think, Ward.
Absolutely right. I'll tell you what, that's not a bad start today. We hit 12 o'clock. Jeez,
What do they
not
say?
far
It's
away.
12 o'clock somewhere.
It is 12 o'clock somewhere. But the goal umpire starts flicking across there. They'll let him get his position. Patiently waiting, some of the players. and almost ready for second half action. So, look, slight breeze going to the right of screen as you're watching, which will be the Eastern District's way this side. It'll be interesting to see which end is the kicking end, the throwing end, I should say. We'll flick across and start this second half as the umpire he but shark that time by Waters. He'll go and kick it to the far side there. It's Hardy out on the lead. No one's able to get clean possession of that one. Being picked up this time by the Eastern District side. Players jump on and tackle. Good hands out that side. Duncan is out there. He's tackled. Picks it up, and we'll have a ball up 65 metres from home.
Central Midlands under territory in the very opening few seconds. Little back feed handball. So they will go forward inside 50 first. The kick goes to the pocket. It's in front, and it's a really good kick. And what do you reckon? Once again, Devitt Boyd takes the mark on the lead. He sees a player at the top of the goal square. It's a fantastic kick. Very, very unselfish as well. And I think it's Michael Juena. They line up from directly in front of goal, just on the edge of the goal square. 15 Central Midlands. Strike first in this second half. Converts from the top of the goal square, as you would expect. So they increase their lead. They are, what are they? 3-4, 1, 2, 8 through 90 seconds in half. A really strong Eastern Districts ward.
Oh, look, really.
Pardon me.
Nah.
Central Midlands.
Hey, look, the listeners knew what you meant there. So, look, Central Midlands, Eastern Districts, look, the only thing they could probably get right there was just that clearance out. But they once that ball went inside 50, so they caught napping there and was able to pop up at the right time, slotted it through, and look, good start by that side.
Ball's back in the middle, and the umpire gets us underway. And Rucks go at it. Doing well at the base was James for Eastern District. They go forward, but Midlands back there and taking the mark by himself. And it's forward quickly. He sees a player at centre half forward. Well spoiled, winning the front position with Tarima. He loops a hand pass wide. Ill in a bit of trouble. Had to get rid of it quickly with Stevens. Although Eastern Districts do well to hold on to the footy. Winter with it now. He shares it with Duncan. They go inside forward 50. It's ahead of Duffield. He can't take the mark. Fisted away from him. And leading the race is Central Midlands, so they can repel off half back. And that's a fantastic kick. Taking the mark. Plays on quickly into the forward pocket. Boyd on the lead takes the mark. 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle. He is causing all sorts of headaches. Ward.
Oh, look, he's an absolute player, isn't he? And just trying to get that matchup right for Eastern Districts is going to be tough. Do they have a player that can go with him? He's going to go back. Strides on that one. Kicks it. Sensational mark over the top, and once again catches the Eastern District's defence napping, and it is the veteran there in Reece Waters from Chicago. Had a great game yesterday, kicked 4, and he's going to go through and slot through his first of the day.
I will say that you sort of got a feel for the Eastern District's defenders because the delivery to Devitt Boyd, yes, he's been good, but the delivery's been spot on.
So Reece Waters trots through, goes 3 balconies high, and the ball will come back through the boundary. Red hot start from the Central Midlands in this side, extending their lead out 4-4-28. Eastern Districts 1-2-8. A margin of 20 points. 3.5 gone in this second half.
The way that they move the ball, Central Midlands, is super impressive. They just moved, it barely hit the deck around that outer side. So he's absolutely playing well, is Isaac Devitt Boyd, but the delivery to him equally is good and making it near impossible for the Eastern Districts.
So, look, I think we're going to see a couple of cracking games a little bit later in the day. I know the first contest of the day, we had the Goldfields end up beating the Great Northern Footy League. Goldfields really stamping the authority. So we'll wait and see what Central the last in Water is able to take that one out. Player slides out, almost in position. Player leg, player kick to the head. Umpire puts out the hand, goes to Duncan, the left footer, goes and kicks inside 50. Duffield the target. Gets out muscle there and good work. Great tackle there from behind by Spinks. Umpire says, give it back to me. And look, some really good ball movement there by the Eastern District side.
Yeah, super forward pressure to lock it in by Eastern Districts. They reply immediately. Umpire throws it up. Dusty will take it out of the ruck, spins. Too long. Absolutely. He doesn't like it, but the umpire picks out the free kick for holding the ball. He doesn't allow Central Midlands to take the advantage, and they can now chip it around in the back. So they've worked it around to the outer wing. Stevens with the pardon me, Joanna with the footy. Eastern Districts, they play on, and they fantastic kick as well. So all skills on offer. This is Allen with the footy. He turns, spins, sends it towards that man, Devitt Boyd. Plays on quickly by hand. A fantastic handball, and the grubber shot at goal. I know somebody would be upset that he tried to dribble that one through.
The great man. The
great man, Chief Jason Dunstall. And I think we're just deciding whether this was a behind or bounds.
What's your gut feeling?
Out of bounds on the full is the call. So Eastern Districts with the relieving kick, they will take it in the back pocket. They play on and they go to that left half back flank. It's all Central Midlands out there. Intercept mark taken. So a couple of re-entries coming up for Eastern Districts. They go into the pocket. Who do you reckon they target? He probably should have taken that, Devitt Boyd. It gets through him. Leading the race behind was a teammate. We're in the forward pocket for Eastern Districts. They're trying to, pardon me, for Central Midlands, they're trying to hold firm for Eastern Districts. Under siege. Going in strongly in those bright yellow boots. There's a few players wearing them out there today. And the quick kick forward. And the mark is taken. And Central Midlands will have another shot on goal. Courtesy of, I think it's Austin Britzer.
It is Austin Britzer, and look, they are absolutely under siege. There's not a lot the Eastern District side can do. The way Central Midlands have come out in this second half, been phenomenal. And Britzer will go back from 40 metres out.
He will. And it's starting to get to the point where it's almost the sealer as Britzer sends it on its way, but it drifts across the face of goal. It's a minor score. They are 4-5-29. Central Midlands, they lead Eastern Districts 1-2-8 by 21 points through 7 minutes in this second half.
So Heath Spinks with the kick in there for Eastern Districts. Goes to a 2-on-2 contest there. And as the number 21 there, Watson able to pick it out. Ball smothered off the deck there, and that was absolutely sensational work. But it's been picked up by Stan One. He goes, not his greatest kick there. In the back possibly. Umpire says no. And good tackle pressure there from Spinks. So we'll have a ball up. 65 metres out from the Central Midlands goal. The two rucks from Pete McKenzie it is that wins it, but sharked out there. Good pick up this time by Green. He was tackled and then able to get up and pick it up and throw it out again. Good knock forward there this time by Watson. Umpire's paid a high free kick, and it is going to go back to the Central Midlands there, and the play there in Todd Kenny. Kenny just happy to watch the game. Let it unfold in front of him. Goes the nice little chip kick across, lands in the hands of Jackson. Jackson's going to come back this way. Goes to the veteran there in Og. Probably one of the oldest guys. You're one of the oldies now, mate. Good out there. Chance for me yet, mate. So, no, not quite. And Eastern District's able to bring the ball out there. Goes straight through the hands of the play there in spin. Work there and turned over, picked up by Allen. Smothered off the boot there, but it's going to work okay for Central Midlands. Players keep going. Shimmies one way, shimmies the other. Excellent work there, and goes back to this play there over on this broadcast side there in Og. Not a great kick by Og, but it's still going to get there. Gives Hamilton plenty of time. Flicks it over, go through the middle of the ground. Not a great kick, and it's going to hit the Eastern District. It goes 1, 2, 3 to the cherry. Goes on the hands of Johnny. He goes a kick. Players are absolutely out on their feet. Spinks can't quite pick it up. Central Midlands with the ball. Good chip kick from Allen, and we'll have a mark on the far side by Martin.
So he played on quickly. It's a 2-on-1 favouring Eastern Districts out there. Coming in, sliding. Thought that might have been contact below the knees. Good pick up by Stevens for Eastern Districts. He's been prominent. As Downsborough flicks a hand pass out, so they'll control it almost at half back. Umpire's found a free kick against the Shepherder as well. Jack Stevens, adjudged to have taken his opponent high. They go inside forward 50. Eastern Districts. Ball hits the deck. Eastern Districts. The ball's in the forward pocket, taking in a strong tackle. That's Lowe. Darcy Lowe wrapping his opponent up and taking him out of bounds. We'll have a boundary throw in. 35 metres around from the right hand behind post. We won't have a boundary throw in. kick Eastern District, so they can clear to the half-back flank. Players go up. Big lane with Tricks. Tarima goes in for them. But Central Midlands go forward and a mark taken, playing in front. And they waste no time playing on quickly, and Ethan King has the footy 35 metres out, pretty much dead in front. And if it wasn't already, this is to probably seal the game.
Look, you would think though now, I don't think it's this second half, but there might have actually been Waters with that ball if we have a look.
Is it Waters with it?
Yeah.
Struggling to see those white numbers on the
jumper
back
numbers
there,
are an absolute killer. Central Midlands jumpers, they look absolutely sensational, but hard for us as commentators, 475 metres away.
So Reece Waters with the shot at goal from 35 metres out. He converts, and he wins this one for Central Midlands. 11 minutes through this second half. They are 5:35, leading Eastern Districts 1-8. Oh, look, perhaps I shouldn't have called it over, but 5 goals in 9 minutes without stoppages is a tall order for Eastern Districts.
Oh, look, it is going to be tough to try and come back from there. And look, realistically, look, they haven't scored in this second half so far. And Central Midlands look really good footy there. Kicked 3 goals, 1 in this half. And look, just to be a dominant side. So it'll be interesting to see how they come up against a couple of these other sides later in the day and look to try and just still keep themselves in the mix. So umpire with the ball back in the middle of the ground. As we mentioned, contest, a margin of 27 points as the umpire throws it up again. And Brown, been one of the better players in the ruck so far for the Eastern Districts, but it is Waters able to just bring it out there. Doesn't quite sit. Brown tries to put the pressure on. Ball goes through and player falling over there in Spinks, but it's a good pick up this time by the number 16 there for the Central Midlands. Finds the number 10 there in Allen. Allen just chips it over, and they just seem to be running harder at the moment, don't they, the Central Midlands side?
Yeah, they do. I think, as we mentioned, this one probably all but done as they waste no time and finding a player in a better position. So well done from Todd Kenny. Unselfishly sharing it with a teammate. Have you got the... Can you see the number on the back there, Ward?
Oh, look, it looks possibly like number 9, but I am just guessing from here. But we'll go with Hamilton at the moment.
Let's go with Maverick Hamilton. As he kicks from 45 metres out, he sent that one out to the right. It's just a minor score. So we are in the sort of closing stages, I suppose the junk time you could call it, because this one seems all but done. Central Midlands 5-6-36, lead Eastern Districts 1-8. As they exit the D50. Mark can't be taken there by Shaw, and he's now outnumbered at ground level. So Central Midlands will win it once again. Unable to escape the clutches. Daniel Frost will have a boundary point, a bit of argy-bargy to go on with. Probably not much to be achieved there, as the umpire tells them to save it for later.
Oh, you love a bit of chat, though, on the field, don't you? So it keeps it interesting. That's what footy's about as well.
The boundary umpire hurls it in. Rucks go at it. No clean tap, but the umpire's picked a holding free kicks. It's going to go the way of Eastern Districts and Mackenzie Brown. He's been a little quieter in this second half, but as Ward mentioned, still a big presence. As Duffield's the target, he's unable to grab it. In fact, unable to really even get to the ball. Spinks takes the footy. He's dispossessed. This is Stevens, but they've managed to turn it over. Waters, the veteran, goes forward. It's a good kick. Probably should have done a little better there was Britzer. And it is a turnover, although it's going to come straight back. Defensive mark taken at half back by Todd Kenny, and he switches the play into the centre of the ground.
So Central Midlands coming through the middle. That run and carry, absolutely red hot, goes to Lake. He kicks inside 50, almost a good mark. Goes over the top there. Eastern Districts will just track it back nicely. And that is a good kick through the middle of the ground. Lands on the chest of that Eastern Districts player. Looks to just try and move it quickly with Spinks. They'll sit there and try and bring it up now. It's going to be a one-on-one contest. Leg race inside. Late kicks in the play there. Picks it up. Dribbles. Get out to the left-hand side. And as we mentioned before, the big fella would be absolutely capable about that one. But almost good work there by Blakey Dixon. Trying to put through the second goal for the Eastern District side. 1-3-9 now in this contest. Central Midlands leading by 56-36, 14 in this second half.
Central Midlands will take all the time in the world for them, as Og has the footy. He shares it with his teammate in Hamilton. Couldn't be taken by a teammate. Little scrappy down. We'll have a boundary throw in just in front of a few. I think is the blue and yellow. Is that the Goldfields?
That is the Goldfields, mate. Yep, yep.
Again, the boundary umpire hurls it back in. Decisive tap from Central Midlands. It's clever work over the back. Merging with it was Ellis. And now the footy in Hamilton. He sends a dangerous kick inside the field. Vision was good. Fell a little short of a teammate, but well done from Green. They link up and working through the centre of the ground. Allen, and they're now running. Scray kicks inside forward 50, and once again, Devitt Boyd on the lead takes a good mark, and the kick was absolutely perfect from Corey Scray, and not for the first time. The service for Devitt Boyd is on a platter, so he'll shoot at his third goal from 40 metres out. He sends it on its way. It is slightly right, but not far enough right for Eastern District's cause, because it is another goal to Central Midlands, and that is the third for Isaac Devitt Boyd, and the sixth for Central Midlands. He's kicked half their tally. They are 6-6-42. Eastern District's 139 through 16 minutes in this second half.
Yeah, look, it's been a really complete performance by the Central Midlands side in this game. Eastern Districts did start pretty well, and they were able to just halve a lot of the contests there, and Central Midlands weren't able to put them to the sword nice and early. I think the margin was Eastern Districts there, and then they end up kicking a goal. But realistically, it's been the Midlands all from there, and it has been your Devitt Boyd. And look, those ball winners through the middle of the ground are there. Waters has been absolutely sensational. Green's been pretty handy as well. The Scray boys have been pretty good. So, yeah, just a lot of talent through the park. And as we see, Waters coming out. Good pick-up, swoops there, and that is good work. Spinks, beautiful kick down the line there. Lands on his brother's chest there, Connor Spinks. So Connor Spinks kicks hard. Will just back to the flight. 1-2-3 grabs at that one, and the umpire has paid a mark, and that's probably a contender for the Bruce Rock Engineering mark of the day. Good mark going back with flight with Trent Jackson. So Jackson just likes to try and take a bit of time out of it now. Good mark there by Daniel Frost. Frost happy to wait for the leading player there in Cade Scray. Beautiful orange boots, flowing hair, good kick. Right on the D50 there for the Central Midlands side. Nice little chip across, lands in the hands of Maverick Hamilton. So no real urgency in what the Midlands need to do now. Central Midlands side, no, they've got a good margin. They're going to win this game. Currently leading by 33 points. And he goes to space down the line. Mackenzie Brown just waiting. Bounces, Falcons, turned over there. Good tackle there. Could have been holding the ball. Player got his boot just to the ball there. Great work trying to come out with the number 16 there from Central Midlands. And we'll have a ball up right in front of the interchange gates out here. Revo Fitness Stadium, home of the Claremont Football Club. 2 minutes left to go in this contest.
Brodie Duffield last up off that pack, just trying to inject himself into this midfield to get his hands on the footy for Eastern Districts. But Central Midlands to emerge with it, and they go forward by the way of Waters. Devitt Boyd the target again, and once again he's taken the mark. So he plays on quickly. He kicks from 45 metres. He sends it goalward. It is slightly to the right. Good body work on the line. Did the umpire say it's a push? Yes, he did. 2 hands in the back. I think that one was probably fair enough too. So Eastern Districts can clear. They go to the far right. Want was the target. Unable to take the mark. The ball is now held up 65 metres out from the Central Midlands goal. So we'll have a ball up here. As slowly making their way to the side of the ground. We've played 18, nearly 19 minutes. I can forgive them for being a little lethargic. As it's slapped forward by Eastern Districts. It'll be Central that go forward. Waters the only man underneath it. Camps there, takes the mark. Where's Devitt Boyd? No doubt he'll be the target. Well, he's not, actually. Bypasses all of them. Should have done a little better was Frost, but able to pick it up. Central Midlands taking in a strong tackle, and it is a turnover. Eastern Districts can relieve, although great smother. Diving across in front of his boot. And it's now a scramble for the footy. Here he is, man. I think it's Steers, sends the ball towards goal over the head of Devitt Boyd. And we'll have a boundary throw in. He did really well, Steers, to first of all smother it and then win the footy himself.
Yeah, look, really, really good work there. But the Central Midlands forward line been absolutely red hot. And I'll tell you what, if I was a defender, I was on Isaac Devitt Boyd, I'd be absolutely bricking it every time that ball came inside 50. Looks to be just such a dangerous target. Really good hands, good set shot. And look, we have time ticking down now. Might not get another shot on goal now. We'll wait and see. They take the ball out there. Scray with the ball. Can he get ball on boot? No, he can't. And that's all she wrote in this second game of the day out here at Revo Fitness Stadium. It is the Central Midlands side winning this one 6-6-42. Eastern Districts 1 goal 3-9. A margin of 33 points. Goal scorers so far, and it was Isaac Boyd. He was absolutely on fire. He kicked 3. Reese Waters kicked 2. Michael Dewena kicked 1, and then across for the Eastern District side, just the 1 goal scorer, the veteran there in Brodie Duffield. But look, complete performance by the Central Midlands side.
Certainly was. It was enjoyable to watch, and look, from my perspective, I can see that they'll be, or I can see the reason that they are one of the favourites to take out this division, or at least, you know, give Goldfields a run for their money. So, yeah, that was really enjoyable to watch, and I think, you know, obviously you've probably had a bit more exposure to them than I have, but I heard you keep calling Reese Waters the veteran, but he used all that experience. I reckon he was probably their best player today.
Oh, look, he was. He definitely worked through their engine room, was very, very good there. The forward there in Devitt Boyd was phenomenal as well, but look, excellent footy from that side. We've got a belter of a clash coming up next. We've got the Mortlock side playing against the Central Wheatbelt.
think of the future of your business? What is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Fitness Stadium. Got me now? Good afternoon, welcome back to Revo Fitness Stadium. Apologies, a couple of technical issues with the audio, but we are back here in Claremont. My name is Mark Foreman, taking you through the action in this third game of the day. It's Mortlock taking on Central Wheatbelt. Ward Harris will be with me shortly as well, and it is Central Wheatbelt who winless yesterday, so their first win of the 2023 champs, taking on Mortlock, who had one. They did win a game yesterday, just the one. So both really needing a win if they are to challenge for the grand final tomorrow. As I do welcome Ward now. We're back.
Thank you, mate. I had to go do some family stuff that you have to do. The young fella is absolutely wrapped after umpiring a couple of games, and look, needs a well-needed rest. But look, big game, as you mentioned, for both these sides. Look, I'd have to be backing in the Mortlock side. I think they're probably going to end up going up their game against Great Northern a little bit later, so in the final against the Goldfields. If result goes. Written contest coming out. Watch out for this big 24 in the ruck, Shawnee Oliver. He's a beast.
Absolutely, we're underway, and he does win the tap out as well, but followed up well there by Cowdray, and it will be Central Wheatbelt who go forward first. The kicks into the pocket, looking for his teammate there, Ian Sinclair, unable to take the mark. The ball trickles across the boundary line. It's a throw in, so strong start from Central Wheatbelt, winning the centre clearance. And tell you what, Ward, look at this team sheet, and there are a couple of nice North Beach names on there.
Indeed, there are Ryan Eckert, obviously, out there, Nathan Adler. I'm trying to think who else is on there that I've seen.
Not on our team sheet, but I'm sure he is an updated, is Mitch Cameron as well, who I played a lot of footy with during my time at North Beach.
And number 24, Mitchy Cameron.
Is he? A good forward as well. So, yeah, looking forward to watching those guys play. Unfortunately, a couple of them were unable to make the trip, but Mitch Cameron is out there as taking in a strong tackle, and that is holding the ball. Schlagek trying to do a little too much, and my absolute apologies if I've pronounced
Shalecki.
Shalecki, if I've pronounced that name wrong, which I have. So they go down the line through Munns, Central Wheatbelt. Really good pickup below his knees. Unable to do anything further with it was Sash. And we'll have a boundary throw-in, Ward, 70 metres around from the Central Wheatbelt goal. Gets to score through a minute and a half.
It's funny you actually mentioned Mitch Cameron. I was doing, as I said, my duties before, walked upstairs, and I actually bumped into his nan and pop, who said, number 24 isn't Dylan Farmer, it's actually Mitch Cameron. And I went, there you go. And then you know what? I've jumped in the lift. You're kidding. This is going to be a good day for Mitchy Cameron. But it's Mortlock looking to try and bring it out the far side there. This time through the number 17 in Moore. They've turned it over there. Good pressure from Central Wheatbelt. Moore goes and follows up his own footy. Central Wheatbelt, great pressure from that side there. Held up, good tackle there by the player in Rankin. Ball spills forward there. It is going to be picked up by Ferguson. Ferguson goes and moves it through Criddle Lettle. He does very well, gets a hand off to Jai DePayne. Here they come, the Mortlock side through the middle, and that good work there by Stankic. He's able to pick the ball up, and Central Wheatbelt through the middle of the ground. So good mark by Zachy Rankin. He looks for the player on this broadcast side, and that is a good mark there by Mitchy Cameron. Shout out to his Nan and Pop. I know they'll be listening in. Good little kick there. It's going to work out all right for him. Goes inside. A great pick up by Cameron. He looks to just chip it up there nicely. Keeps going. Follows up his own work. Going to go across there. Flick it back to him. Go across. Oh, good knock there. Benny Cowdray is going to get the ball back again. Goes a centering kick. Nice and unselfish, but unfortunately not the greatest kick. And it's a skiller and gets turned over. And Mortlock looked to come out the outside. Coming over the top, this time by the central Wheatbelt side there in Ryan Eckert. And we're going to have a throw-in 75 metres around from the central Wheatbelt goal.
Another one of those stitch-ups for us, Ward, on the team sheets.
That is not Ryan Eckert.
Was unable to make it. So apologies to whoever number 23 is, but we can only go by these team sheets in front of us, which I don't think have been updated, as we'll have another boundary throw in right in front of us as Firmano unable to gather the ball.
I was going to say Eckert, I normally see him out in a forward line, probably slightly taller, a little bit leaner again, and hopefully kicking a bag for him.
Lost if we found him out here in the midfield. No, as Central Wheatbelt win it off the ruck contest, they go forward through Kale, but intercepting mark taken, so Mortlock can come back the other way. This is Whitsted in the middle of the ground. They switch. Chester's the target. The ball pitches in front of him, and he's able to gather. Running for him ahead of the players, Williams. He's done well, although the ball doesn't sit for him, and that's very, very clumsy. As we mentioned in the previous game, in the age of looking after the head, that was a bad hit from the Central Wheatbelt player. So it'll be Williams to take his free kick. And he's called to play on and caught from behind. And that is, I think, Mitchy Cameron as well. He's ever dangerous. So his kick goes into the centre of the field. It's cut out well by Ferguson. Goes in to try and win the footy. Does his teammate, but Central Wheatbelt win it. So they've got it on the edge of their 50-metre line. This is Maguire. He sees a player in the pocket, and it's a good kick to hit him as well. And taking the mark on his chest is, I think it was Cameron.
I think it was Mitchy Cameron. He goes a nice little chip kick across, lands in the lap of the Central Wheatbelt player. Tougher angle, but probably a little bit closer in. And look, jumper number hard to see from there. I have to admit, Mark.
My eyes are certainly being tested today, Ward.
So he'll sit there and he'll go and have a shot from about 25 metres out. Tight angle, but that is a belter and contender for the Macintosh and Sons. Goal of the game. First blood is drawn by the Central Wheatbelt side. They leave this at 1 goal straight, 6. Mortlock yet to score. Just over 5 minutes gone in this first half.
Yeah, really good start. And not for the first time. We've seen some unselfish play, trying to find better positions. I would have thought Mitch Cameron would have a shot from where he was, but he found his teammate and they're able to get the first of the day. So a good start for Central Wheatbelt, as I mentioned. They were winless yesterday. They're looking for their first win of these championships, and that's certainly the way to do it. They are 1 straight 6, leading Mortlock yet to score early in the first half. Has the footy back in the centre of the ground and throws it aloft. So we're back underway once again. Tap was one down by Oliver. It's hard to get a handle on the footy, but doing really well in there was Whitsted. And they win the footy to Mortlock, and it's now in the hands of Harding, so he controls it at right half back. Sees a player on in the middle of the ground. Once again, it is Whitsted. He chips it off half back. They break a line and send it inside 50. It's a flower bag. It is to the advantage of his leading forward. And tackling immediately. Wrapping him up in a strong tackle was Farmer. And the umpire says holding the ball. I think the umpire gestured a bit of a fend-off attempt, which I suppose is your prior opportunity. And Nick Farmer is the recipient. So Mortlock can have the opportunity to respond immediately here. It'll be Nick Farmer to shoot on goal from 40 metres out. He's slightly left of centre as he crouches over his kick. And he sends it on its way. It looks pretty good off the boot. The goal umpire did not move. The immediate reply for Mortlock, Nick Farmer with the goal. And they are 1 straight 6. Central Wheatbelt 1 straight 6. We're all tied up 7 minutes through this first half.
Yeah, look, good passage of play there from the Mortlock side. And what you'll see is they look to try and take the nice little chip kicks kind of backward of centre there. And you'll see, watch out for guys like Whitshead, Chester and the young fella there in Williams. They like to run in cabaret and go those nice little short kicks. They'll link up through the middle and then they'll make a lot of space inside 50. It's a game plan I've seen a lot, very, very similar to an ex-Waffle game plan that I've seen unfold before.
Controlled it well there, you're right, absolutely.
Yeah, look, they do indeed, and they've got a couple of really good users. So Whitshead, he is the genuine accumulator for this side there, and the ball comes down. It's been picked up straight away by the player there. I think it could be Etier, possibly. No, it's the number 17 in Moore, and he's tackled by Dan Akers, the captain coach for the Central Wheatbelt side. Umpire throws it again right on the dial. Oliver there just spikes it out of there. Player in Whitshead is first at it. Just shimmies it past two there. Good. He flicks it back, then flicks it forward. Chester at the bottom of that pack there. Player from the Central Wheatbelt is tackled, and we're going to have a throw up 70 metres out from Mortlock's goal. And a bit of a star-mark probably to start this first half.
Certainly is. Slightly on the edge of centre square, and it's spiked forward. So they're inside forward 50, Mortlock with the chance. Player held out for the Wheatbelt, and he ends up with it anyway. So they exit the D50. Ball pitches in front of a teammate, taking it in his stride is Akers. He avoids one player and then sends his left foot kick down to half forward. Hits the deck. Mortlock first there, although they can't gather cleanly. I think we'll have a stoppage here. Taking in a strong tackle. We don't have a number 15 on our team sheet, which is annoying.
Oh, look,
you got one?
No, I don't have a. I can create one for you, but look, he was a reasonable player yesterday as well. And he started the game okay today as well.
We'll call him the Phantom as Central Wheatbelt go inside forward 50. Picked up. I think it's coming back the other way. Well gathered by Etier, and they can exit. Short kick, sliding mark taken by Harding at right half back. And once again, as you mentioned, Ward, they go inboard. Mark taken. I think this is Oliver. The big fella will send his kick long down the line. It goes over the head of a teammate. Does well to push back to Shalecki. He sort of grubbers it off the ground, picked up by his teammate in Goodhue, who may have thrown it out. Umpire said, don't worry about it. Moore's there for Mortlock. And I think the umpire's picked a free kick for hanging on. So it'll be a Central Wheatbelt free kick at right half back. Zach Rankin will take it in his bright yellow boots, almost matching with the outfit that they wear. He goes down the line. Ball spoilt out of bounds by Brady Evans. And we'll have a throw in right here on centre wing, straight under our noses on the broadcast wing. 10 minutes played in this first half. It's Mortlock and Central Wheatbelt locked at one straight goal, 6 apiece.
So Revo Fitness put on an absolute show today so far. It's great conditions for the Men's 2 Championship, Nutrien Ag Championship out here. And Mortlock will look to try and bring the ball out. Wow. And once again, they just move that ball absolutely red hot and fast. Ferguson. Good kick inside 50. Ferguson was the target. Ball lands there. 2 players fighting over that, but it's going to be picked up this time by George. He'll look to go again. It goes to Ferguson. Up and under kick. Almost a good mark there, but there's 4 players landing there. One of those is the number 10 in Billy Corduroy, and that is the second goal for the Mortlock side.
It was, and not for the first time, Sam Ferguson streaming through the centre of the ground. I think he did it sort of earlier on in the day. So I heard you say, Ward, that how they look to control it, and he seems to be the guy that is on the end of the control phase where he just breaks the line, and certainly had the Central Wheatbelt defence scrambling.
Oh, look, absolutely, and you'll even see when the big fella will get the ball just on near the boundary line. Well, everyone will kind of flick across there, and you'll see the Mortlock players. They all go to the dangerous side as well, knowing to spoil it to the middle of the ground. And they had numbers at that contest, so watch for that to kind of unfold throughout the day.
He did really well, and Mortlock with that goal take the lead by that goal. So they lead it 2 straight to 1 straight. And umpire gets us underway back in the middle. Tap one down by Amos, but it's going to go forward for Central Wheatbelt. Mitch Cameron playing in front. Yeah, you could see the jumper pulled there very early as well. So Cameron will send it inside forward 50, puts his kick in front of a teammate. Oh, almost gathered well. Ends up in the hands of Chester, and Mortlock can repel from half back. This is Etier. He goes down the line. There's only one player down there. He's got to do well. Running back with the flight of the ball. That was brave work from Munns for Central Wheatbelt. He ends up with it as well. Although the ball's in dispute now. Players scrambling to get it. It's picked up by Amos. He's taken in a strong tackle by McTaggart. And we'll have a ball up right here on centre wing. A good passage of play. It's a tough footy to win as the umpire hurls it aloft. Amos wins it down, straight into the lap of his teammate in Goodhue, but couldn't scramble the kick forward, although Tanner can. So they're at right half forward. Mortlock, gathered by the central wheat belt. I think they'll come back the other way. That was Akers. He sends his kick down the line. Oh, running into some problems, although held without the footy. And it will be a free kick to Ruben Kale. So a bit of time to breathe for Central Wheatbelt. They had to repel a bit of an attack there as his kick goes down the line. Ferguson takes a brilliant intercept mark and, not surprisingly, looks into the centre of the ground. This is Whitsted. No, it's not. Pardon me, it was Harding. Shares it with by hand. Williams kicks it forward. Mortlock's it right half forward. Once again, Central Wheatbelt showing a bit of dash as well. Taking a bounce on the outer wing and going to half forward. A fantastic kick. Look at these skills they're sweeping through. This is Rankin. Sends a long kick inside 50. Cameron the target. Unable to take the mark. It was fisted away well by Matthew Brock. And it's just a minor score. That's the first minor score of this contest. Central Wheatbelt 117, trailing Mortlock 2 straight 12. We've played 13 and a half minutes in this first half.
So Matty Brock chips it in, lands it in the hands of the number 15, the Phantom, for the Mortlock side. Good mark down the line, and great contested mark there by Jack Amos. So Amos, good kick in the middle of the ground, lands in the hands of Goodhue. He'll look to try and move the ball nice and quick there. Almost overcooked it, but lands on the chest of that play there in Corduroy. Whitsted with the ball, flicks it across, going to land in the hands of Harding. Harding, good kick inside 50, takes 2 grabs at it, but a great mark there by Nick Farmer, and he'll go back, shot on goal, looking to put through his second.
Their entries inside forward 50 have been really strong this game, Mortlock, so being really efficient with the way they move the ball forward. And that, once again, it's a sweeping move. I think it's great. Their first look is to go inboard.
So young Nick Farmer will sit there and go and kick from 45. That is a great kick off the boot. I'd already marked it down in the budget. Third goal on the board. That's 3 straight for Mortlock. They lead this game 18-7, and we've got about 14 and a half in this first half.
I saw you mark that down. I was wondering what you were doing. So you've got all the faith in Nick Farmer, do you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Did he kick a few yesterday?
I don't remember, to be perfectly honest, mate. I'm just backing him in. So
it's a long time ago, isn't it?
Oh, mate, it's been a long tournament, a long 3 days. We've got the grand finals tomorrow, obviously, down at Fremantle Oval. And look, Mortlock doing everything they can to be around the mark, but I just had a feeling about Nick Farmer there, mate. I was going with it.
Well, it was a beautiful kick off the boot. He sort of struck it at the left post and it bent back perfectly. He never looked like missing. So Mortlock 3 the little breakaway on Central Wheatbelt as we're back in the middle. Umpire throws it aloft. Amos wins the back tap on the bottom there. I thought it could have been taken high, was Whitsted. The umpire said no. And we'll have, I think the non-officiating umpire actually saw it. So Whitsted does free tackle. So it'll be Mortlock to go forward again. His kick is a beauty, right in front. Strong on the lead as well. Taken by his teammate. They go inside forward 50 into the pocket once again. Farmer. Strong overhead. And he bowled a few over in the process. He's taken the mark 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle, and he looks a threat early.
Oh, look, Nick Farmer, sensational work. Mate, haven't gone and written this one down yet, but look, that was definitely a Bruce Rock Engineering mark of the game contender there. Probably the best one we've seen today. Strong hands forward. Let's see if he can slide it through from 45 out.
That was incredible. There were a couple of players to deal with, and he bowled them out the way, took the mark. And now he set sail for goal from 45 metres out. He liked it. He flirted with that left-hand post, but he squeezed it in. It's another goal to Nick Farmer, another to Mortlock. They establish a lead. They lead this one by 19 points, 4 straight 24. Central Wheatbelt 1-1-7 through 16 and a half minutes in this first half. They've got the break on the Central Wheatbelt.
Yeah, and look, it seems to be the scoring end so far. They've put a little to that side. I know Central Midlands end up in the last game there to the left hand of screen, but look, that little bit of breeze seems to be making a bit of difference at the moment. As the umpire has the ball back in the middle, the number 26 in Shashi, I think it is, against Amos again. It's a good knock forward. It was actually Oliver in the ruck back this time, and it goes through to Jai to Payne. He kicks inside 50 there. Doesn't work. Does well to kick back inside 50, and Curtis Chester sitting there all by himself, marks the ball 45 metres out, and he'll sit there and kick right from the Payne of 50. See if he can knock through Mortlock's 5th of the game.
Skills are good, aren't they, Ward? They're very efficient when they go inside forward 50.
So Curtis Chester, I know he's he's definitely got the distance in him. He's a good kick ex-Perth player. Let's see what he can do with this one. Does kick it, strikes it well all the way to the line. It's an absolute belter of a kick. 5th on the board for the Mortlock side. They haven't missed yet. 5 goals straight, 30. Central Wheatbelt a 1-1-7, a margin of 23 points. 2.5 minutes left to go in this first half.
Yeah, and this is now a break which is really concerning for Central Wheatbelt. It was a really tight tussle, sort of even halfway through this first half, but a 23-point lead has opened up, and as we alluded to in the first game, Ward, with these short halves, sort of anything beyond this is almost curtains.
Yeah, look, it's really tough to kind of come back from there. Central Wheatbelt actually kicked the first score of the game as well, and look, it's been hard. It was Caleb Shadbold actually that kicked the first goal. I was able to work that one out.
Oh, beautiful.
And let's see what they can do for the next ball up.
A good West Perth man as they're back in the middle looking for and needing an instant response. Central Wheatbelt, they're going to get the centre clearance, so they go to half forward. They fisted away from him well by the Mortlock defender, but they're going to win it again. So Munns with the footy, and they go inside forward 50. Cameron the target. He brings it to ground. It gets over the back. Almost held without it was Cowdray. Umpire said nothing doing, and Sinclair taking it across the line for Central Wheatbelt. So they get a look at a stop 50, 15 metres around from the left-hand behind post. Boundary umpire gathers it, and they all set themselves. An important opportunity for Central Wheatbelt as the umpire flings it in. Forward Mortlock. It's hard to win the footy in there. And they emerge with it now, Mortlock. Although Munns once again standing in the way of it. Cameron there as well for, players going in everywhere. And it's DePayne who kicks it outside of the D50, but the intercept mark taken by Kale. He'll send Central Midlands straight to the tip of the goal square. Central Wheatbelt, pardon me, the ball's smothered. It's hard to get an opportunity. Quick kick out of the pack is touched across the line on the last line of defence by Evan, and it's just a minor score for Central Wheatbelt. They are 1-2-8, trailing Mortlock 5 straight 30. And I think that will the last action of this first half is directing traffic to the left half back flank. That's a beautiful kick, hitting his target in Chester. Chester looks into the middle of the ground. He's got a player on in Evan, but the siren beats them and they wear out as well, Mortlock. So for Wheatbelt, the 20 minutes had elapsed, and that is half time here in Game 3. Division 2, Day 2 of the WA Country Footy Championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. It is Mortlock 5 straight 30, absolutely dominant over Central Wheatbelt 1-2-8, Ward.
Oh, look, it's been a really good performance so far from the Mortlock side. They are establishing themselves, as we said, as one of the contenders. And look, we'll be interested to see what they can do at the back end of the day. But we'll go to a quick break. Get ready. Second half action out here at Rev Fitness. Mortlock leading by 22 points.
Welcome back to Revo Fitness Stadium. Day 2 of these WA Country Footy Championships, thanks to Nutrien Ag Solutions. And we are covering Divi 2 here today at Revo Fitness, and it's a pleasure to be doing so. Mark Foreman is my name, alongside Ward Harris. It is half-time. We're about to get underway in the second half between Mortlock and the Central Wheatbelt. It was a dominant performance from Mortlock to start us off in Game 3, Ward.
Yeah, look, really good performance by the Mortlock side. Central Wheatbelt and the coach there in Dan Akers. Plenty to talk about and see what they can organise for the second half. As the umpire throws the ball up, look, let's see what they can bring out.
So the Rucks go at it. He's been quite dominant today as Oliver in the ruck, winning the taps, but Central Wheatbelt have been pretty good at ground level, to be honest. And they look like they're going to win this as well. They do. Standing under it is Greaves. He takes the mark at chest. He'll send them to, centre wing. It's a bad kick. Tried to hit the short target. Picked up well by Criddle White. So Mortlock over the footy. They go forward by way of Goodhue. He scrambles his kick inside forward 50. Picked up well on the lead. Did really well with Shalecki. Not quite sure he disposed of it legally. Well, the umpire lets it scramble out. Here he is again, Shalecki. So he sends his kick inside forward 50. That's a beauty. And DePayne takes the mark on the lead. On the paint of 50, he sends his left footer into the forward pocket. Corduroy the target. He couldn't take the mark because it pitched in front of him. He's sort of scrambling around a little bit. Winning the hand pass was Chester. Snap into the attacking goal square. It's a 2-on-1 down there, and Central Wheatbelt able to fist it through for behind. That is the first score of this second half. Goes the way of Mortlock as a rush behind. They are 5-1-31. Central Wheatbelt 1-2-8 through 90 seconds in this second half. Pardon me.
So Rankin goes and kicks it in, finds the player there in Fermano. So ex-Subiaco and South Rio player in Fermano, though. Goes the risky kick there. That is a risky one. Akers almost takes an absolute belter. What's the umpire played here? He has decided either pay the mark or the free kick. And clear advantage apparently to Rankin. It's going to come back to Daniel Akers and putting his body line on the line, but great contest there by Shalecki as well.
Any relation to Blake Akers?
Yeah, just his older brother.
Okay.
So good kick there, chips it across, lands in the hands of Fermano again. He's found himself on the other side of the ground, just chips it up the line. 2-on-2 contest there, almost knocked over the top and marked there by the number 18 there in Brox, but it's going to come forward. Good kick there this time by Cale, but lands on the chest of the 27 there in Williams. He'll look to switch nice and quickly, and a good kick and a good mark-out lead there, this time by Harry Corduroy. He'll look to try and go nice and quickly, and Sammy Ferguson, handball over the top, inboard, and here comes Benny Whitsed. Targets coming at him inside 50, and that is a great kick. Couldn't quite hit the player up there, and it's mopped up by Akers. He stops props, takes his time, goes across to Cale. It's going to go back to the hands of Akers, goes to 45, and that is a shocker of a kick. Finds a player all by himself there in the player there in Corduroy. Inside 50 there. Could have been a mark paid. No, it's not. And Akers just mops up, comes across, takes that ball, and it's going to land in the hands of the play there from the Central Wheatbelt. Umpire says play on. Player's just dancing at him, coming at him there. Decides to flick it over the top now, and it's going to be Greaves coming out of defence. Good long kick there. Shadbolt goes to try and use his body work there. It wasn't Shadbolt. It was actually
Mitchie Cameron.
Mitchie Cameron snaps around his body. And just out to the left-hand side. And how was the body work there and the snap from Cameron? Absolutely sensational.
I'd like to say I taught him some of those things. No, not really. He's a brilliant player and really crafty around goal. You saw there, used his body really well, didn't infringe, and to be honest, it's sort of expecting to finish those. Dan Akers moves so similarly to his brother, doesn't he?
Yeah, look, very, very similar kind of, obviously, body shapes there as well. I'd say Blake probably slightly more powerful. And obviously has those, a couple of extra attributes, but a very good player is Dan Akers as the Central Wheatbelt. Go and kick the ball inside 50 again. And marking out on the lead is that player in Caleb Shadbolt.
So Central Wheatbelt with the opportunity to strike first in this second half. And to say they need it is an understatement. Caleb Shadbolt from Muckenbooten sends the ball on its way. It's a great kick. He's put it through. So they do strike first in the second half, Central Wheatbelt. 2-3-15. They reduce that deficit. It's now just 16 points, trailing Mortlock 5-1-31. We've played 4 minutes in this second half and a strong start. So a couple of shots on goal early. from Central Wheatbelt, and now the conversion from Caleb Shadbolt, who I think has spent a little bit of time around the West Perth system.
Yeah, look,
he, Ward?
Yeah, he did indeed. He probably, I think he actually played 27 games, if I remember right, for West Perth. Really good user of the ball. He used to play on the wing and a high half forward, but look, ended up going back. He's a farm boy. Actually worked for the WA Footy Commission, doing work out in that region for a while, and just a ripper of a bloke as well.
There you go. Back underway in the centre of the ground. One down to Good Hugh. He's found himself with his hands on the ball a little bit early, and tripped was Oliver. So the ruckman winning the free kick. Taking advantage was Whitsett. He goes inside forward.
Falcoon.
50. It's a huge falcon. Straight off the noggin of, I think it was James Ettier. He's actually stayed down. And the umpire has called a halt to proceedings. Now, I can tell you, Ward, that although it is quite funny, it can be a little dangerous, because it is exactly how I ended up with a bleed on the brain. And I'm not saying that with any exaggeration. It's the knuckles of the player in front of him, and James Ettier is a little worse for wear.
Yeah, look, it's not what you want to see at all. You're right, it does. There is that humour value in it, but you always worry about the injuries as well, don't you? So, looks to be a little bit of that one, and hopefully the young bloke is going to be fine, as he a massive hit, wasn't it?
He does, and a bit of claret coming from the nose. I genuinely can sympathise with him, because it is almost an identical situation I found myself in.
It might not be Eddie,
isn't it? I thought it was number 4.
Yeah, no, I was going to say Eddie is definitely out there.
Yeah, you're right.
So look, we'll find out who that player is, and make sure and check in and let you know if he's going okay. But Whitsett able to take that one out there. Players just wrestling over it. Corduroy, one of those, goes back to Greaves. He's able to hand the ball back there. Well done. Goes into Rankin. Just a red hot kick there. Goes through the hands of Oliver. The big fella bends down, picks it up. Handball's back there, and it's going to be picked up this time by the 17 there. More going forwards. Good work there. Great tackle. Good, just flicks it forward through the number 15 in the Phantom, and the ball goes out of bounds with Harry Corduroy taking it over the line.
So it's a boundary throw in, about 80 metres around, just short of halfway from the Mortlock goal. Ball clears the rucks. First on the scene is Pearson. He sends Mortlock inside forward 50. Ball bounces in front of Shalecki. He couldn't gather, and Central Wheatbelt can come back the other way. Famano with the footy. He goes to Akers at centre half back, and he completes the switch out to Rankin. The ball goes over his head, and he sort of runs past it as well. I think Mortlock might win it here. They do. Running in support is Moore. He sends Mortlock inside forward 50, but sliding in, taking a good defensive mark is Munns. And he sends it back to Famano, who's had his hands on the footy a little bit in the last couple of minutes. Back with the flight of the ball. Now this is Ettier, who takes a good mark and a 50-metre penalty as well. So when I thought he'd been taken out by an absolute humming of a falcon, he's taken a great mark. Now what's happened here? I thought it was James Ettier's ball.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. It is.
It's a 50-metre penalty, and he'll be marched to about 30 metres out. We're still trying to figure out who it was that was taken out by that brutal falcon. But James Ettier with the ball in his hands from Gingin. 20 years of age. He shoots on goal. It's pretty good off the boot. It is a goal. So Mortlock's steady. Central Wheatbelt probably owning the first 7 minutes of the quarter, to be completely honest. But Mortlock with that answering goal, they are 6-1-37, leading Central Wheatbelt 2-3-15 through 7.5 minutes in their second half.
Yeah, looks like 22 points the margin at the moment. Probably a lot to do there for Central Wheatbelt. I'm not sure if they've got it in them, but look, definitely that kind of goal that the Mortlock side needed just to settle. And let's see what the Central Wheatbelt have got as they bring the ball back to the middle of the ground.
You could hear the crowd react with that falcon as
Everyone was up and about there.
It wasn't just your run-of-the-mill. It really almost gained pace as it came off hands in front of him as well.
So umpire with the ball back in the middle of the ground now. Corduroy in the ruck. It's going to be against Amos. Amos able to knock that one down there. Good work by the side there, and good pickup by Tanner. He's tackled straight away. Umpire says holding the ball, and it's going to be a free kick to the number 4 in Kale. Kale gets the ball back again after a handball from Famano. Goes inside 50. good leading out target there in Sinclair. Wasn't able to pick it up. Great hands back there by the number 13 in Pearson, but the ball's turned over. It's been flicked to his own advantage there. They're on the back. Good around the body. Will it land to the advantage of Shad? Ball just goes right into the hands of the number 27 in Williams. He mops up and does a beautiful kick to the outer side there in Harding. So Harding looks to move the border. Kester on the other side will sit there and bring the ball back through the middle. Edier is the play with the ball, and they've got heaps of space on the broadcast. Good kick to there in Brock. Brock will look and go the nice Corduroy with the ball. Takes a nice 45. Risky kick for Mano. Falls over, and that is a contender there. That's what you like to see, like a slips catch, is Braden Famano. 65 metres out. We'll just set it up absolutely beautifully. 3-on-2 contest, and a good mark at the front of the pack there was the 27 in Jaden Williams.
Yeah, defensive mark taken. He shares the ball with Brock, and they go out to the far wing. Ball lands in front of Tanner. He's got plenty of time to gather. He sends his kick down the line. Sliding in was Corduroy. They share it by hand. Ball ends with Chester. So Mortlock will go forward once again. Ball pitches in front of Farmer. He can't quite take it cleanly. He does on the second attempt, but he runs out of space. And it'll be a boundary throw in. 65 metres around from the Mortlock goal. They swept that ball across the far wing. And all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, they're at half forward. The umpire fills it back in. Sash playing in front, winning the tap, but Mortlock winning the footy. This is Moore. He sends his kick deep inside forward 50. Pack of players go up. It gets to the back. Picked up well. Snap around the corner. I think he's hit the belly of the ball. It's out on the full. It'll be a Central Wheat Belt ball. Read it really well off hands. Did I don't actually.
Don't have the number one there, unfortunately.
We don't. We've got another Phantom. Phantom certainly getting a lot of stats today.
There is a lot of, I have to admit, there's a lot of Jack Smiths from Timbuktu on a few of our team sheets, which keeps it nice and interesting there. So
I saw that too as they switched the footy, Central Wheat Belt. And I thought Farmer had given away a free kick, but Akers for the Central Wheat Belt looks a little worse for wear. In fact, I think he might be a bit groggy. So the umpire has stopped play. And even though Central Wheat Belt was controlling the footy, I think we're going to have a ball up here. Yeah. So once again, the umpire stopping play for a potential head knock as Whitsted wins it down off the ruck contest, and he's deemed to be holding the ball. So a free kick to Central Wheat Belt. They've got to move it quickly. They play on by hand, and the kick goes out to centre wing. It's a good kick too. Mark taken by Sash. He plays on quickly. It's a 2-on-2 at right half forward for the Central Wheat Belt. Ball comes to the deck. They've got the numbers there, although they can't pick it up cleanly. And Mortlock able to come in. I think that was Moore once again able to hold up play. And we'll have a ball up just on the edge of the centre square, slightly in the Mortlock's half. They lead this one by 22 points. As once again, it's Moore taken. He's unable to get his arms clear. And we'll have a ball up. Williams, I think, handing the ball back to the umpire. So it's thrown up again. And a sweet hand pass forward for Central Wheat Belt. Unable to gather it, but they're going to go inside forward 50. Marking contest, and playing from behind. He was on his knees, and it's landed in the lap of Harry Sinclair. Luck's a fortune. He had lost his footing in the marking contest, but the ball cleared the defender in front of him and landed right in his lap. So perhaps they're in, well, a very outside chance, but Harry Sinclair will need to kick truly from here, which he does. So he gives them a glimmer of hope. Central Wheat Belt 3-3-21. They trail Mortlock 6-1-37 by 16 points through 12 and a half minutes in this second half.
Yeah, look, good work there by the Central Wheat Belt side, and just right place at right time, that one. I think it might have actually been the strong-bodied player there in Caleb Shadbold again that's gone and kicked that one again. So, look, he obviously having a really purple patch for the Central Wheat Belt side there, and Just for the listeners at home, the young fella that came off there was Tommy Stanisic, actually. So, look, we want to make sure that we look after the players that are coming off the ground, let them know how they go. And it looks like the player that got collected a little bit earlier, Jake George, might be coming back on for Mortlock as well. So, lots of injuries, lots of bits and pieces going on. As the umpire takes it back to the middle of the ground, it is knocked down by Amos. Akers comes out the one, goes the high fend off, and it's going to be a free kick. Famano wanted to run away from that one, but it is going to be a free kick to the number 17 in Tommy Moore. So Moore goes across, lands in the hands of Tanner. He'll drive it inside 50 there. Good mark going back with the flight of the ball was the play there from the Midlands, not from the Midlands, from the Wheat Belt side. And he's kicked it out and lands in the hands of Munns. So Munns with the ball now. Bounces across, goes to Famano. He's been an absolute accumulator for the Central Wheatbelt side. Risky kick, and how good is the body work there? Marked on the chest of Rankin. He looks to play and go nice and quickly. Good work, links up through the middle of the ground into the number 26 from the Central Wheatbelt. Good body work there inside 50, but it is going to be Williams there mopping up once again for the Mortlock side. Goes a risky kick down there, goes and tries to find the big fella there in Jack Amos. Normally not too good below his legs, and unfortunately wasn't that side either. And Central Wheatbelt looked to try and bring the ball back in. Meldrum with the ball, turns it over there. Good work there by Famano. Went one way, went the other. Goes inside 50, and a player all by himself. And great ball movement by the Central Wheatbelt side, and they'll look to go and put their fourth on the board.
So I think it's Dinsdale who has the footy for Central Wheatbelt. We'll just wait confirmation on that, but they've got an opportunity to kick 2 in a minute here, or 2 in 90 seconds, and it really would give them perhaps more than a little glimmer of hope. As Matthew Dinsdale approaches now, has he kicked it? Oh, he's missed to the right-hand side. I think if there were any chance, that had to go through, and the opportunity goes begging. So it's a 15-point margin by way of Mortlock. They've got the footy at full back, and they go short. Mark taken by Evan. And he now goes out to the junction where the boundary meets the 50. They're just controlling the footy. That's a dangerous kick. Fortunately, Whitshead was up to the challenge. He was collected high in the process, but he has taken it, and he's got a player on his own at centre-half back. This is Sam Ferguson. We know he loves to run. He runs himself into a bit of trouble. Good enough to get out of it. He even takes a bounce in there as well, and he's found a teammate at right half back. So we're going to go long down the line now. To be honest, it's a shocker of a kick, but it falls in the lap of Criddle White. And they go into the centre of the ground. So that's attacking. Goodhue had it. And Whitshead sends it to centre-half forward. Moore was unable to take the mark, but they scramble it inside forward 50. Central Wheatbelt first there. Good pickup, but losing his footing. So they're in a bit of trouble. Whitshead kicks it around the body all the way to the goal square. Farmer was the target. Falls to the front. Picking it up, taking it in his stride was DePayne. And that is all she wrote for Game 3. Mortlock 7-1-43. Central Wheatbelt 3-4-22. They are 21 points ahead, Mortlock, and they are cruising to victory through 16 minutes in this second half.
Oh, look, once again, it was a ball movement there from the Mortlock side. Once they got that ball right into the centre of the ground, on that outer side there, where we can see the ambulance over there, well, they were able to bring it in, and it was the usual suspects of Ferguson there. We had Williams, but it was the great kick inside 50 there from Whitshead. Farmer, once again, providing a good target, and Jai DePayne, right place, right time, able to put the exclamation mark on this game. 3.5 minutes left to go. And it is the Mortlock side leading by 21 points as the umpire throws it up again. And Oliver been an absolute stalwart in there all day, as has this play in Famano. Akers just trying to track the ball forward there. Good work there by Cale. He's able to extract that one out, turned over. Shaquille McKenzie goes to try and pick it up there. Didn't want it, decided to keep going. It has been turned over. Famano was there once again. Goes back to Rankin. Kicks it inside 50. It's going to be a 3-on-2. Ball going over the top. Shadbolt is there. He will shimmy onto his left. Good kick by Caleb Shadbolt, but just out to the right-hand side, behind on the ball for the Central Wheatbelt. 3-5-23, margin of 20 points to the Mortlock side. And Mortlock just go and chip it in. Nice little kick, finds Sammy Ferguson. He'll sit there and just try and take a bit of time now. So Ferguson, 25 metres out, finds Curtis Chester on the outer side. He's happy just to wait for the play to unfold. This is where they'll normally go a little 45 kick if they've got it. Decides to just chip up the line there to the leading player there, the number 15 in the Phantom. Ball is turned over. Wheatbelt at the bottom of that pack. They'll try and push the ball forward. Umpire has found a free kick for holding the ball, and that is going to go to Benny Whitsed.
And once again, we have mentioned a couple of times, but the team sheets that are given to us are occasionally missing some numbers and occasionally have some numbers that aren't perhaps accurate. As Central Wheatbelt turned the footy over, the long shot on goal is missed to the left. It's a minor score to the Central Wheatbelt. 3-5, 23, 153, it's 20 points the margin as they bring the footy back in. This is Matthew Brock, takes the mark in the back pocket. He's got Critter White working for him at half back. So they're just sort of sharing it around as Ferguson. He's had a lot of it for Mortlock, playing off half back as well. He evades a player again. He's going to go long to the other back pocket. His kick not so good. Now, Evan was the target, and I think he was more than happy to take possession and then step across the boundary line. So we'll have a boundary throw in the dying stages of the third game of the day here at Revo Fitness Stadium. The ground holding up okay. We do have a little bit of rain hanging around, but fortunately, it's been dry thus far. So Central Wheatbelt will be hoping to try and get a little consolation prize as the ball is in their forward 50. Well, not anymore, it's not. Mortlock get it out of there. Although, running over the footy for Central Wheatbelt was done. They still win it. Fermano has been absolutely everywhere for Central Wheatbelt. Very gallant in what will be a losing side. I dare say off half-back, Sam Ferguson might be our best on. Although Ben Whitsed also had a lot of the footy.
Yeah, look, lots of strong players right the way across the ground. As you know, I like the big ruckman there in Oliver as well. But, yeah, look, that midfield group for Mortlock is absolutely phenomenal. But I have loved the work of Ferguson. His agility down back is absolutely sensational. Always looks to have a lot of time. And, look, that's what you want out of a good half-back.
Yeah, for sure. As there will be one last little opportunity here for Central Wheatbelt. And I think it might be Acres. Can't quite see that far. Maybe it's not Acres. But they've got the footy in the left forward pocket, and a shot at goal will come after the siren for Central Wheatbelt. So for a bit of respectability on the scoreboard, the kick's on its way. Oh, it looks pretty good. He's drilled it. What a great kick. A really nice finish to finish off this game. So Central Wheatbelt 4-5, 29. Go down to Mortlock 7-1-43 by 14 points in the end. It was, look, for much of the first half, well, it's probably for the first half of the first half, it was really tightly contested, and that's when Mortlock broke away, Ward.
Oh, look, they did, and looks a good performance right the way across, but Mortlock just too strong in the end. We'll go through some of the goal scorers. We had Nick Farmer kick 3 and took an absolute mark of the day. Contender as well. Singles to Etienne, Bill Corduroy, Curtis Chester, and Jai DePayne. While for the Central Wheatbelt, Caleb Shadbolt kicked 3, and unfortunately we missed the last goal scorer down the end there. But look, complete performance by Mortlock. What we'll do, we'll get ready. We'll go to a quick break soon. Set up, ready to go for the next clash between the Central Midlands against the Goldfields in what should be an absolute belter. Do-or-die clash for the Central Midlands. We'll see you after a short break at 1:30.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing with our community. Today, we continue to grow our team, services and support for our customers. As a registered training organisation, we're proud to be investing in the future of our people. We know what's important. The right equipment is essential to getting the job done, and it needs to be backed up with industry-leading service and support so we can be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Welcome back to Revo Fitness Stadium, Day 2, Division 2 of the WA Footy Country Championships. My name is Mark Foreman. Lovely to be bringing you the action wherever you may be listening and watching on Filming Footy, who are a fantastic partner and supporter of country footy. And joining me is Ward Harris. Ward, we've got Central Midlands coming up, taking on the Goldfields. And it's already been a brilliant day of footy.
Yeah, look, it's been a ripper day of footy so far. Both these teams coming up for their second game. Central Midlands, look, winning quite convincingly in their first game of the day, and look, really needing to put in a strong performance against an all-conquering Goldfield side who haven't lost a game so far in this division. Look, realistically, if results go their way, they'll be going through to the grand final. But look, let's wait and see what happens out of this game. It's going to be an absolute belter.
Now, I know we've alluded to it a couple of times, Ward, but we did just want to clarify that we've got the team sheets that have been given to us in front of us, and every now and then you get some family members or some managers come up and say, oh, you're calling such and such as this player, but actually they changed jumpers. Unfortunately, we're not to know that, so we are calling as best we can. And I tell you what, Ward, this will be my first viewing of the Goldfields, and trying to see these yellow numbers with a white background. Oh, that's a task.
Mate, it is a tough gig as well, and same with the Central Midlands side as well. Look, jumpers all look good, and it's great to see everyone wearing their different jumpers. But look, it can be a tough task. So look, if we get something wrong, if we butcher something a little bit, it's either the team sheet information we've got, or we're also just humans as well. But I'll flick you across Mark Foreman to start proceedings here in game number 4.
Absolutely, we'll do our best, and Goldfields looking to remain unbeaten as we're underway. And it is Reid for Goldfields winning the tap. Good chase down tackle. Early pressure from Central Midlands. That was a fantastic tackle. So I think is it Waters again, I think, to save the day for Central Midlands. So they'll go forward first. Ball pitches in front. I think it was Hardy. And now the ball's in dispute. Waters gets involved. So Central Midlands control it. And there's a player on his own running into the forward pocket. It doesn't quite get to him. Bounces in front. Doing well to keep the ball in front of him was the Central Midlands forward. But he couldn't get any further and escape the clutches of some of those Goldfields defenders. We'll have a ball up. So we're 45 metres out from the Central Midlands goal.
So the two rucks will end up going up. Reid able to take it down this time for the Goldfield side. Congested ball straight away. Player tackled. Umpire has found something, has he? He's found a free kick, and it is going to be a free kick across to the Central Midlands side. They're going to go have their first shot on goal. It'll be the number 10 there in Dylan Allen. So umpire picked a free kick kind of out of nowhere. It was just very, very congested. And this will be a good opportunity for the Central Midlands side to get the first score on the board. And I think there might be a little bit of light rain starting to kind of come through the air now. Could make conditions quite testing. And Allen, shot on the way. It will make the distance all the way. And that is the first goal on the board for this game. Central Midlands play there in Dylan Allen from Cervantes. Draws first blood. Later this game, 1 goal straight. Goldfield's yet to score. 1.5 minutes into this first half.
Really strong kick and a great finish. Cervantes always well represented in that Central Midlands League, often winning it. I think Mark Lacroix spent a little bit of time up there, as well as his brother, and potentially a few other West Perth and West Coast players too. So a good start and a really good finish from Dylan Allen. So Central Midlands throwing the challenge down to Goldfields early.
Yeah, look, really good start from them so far. Let's see how the Goldfields side responds.
Jordan Reid, I've been told, is a player to watch in the ruck for the Goldfields, and he does win this tap. And then winning it off hands is Stewart, so they'll go forward. Will the Goldfields? It's a fantastic kick, taking the mark on the lead. I think it's Newich. And he goes inside forward 50 with a spearing kick. But just as he did in the first game today for Central Midlands, it's the veteran Reece Waters who was there to take the intercepting mark. They control the footy at half back. Central Midlands, they flare it out wide. Todd Kenny takes the mark. Spins the footy in his hands. He's about 60 metres from his defensive goal. They just look to find the spare player. Goes in short. This is Hamilton. Shares it by hand. That's not the best hand pass. Waters can't keep it in front of him. I think this will be a turnover. It will. They stream forward. This is Clark for Goldfields. He picks it up well. Dodges one tackle. Shares a hand pass back with Delbridge. They flick it around. Ugle at half forward. Skills on full show there. Running in, trying to avoid the tackle was Delbridge. Back to Ugle. Snap on the left. I think it was Clark. Apologies. And Clark's put it out to the left just for a minor score. So Goldfields with their first behind. They trail Central Midlands, who are one straight 6 by 3.5 minutes in this first half.
So Todd Kenny looks to have the kick in and now to Midland side. And you'll see that from the Goldfields all day with those players. Delbridge, Joey Ugle, very, very silky as well. And Dylan Clark, if he gets a sniff, normally on that left foot, I would have been backing him every day of the week. But Kenny goes along, a clearing kick. Almost a good mark taken over the top, but tackled there by Reed and Burge. And we will have a ball up 70 metres out from the Goldfields goal. Umpire throws it up. Reed at the front of that pack just decides to take it out there. Good on the Central Midland side. It's going to be flicked out. It has been picked up by Burge. His handball was flicked out there, and good follow-up work this time by Bailey Taylor, the young fella. Good work, and it's good mark inside 50. Going back with the flight with the number 30 there in Curtis, I think, is for the Central Midland side. Gerald Ugle, the GWS and Peel player, picks it up. Left foot. It's going to be a goal. Yes, it is. And you can't give Gerald Ugle that much space, Mark.
What a finish. So he was on GWS's list, was he, Ward?
Yeah, dual premiership.
There you go. That was silky smooth. So I look at him and he looks to be running back. Very classy finish. And saw the opportunity as well. Perhaps it was a bit of a risky switch of play from Central Midlands, but it was made even more risky by really alert work from Ugle.
So umpire will bring the ball forward a little bit off. Work on flying that Sutherland that's going to go now into the ruck for the Goldfield side as the umpire throws it up, and Sutherland takes an easy knockout. Good work by Alex Stewart. Another good play there. Barrels it inside to pick it up this time in the number 18 for in Ackroyd. Ackroyd played very well in the Colts Carnival yesterday. Playing seniors today, and the umpire has frowned a free kick, and that will be. Can't see his jumper number from here. We'll get a player there. Goldfield's just putting on an absolute show at the moment. They started to just turn the screws, and that's Regazzani.
The pressure is absolutely relentless. Every time Central Midlands pick up the footy, they've got an opponent on them.
So Nick Regazzani's been pretty consistent. I think he's probably kicked a goal in just about every game thus far. The ball's going to land just short, is it? But good mark on the last line there. And it is the big fella there in Tommy Gillett. So I've seen him kick one on his non-preferred left before from this exact same spot down at Lane Group Stadium yesterday. Let's see what he can do with this one now.
That's a Sam Draper-inspired mullet.
It's delightful. It's glorious.
Flowing.
So Tommy Gillett, he's kicked a couple bags of 4 so far. Snaps around his body. And that is an absolute clinical finish there from the big fella from Boulder. Tommy Gillett kicks their second, and they lead this contest. 2 goals, 1-13. Central Midlands, just the 1 goal. A tick under 7 minutes gone in this first quarter.
That was a great finish from the big fella. Well, good finish from anyone, let alone a big fella. So after conceding the first I almost called them Gold Coast. The Goldfields have got the next 2. So they lead this one by 7 points through 7 minutes in this first half. And you can see the class coming to the fore, sitting atop the Division 2 ladder after yesterday's proceedings and undefeated today. They were in game 1 today, weren't they?
Yeah, look, they were indeed, and defeated the team from up Geraldton Way in the Great Northern side, who will probably could be the other really competitive team in this division. And once again, they look to try and bring the ball out, but it's been picked up by Reese Waters. Good ball over the top, this time by Hooks. He looks to try and take the ball out the other way. Good pick up this time, and it'll go to Bailey Taylor. Flowing locks. Beautiful orange boots there. Great kick there. Ackroyd was the target, but it's going to be swooped on by Ugle, and that is a sensational pickup. They'll go inside 50 now through Stewart and Gillett once again. And how clean is that ball movement, Mark?
Really was, and Alex Stewart with some clinical skills. We saw, I can't remember, but I think it was Central Midlands using the footy really well in their earlier game. Well, Goldfields are sort of dishing up a bit of their own medicine because the ball use going inside forward 50 has just been short and sharp. Could even hear one of the Goldfields players come off for a break saying ball use is awesome. So they really are on.
So Gillett, he's kicked one so far, 45 metres out, 45-degree angle, starts at left, stays left, and goes through for a minor score. So 2 goals, 2-14. Stillings 1 goal straight, 6, 8.5 gone in this first half.
They bring the ball back in pretty quickly as well to Central Midlands. It's Todd Kenny with the footy at right half back, and he sort of just places it on the ground. A really good tackle. Goldfields have turned it over. Oh, I think he's called a sling tackle, the umpire. So there you go. Todd Kenny with a bit of a reprieve. And they control the ball right down full back. Very difficult to see these numbers, but I think it's Allen with the ball for Central Midlands. His kick's a bit scrappy. And they come in and free kick for holding on as well. Don't think it was Allen. Trying to see I think it might have been Scray who's turned it over. But nonetheless, it ends in the hands of Ryan Fisher for Goldfield. So a scrappy kick, scrappy passage of play coming out of defence has resulted in a shot and goal for the Goldfields to shoot at their third. And after conceding the first, they've owned the last 7 minutes of this match. We've only played 9 minutes in this half. So he approaches now, Ryan Fisher. He kicks from about 40 metres. It won't have the distance. It'll go off hands through for a minor score. So they increase that lead by 1. And lead now sitting at 9 points.
So it's going to be Daniel Frost bringing the ball in again for the Central Midlands. Got a player all by himself. Decides to take the nice little easy kick there. Lands in the hands of, I think, Ethan King possibly. Goes to move the ball on again. This will be a good kick down the line. Gains a lot of metres. That great mark falling back with the flight of the ball. Was the number 16, the Phantom, there for the Central Midlands side. It turned over, marked by the young fella there in Bailey Taylor. Looks to go nice and quickly there. Gillett was the target, but swooped on and picked up this time by Waters. He'll go to the outer side there, and that is a good mark. They'll look to try and open up the ground now. Central Midlands looking to go. Good work by the player there on the outer side in Altena. He'll look to try and flick it up, but it is turned over, and good work there by the Goldfields. They'll look to try and bring it back. Could have been in the back. Umpire says, no, it's not. And we'll have a ball up 55 metres out from the Central Midlands goal, and probably a bit lucky there.
Yeah, I think so. I thought he fell into his back there as the umpire throws it aloft. Rucks go at it. It falls at the back to the Goldfields, and look at them work it out through hands, streaming through the centre of the ground. Garlett was the option, but they chose not to go to him. That's a perfect kick. Oh, my goodness. Straight onto the chest of Newich. So he'll send Goldfields inside forward 50 player all on his own. How does that happen inside forward 50? And the kick from Newich was good enough to get it there. And Delbridge takes the mark. Is it Delbridge, number 9?
Might have been Regazzani.
Number 8, Regazzani. Again, as we said, apologies. Kind of difficult to pick up these yellow numbers on a white background. So Nick Regazzani from the Mines Footy Club will have his shot on goal. He'll need to kick it every part of 50 metres. He does have the journey on him, but he's left it out to the left. So a minor score for Goldfields. They're perhaps not making the most of their opportunities as Central Midlands have the ball locked inside their defensive 50 in the goal square. Looking out to this broadcast wing, but they're going to go to the far wing, out to right half back. There's a player for Central on their own at the back of the pack, but a really good mark taken overhead by Goldfield. So they're going to go back inside forward 50. Ball goes up towards the big fella, one of our goal kickers in Sutherland. He's a head pass target over here. And Central Midlands take it across the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. Left half forward for Goldfields. They lead this one by 10 points through 12 and a half minutes in the first half.
He's up against Jordan Reid this time, but Central Midlands do well to shark that one out, and they look to try and move the ball by hand. Good long kick. The umpire's paid something there. Has it gone out of bounds possibly?
I think it might have been out of bounds.
Yeah, it might have been out of 5 metres out from the Goldfield goal. And look, after a fast start by the Central Midlands, it has been all Goldfields from there. And 13 minutes in, they hold a 10-point lead. So the boundary line will reset, and it's Gillett in the ruck this time. The forward, he's kicked the 2 so far. Sorry, just the 1 so far for the Goldfield side. And the Central Midlands will come up this outer side as Devitt Boyd that sits there and tries to put his body on the line. But Central Midlands turn it over and it's going to come back through the Goldfields. Great kick there from Ugle. Goes over the top and using his body well there was Duwina. Might have been actually Jaeger Martin that's ended up marking that one. Looks to move the ball nice and quickly there. It's going to land for Cade Scray. Scray goes back inboard there. Had a player running for him, decided not to take it, and he's just overcooked it in front of Duwina. But good work coming out of Feds. Great tackle. Well done to get rid of the possession, though, and they're going to work this one out. It's going to come through Kelman. So Judd Kelman just decides to flick it over the top nicely. Lands in the hands of Jordan Delbridge, and he goes pinpoint there. Looks to play on nice and quickly there through Stewart. Back to Kelman. Inside 50. Gillett can't quite mark it there and pounced upon straight away. And they will look to try and reset and bring the ball out once again. Throw up 35 metres out from Goldfield's goal.
So another opportunity for Goldfields to capitalise on some forward half footy. As they win down the tap. Going in well to pick it up. Here is Kelman. He's tackled, dispossessed, holding the ball. Really good pressure. So Judd Kelman, he's been busy. No, not Judd Kelman. I think that's... It is. Both blonde. My apologies.
They look very, very similar, those two young men.
They do. Kelman has been busy. Nonetheless, though, he's worked well through the midfield as Central Midlands have the footy at right half back. They're under pressure, though, breaking a couple of tackles. They're doing well to hold on to it, and they flick a hand pass out wide. They've found the spare player, so they'll go down the outer wing. There's a 2-on-1 down here. Oh, it gets to the back, and the Goldfields player falls over. There's a chance for Central Midlands. They go deep and long to the goal square. It's over the head of Devitt Boyd, and it'll trickle out of bounds in the left forward pocket for Central Midlands. Devitt Boyd once again the target, but he sort of slipped over and the kick probably had a bit too much on it anyway. But at least it's at the right end of the field for them as the boundary umpire catches up. It was a heck of a transition. They moved the ball well then, Central Midlands. So he'll take a couple of steps in. We've got 5 minutes remaining in this first half. They trail by 10. And taking it straight out of the ruck was Devitt Boyd. But there was a goalkeeper on the last line of defence for the Goldfields. And it's just a minor score. They're first, Central Midlands. They're 1-1-7. Goldfields 2-4-16. It's a 9-point game.
So Taylor marks the ball right on their defensive 50 there for the Goldfield side. Just directing traffic. Good run and good kick there and goes to a 2-on-1. Player from the Central Midlands side takes it going over the top, but they've turned it over and Gillett picks the ball up there. Good mark, lands on the hands of Ackroyd. We're going to call him Dan Ackroyd. Good little chip kick there. Bounces just in front of Kelman, but he's able to follow up, do his own work there, and well done by Kelman. Goes to Stewart, normally a very good user of the footy. Puts it over the top. Burge is there, picks it up, snaps, and that is a goal for the Goldfield side. 3 goals for 22. Central Midlands 1-1-7. An excellent passage of play there from the Goldfield side.
Certainly was. And Burge and Kelman both rocking the zinc. Someone needs to tell them it's not as warm in Perth as it is in Kalgoorlie during the middle of the day, perhaps.
Oh, I think, look, when you're rocking that kind of complexion sometimes, you've just got to be extra sun smart, which is probably not our issue, mate. But
no, actually I'm quite white and pasty too, so I feel, in fact, probably more so than those two boys who have been really good contributors for Goldfields thus far. And Kelman making his way to the wing and Burge taking his spot at sort of as a high half forward role. They've been really busy for Goldfields, who are currently holding a 15-point advantage in the shadows of half time. We're back in the middle of the ground, and it's Sutherland back in the ruck for Goldfields. Wins the tap, although Waters is there at ground level for Central Midlands, and it is Central Midlands that go forward. It's a 1-on-1. Good diving attempt, not taken for Goldfields. So Central Midlands with a chance, although they clean it up well to the Goldfields boys, and they share it through half back. Mark taken, and they're coming across to that man we were talking about in Kelman. Shares it by hand. They've got a player on his own, or somewhat on his own out on the wing. Ugle, well, he did well. It made it to the back. He takes a couple of bounces, and off the footy, the umpire has found a free kick for holding. And once again, it is that man Gillett. He's proving to be a bit of a handful up forward, and he'll take the free kick. I think just getting away from his defender and trying to grab a scrag of jumper, but the umpire was alert to it. So Tom Gillett will take his shot at goal from 40 metres out, slightly right of centre. And we've only got, well, we're under 2 minutes to play. This would be a dagger in the hearts of Central Midlands. As Gillett approaches now, he kicks it at the left-hand goalpost and it drifts a little further left. It's just a minor score. And I think right next to me, Ward Harris might have put that down for a goal.
Oh, look,
and now he has to scrub it out.
I went to, and then it was just the work of Aaron Ogg on the mark, which actually threw me off there. That was absolutely sensational. Central Midland looks like trying to clear it out. Good spoil over the top that time by Cuba Garlett, and they'll sit there and try and go now. The Central Midlands, does he keep it in? Yes, he does. Garlett back there for another good tackle there. And umpire letting it play. And we'll have a bit of a throw in there and a bit of feeling out there as well, which is good to see. Umpire with ball in hand as the ruck nominate. And it will be Sutherland in the ruck once again. And easily tapped down by Sutherland. Stewart's able to pick it up there. They'll go and pick it up. Cade Scray at the bottom of that one. Ball comes out, dispossessed. Good chip off the ground this time by Scray. Picked up by Dylan Clark. Ball smothered. And it goes out of bounds right on that outer side. Middle of the ground, Revo Fitness Stadium. 30 seconds left in this first half. And it is the Goldfield side with a 16-point margin.
For Filming Footy, nice to be bringing you Division 2 of the WA Footy Country Championships. Fantastic initiative, and if you wanted to reach out to John Douglas for support for more country footy, please do so, because it's a pleasure to be bringing it to you today as we're in the shadows of half-time. Goldfields with a 16-point advantage. The umpire throws it back up. Rucks go at it. Central Midlands at the fall of the footy. Although Goldfields now go forward. Kick scramble to left half forward. That's time on our fourth match of the day here in Division 2. Or is it the fifth match? Can't remember.
Oh, I think it's our third match, possibly the fourth match.
Our third, but I think it's the fourth of the day. And it is half-time. Goldfields 3-5-23. Central Midlands 1-7. So a 16-point lead to Goldfields here in Game 4. And we'll we'll take a quick break, bring you the second half action very, very shortly here on Filming Footy. Lovely to have your company wherever you're watching, right across the country.
Yep, ready to go. All right, and back to game 4 out here at Revo Fitness Stadium, home of the mighty Claremont Tigers. But it is home of the Nutrien Ag Men's 2 division at the moment, and halfway through this contest is the Goldfields leading 3-5-23. Central Midlands 1-7. Ward Harris in commentary, along with Mark Foreman. And look, Mark, really good performance from the Goldfields to start this game.
Certainly has been, and they'll be looking to solidify that as we get underway in the second half. Umpire throws it up, and it's once again Sutherland winning the tap down, but through Waters, Central Midlands will go forward. Ball lands it just on the edge of the centre square. Well gathered by Goldfields. They'll come back the other way. Running under it was Regazzani. He ends up with the footy, goes forward in front, and a good strong mark taken. It's that man once again, Tom Gillett, takes the mark 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle, and this would be the perfect start for Goldfields. After conceding the first, they've kicked the next 3, and they haven't really looked back. The ball's sort of lived in their forward half, which is now to the left of your screen, having started this second half, and looking for a strong second half for Tom Gillett to go with the start that he made to this game. So he gives it an absolute roost, and it's gone all the way across the face of goal. It didn't initially go through, but it has now. So it's a minor score to Goldfield, 3-6-24. They lead over Central Midlands 1-7 through the first minute here at Revo Fitness Stadium. Match 4 of this Division 2 on day 2. Lovely to have your company.
So Todd Kenny brings the ball in, goes and kicks long. Central Midlands got 4 or 5 players at the bottom of those pack. One of those was number 16 in the Phantom. Goes to bring the ball out. Player taken high is Alex Stewart, and he'll sit there and gain the free kick. He's got players streaming for him all over the ground. Decides to go to the big fellas there. Jake Newick drops the ball there. Ball ricocheting around. Good tackle pressure there by Jake Newick. Umpire lets that one go. Burge just throws it over the top there. Good work flicking back. Ackroyd it was. Back to Kelman. Flicks it across to Delbridge and picks out Spinks. Spinks drops the ball there. Picked up this time by Kelman, and it's gone through the middle. And that is the first goal for the second half to the Goldfields. And it's gone to Sammy Kelman.
He'd slipped out the back.
Judd Kelman, sorry.
Yeah, he'd slipped out the back. You're combining him with Sammy Burge.
I've just created a new player. There we go.
The hybrid. He'd slipped out the back really well, did Judd Kelman. He found space there, and you could sort of see he had his arms up in the previous passage of play calling for the footy, and look, to be honest, he probably shouldn't have got it. The mark was dropped by the Central Midlands player, but luck's a fortune, and he certainly made it count. Only 18 years of age as well, I noticed, Judd Kelman. In fact, he's not even 18 yet, born in December, so 17 years old, playing in the country championships, and certainly hasn't looked out of place.
No, look, they've had some good Colts players rolling through this Goldfields side today as the umpire brings it back to the middle of the ground. It was Reed, goes to Delbridge, flicks it back with Stewart with the ball, and here is that man again in Kelman. Doesn't quite land for him this time there. Central Midlands didn't want the ball. Goldfields did, and they picked it up, and it'll go through Cale Delbridge. He chips across, finds his brother in Jordan Delbridge. Nice little chip kick, and Jordan Reed has ended up ticking forward now. 70 metres from goal, holds it for a bit longer, goes back to Delbridge. He'll chip it inside 50, and the big man is the target there in Newick. So Jakey Newick from the Goldfield side, former Swan Districts player as well, and he'll sit there and go and have a shot on goal from probably right on the paint of 50 and probably on a 45-degree angle, I would have thought there as well. But red hot start by the Goldfield side. They've already kicked one. Newick being quiet so far today as he stutters in very slowly. Kicks from 49 metres out. Starts it very, very well. It's going to go right the way to the line. Just trickles over, and it's a behind on the board. So another score on the board for the Goldfield side. 4-7-31. Central Midlands 1-1-7. And they'll look to try and bring the ball in now. Bring it to the defensive 50. Central Midlands just taking their time, and that's a good kick, and it's going to land in the hands of Cooper Watson. So Watkins goes inboard there. Risky kick to a big pack of players. Somehow it's worked out there. Can't quite bring that one out. They do indeed, and good work that time by Toddy Kenny. Finds himself a little bit further up the ground. They go backwards. They'll look to try and switch the ball now. That is a risky tick, and it is Kelman. He has got players everywhere, and players just didn't quite lead to the right spot for him, and it's been turned over. So good kick to this broadcast side now. It's going to land in the hands of Jaeger Martin. He's got a player jumping out in front of him there. It is Steers. So Ryan Steers just waiting for the lead of Devitt Boyd. And here's indeed good work there and a good spoil that time from the Goldfields player to knock that one out of bounds. Kicks it out into the crowd. Says g'day, says sorry. There's good work there by Sprig de Santos.
So we'll have a boundary throw in. 70 metres around from the Central Midlands goal. Once again, the boundary umpire taking a few steps in. Hurls it over his head. Tap down in front. Off to the Phantom once again. It's a big Goldfields who win this clearance. That's a good, smart kick down the line. Mark taken in front of his eyes is Fisher. He shares it with Reed, who draws a player and then sells the dummy. Reed sends it to centre half forward. Going up uncontested is Gillett. He'll waste no time. There's players streaming forward into the forward 50. Probably not his best kick. He pops it out in front, taking it his stride as Ackroyd and then taken down in a strong tackle. That's holding the ball. They waste no time. A bit of a scrappy kick out towards centre wing. Good pick up. Handball there as well. It's a 2-on-2 and they win it, Central Midlands. This is Waters in the centre of the ground. He takes it well. He's got a player streaming forward. Doesn't use him. Goes all the way into attacking 50. I thought doing well to bring it to ground was Devitt Boyd, but the umpire said he infringed. So Goldfields can relieve. Pick up from the big fella. And they send it to centre half forward. Dangerous kick, getting a good fist in there. I think it was Hardy. And then indiscriminately kicking it right into the centre of the ground. I think that was Hardy. Although Goldfields controlling it, and now Kelman has it. He takes the mark, stops props. He's got a player right in the centre square. They share it by hand. Running forward is Delbridge. He sells the dummy and sends it back to whence it came. Fisher sends it long and strong inside the forward 50. Good mark. Playing on quickly. Players streaming into goal. Ball bounces in front of Fisher and he finishes nicely on the left foot. That was a sweeping move from the Goldfields. They moved it from half back right to full forward, almost untouched. And it was Ryan Fisher finishing with aplomb. And that is Goldfields' 5th goal. 5-7-37. They lead this one by 5 straight kicks. 1-1-7 Central Midlands through 7 minutes in this second half.
Look, that was probably my favourite passage of play so far from the Goldfield side. Started coming out of the back line from the free kick against Devitt Boyd, and then just really nice delayed play by Jordan Delbridge and the outer midfield group. Newick able to take an important mark, took his time, and Ryan Fisher just with his work rate able to get on the end of it and slot through his first goal of the game.
Yep, it was a fantastic sweeping move, and Goldfields are now clearly showing why they are favourites to take out Division 2. Hopefully they've got a couple of challenges for the grand finals tomorrow, which we'll be able to bring you here on streaming footy from Fremantle, down in Fremantle, I believe.
Fremantle Oval tomorrow.
Looking forward to that. And once again, if you did want to support the stream and support country footy, please get in touch with John Douglas, who is a fantastic supporter of what we're bringing you here today. He's the one making it all possible, as there's a holding the ball free kick at left half forward for Goldfields. Just shoving his opponent off the footy was Regazzani. Off to Phantom, who shares it with Ugo. They've sort of come undone a little bit here, and Central Midlands have turned the footy over. Scray did well, and they do well to hold it. Trying to break a tackle was Allen, and the umpire said, slinging tackle. So it'll be a bit of a pressure release for Central Midlands at right half back. They trailed this one by 5 straight goals through 8.5 minutes here in this second half.
So it's going to go to Dylan Allen, 60 metres out from his own home. Goes a long kick. It's going to be a 2-on-1 and going back with the fight there. Good mark down the chest is Brett Blair. So Blair goes a nice little chip. Almost lands in the hands of, I think that was Dylan Clark, but it's been turned over. Goes to Waters. Waters had a bit of time. Finds the player there, and that is an absolute beautiful kick there. Central Midlands just looking to move the ball nice and quickly that time through their play there, and it's going to be picked up. They'll have an opportunity there. Umpire says bring it back.
50 metres.
And it is going to be 50 metres there. And I think Purser thought he'd absolutely fallen onto a gift. And it is going to be 50 metres. Ball will come back up to the middle of the ground. So opportunity for a little bit of a rest now. Players just taking their time, getting some water in. And it will be a free kick to the Goldfields side. So it'll be Sprig de Santos and for player to go, and he goes the big long targets there. That player being a Newick, and takes a good mark again. Decides to go back off his mark, sets it up. Gillett is the target over his head, almost lands well, and we have a free kick. And the big feather there in Gillett is going to get the free. Have they paid advantage? Ackroyd just waiting on the line. I think that's Regazzani actually.
No, it's come back, and he made sure the umpire saw it. Did Big Gillett?
Nothing wrong with making sure the umpire knows that should be a free kick, mate. The umpire's never going to change his mind either, so
no.
Might as well make it worth its while.
It's like arguing with the bouncer ward. He'd kick you out, but he's not going to change his mind.
Hasn't been a problem for me, mate, unfortunately for a few years, but there we go. It's Tommy Gillett with ball in hand, 35 metres out, slight angle, and he should slot through his second goal of the game. Yes, he does. And that is the 6th for the Goldfield side, all conquering Goldfield side. 6-7-43, Central Midlands 1-1-7. A tick over 10 minutes gone in this second half.
Good finish. And I thought we were in for an absolute cracker when Central Midlands scored the first goal of this game. But the following 6, including 7 behinds, so it may as well be 7 goals, have gone the way of the Goldfields, and they have been absolutely dominant, and they lead this one by 36 points as the umpires make their way back to the centre of the ground, and the players do as well, rather sheepishly. I think there probably are a few sore heads. I know what can happen in Country Week or for the Country Carnival, but we are back underway in the ground. Rucks go at it. Waters is there again for Central Midlands. Well, I think it might have been King diving on the footy in the centre of the ground. It's a bit of a scrap. They'll do well to get it out of here. In fact, they won't. The umpire comes in and will have another ball up. Tyrese Clark, the last man up from the bottom of that. Throws it aloft again. Just getting rid of his opponent was Jordan Reid. That is a free kick to Central Midlands. So Purcell will take it. He plays on quickly by hand, and it's Frost who sends it to the outer wing. Not his best kick. Well, it was an okay kick, perhaps not the right option, and Goldfields have it now. That's an absolute bullet. Delbridge off to, fantastic. Kelman was the kicker. They go inside 50, taken in a strong tackle. I'm still deciding whether it's Kelman or Burge each time those young blonde fellas get the ball, Ward. But on that particular occasion, it was Kelman, who has certainly played really well today. We are in the Goldfields 50. Repelled now. Central Midlands bring it back the other way. A couple of players under it. Huge fist forward. Phantoms there for Goldfields. Toe poke forward again. Just taking territory where they can. Goldfields go back to the forward 50. Player getting a bit too much space on his own. A shot on goal from Clark from 50 metres out. He's drilled it. What a goal. Stepped one player and then set sail from, probably about 47 or 48 metres. And Tyrese Clark has kicked, I reckon, what's probably been the goal of the day for Goldfield. 7-7-49. They lead this one by a monster margin, 42 points over Central Midlands, who are 1-1-7.
Yeah, look, great work there, and he looked to have so much time, Tyrese Clark. He got best on ground in one of our games that we called yesterday down at the Colts Carnival in Pinjarra, and he's jumped up straight into Men's Division 2. Hasn't looked out of place, and a good finish there by the young fella again. So just under 7 minutes left in this game now, and Goldfield's 42-point margin. Be looking to see if they can add a few more goals in there, get a bit more confidence, but just so well drilled right the way across the field. As the umpire throws it up again, Reid able to take that one out. No one able to get possession this time. Drop ball there, picked up by the Phantom. He loses it there. Well done by Scray. Ball comes out there. The player lands on his back quite awkwardly, I think.
Yeah, that was a heavy fall.
Was a heavy ball, and it'll be a relayed free kick up the ground. Go to the Central Midlands side. He's got players streaming forward, just sets it up nicely, and good work over the top. And I think that is Britzer that might have that mark. And might be Burge that isn't too happy with that.
No, I think it's Kelman, and he was giving him a little bit to go on with.
So it is Britzer with ball in hand. He's going to kick from probably 35 metres out, sharpish angle, but not a bad side for a right footer. I've got a feeling he might be a left footer, actually. No, right foot. Britzer, good kick. It's not going to quite get there, just on the goal line. Devitt Boyd was there, but spoiled over the top by Sprigg de Santos. And a minor score. Central Midlands, only their second point of the game thus far. And a good kick in. And Sprigg de Santos, he's moved up nice and quickly, landed that ball on his chest. We'll sit there and try and bring it out this side there. And that is a good mark out on the chest, this time by Fisher. Goes across to Clark. He goes to Reed, and Reed takes a good mark. He'll go back on side. The Phantom grabs it. Sits there nicely for him. The last goal kicker there in Clark. Goes to Stewart. Stewart tackled. Good handball out. Good presser. What's the umpire said? A push in the back, apparently. Play the umpire's whistle, and that is fine.
Bit of drizzle coming across the ground, Ward.
Oh, he's actually played the free kick against Ugle up that way. He's gone down the ground, I should say. So Joey Ugle with the ball, and yeah, you're right. Definitely a bit of drizzle coming down now. It's going to make the game probably that little bit contested. And we're interested to see what Ugle does. So sets it up beautifully. Gillett the target, and such a good mark above his head there by the big fella. And he's going to go and have a shot 40 metres out directly in front and see if he can nail through his third.
Didn't quite think that option was on, but Gillett made it be on with a really strong mark.
Good ball user, Joey Eagle, though, wasn't he? Like, really smart, powerful kick. Another ex-Perth player as well there in Joey Eagle. Probably a draftable type as well in his younger days.
Something we're familiar with from anyone with the surname Eagle, to be honest. Very skillful.
Very handy family name there. And Gillett, he's going to kick from about 43.5 metres out, I reckon. Just out to the left-hand side. Minor score. He'll be filthy with himself there. Still kick 2 for the day, but 8 behinds on the board now for the Goldfields. 7 goals, 850. They've cracked the half-ton. Central Midlands 1-2-8. Just about 4.5 minutes left in this contest.
They bring it in from full-back, Central Midlands, and they go right to half-back, although the numbers there favour Goldfields. Taking it and then dispossessed. I thought it almost could have been holding the ball. Clark slaps it forward for Goldfields. And it sort of bobbles around a bit. Well done to win it in there was Ackroyd. Although, once again, as you mentioned, Ward, this game might get a little contested with this drizzle, and they're unable to get away. Off the bottom was Fife, handing the ball back to the umpire, and we'll have a ball up between the centre square and the 50-metre arc of Goldfields. Spiked forward for Central Midlands, but I suspect it's going to come straight back. This is Hooks. He sends it out wide. Once again, finding space is Kelman. He does well. He looks inside forward 50. The ball's going to land about 40 metres out. No mark taken. Ball hits the deck. Central Midlands mop up. And taken in a high tackle with the Central Midlands defender. So they will have a moment of respite as they play on by hand. And now look into the centre of the ground. Taking the mark on his chest is Cade Scray. And he goes out towards centre wing. Player underneath it. Thought he might have been taken front on. Nothing doing. Keeping it in front of him for Central Midlands. And able to take the ball out of bounds. Right on centre wing. It's a 42-point margin through 17. Nearly 18 minutes in this second half as the drizzle is now a little annoying, I think, for these players. It's quite persistent. So the boundary umpire throws it back in on the far side of the ground. So if you thought we were having trouble seeing the numbers earlier, it's getting up. Good interception, half back. And now they complete the switch. This is Ellis. He takes the mark, but then loses grasp of the footy. It is getting greasy. Does well to go back in and win it. Well done, Ellis. And they go into the centre of the ground, and the mark taken by Kenny. So he assesses his options. We're only under, there's about 90 seconds left. That is a good option, actually. Mark taken at half forward. We don't have his number. He puts the kick in front of Devitt Boyd, who's unable to gather it. Go in. They've got a player at half back. Although the really good smother to keep it inside the forward 50 from Central Midlands. The pressure's been good in the last minute or so, but they hold up well. Emerging with it is Cuba Garlett. And with all the poise in the world, and on the outer wing is Sam Burge.
So Sam Burge with the ball in hand. Good centering kick. Burge just keeps running absolutely beautifully, and they'll look to try and bring it over the top there to his lookalike in Kelman. Kelman goes long. Gillett the target. Good body work. Finds front spot. Lands in his chest, and Gillett will go back, try and kick his third, and the 8th goal on the board for the Goldfields.
He's been a really good target for Goldfields up forward, albeit that the ball movement has been really quick to allow forwards to create a lot of space, but he's done what he's needed to do. And how many did you say he's got?
He kicked 4 twice yesterday.
Yeah.
And look, been red hot throughout this tournament.
He certainly has.
So Gillett with the ball. He'll kick from about 38.5 metres out, slight angle. Puts it through. This one's out to the right a little bit. Stays right. Another behind for Gillett. He's kicked 2 goals, 3 now. So Goldfield 7 goals, 9-51. Central Midlands 1-8. And that will be final margin. Game 4 of the Men's 2 Nutrien Ag Championships done and dusted. Goldfield's the winner. A big margin in the end. 43 points. I was trying to do the maths in my head there, Mark. And
Yeah,
look, convincing team. And look, you can see why they're the favourites to win this Men's 2 division.
Oh, that was clinical. And they, like we said, they conceded the first goal and then proceeded to kick the next 7. And it really was clinical. And we spoke about, I spoke in game 1 about the talent on show that I saw yesterday. I feel like Goldfields almost have all of it. They've got the skill, they've got the big bodies, and they've got the big fellas up forward as well. So they're going to be really difficult to beat.
Yeah, look, they will be indeed, and probably show why. Look, they probably could be a Division 1 side next year, I would have thought as well. So, look, well done to the Goldfields. Set themselves up for what will be a grand final appearance tomorrow. Myself and Mark, we're going to go take a break, but make sure you tune in for what will be a ultra of a game next between Mortlock and the Great Northern Football League. I think either of those sides could go through the round. Goldfields across that with the Radio Mama boys, and we'll be back for the last game from about 3:30.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irrigator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead. Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing with our community. Today, we continue to grow our team, services and support for our customers. As a registered training organisation, we're proud to be investing in the future of our people. We know what's important. The right equipment is essential to getting the job done, and it needs to be backed up with industry-leading service and support so we can be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.
Wheat belt, but Mortlock got their job done, and Great Northern, they won 2 games yesterday and looking to win their 3rd game today after losing their 1st game today. So that's how it plays out. In Division 1, it would appear to me that Avon are through to the grand final and they take on Southwest Football League. And in Division 2, Goldfields clearly the favourites in Division 2, and they'll take on the winner of this game, Mortlock. And Mortlock are playing Great Northern. Just looking at the Mortlock club, they've got a lot of young players. They've got some senior players as well. But the Mortlock is a very, very strong league, very efficiently run. And they make up from towns and communities and football clubs such as 2J, Gingin, Darren Wiley, Gamelling, Kalingri. So they're the sort of areas we're talking about. Darwallinu as well. So just be aware of where the Mortlock are from. And as we know, the Great Northern Football League comes with the 7 clubs, the 4 city clubs, 3 country clubs, and there's a good mix of all those clubs. In the last game, the only really negative, apart from losing the game, was the fact that Big Hayden Johnson did an ACL in his shoulder. We've spoken to the people involved, and naturally Hayden's disappointed. But the good news is they believe that it's about a three-week injury, so hopefully he will be well and truly back in contention for the finals when Brigades play in the finals this year. So that is a bonus. And the saddest news so far to come from Country Week is the injury yesterday to Dylan Corbett, the wingman from the Northampton Football Club. Dylan has had quite a fair bit of structural damage to his shoulder and is unlikely, of course, to play again this year, which is disappointing. But let's talk about the big one this afternoon. Mortlock taking on the Great Northern. Of course, the first quarter with thanks, or the first half with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton, and the second half with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Jack, and of course the MEDAC scoreboard. And let's hope it rolls over quite nicely. It has become a little bit overcast. There has been a light drizzle, but as I said at the very beginning, we're joined in commentary today by Peter Fiorenza and Ross Wellington. And Peter, a real good opportunity for Great Northern, a mini final. They were disappointing early in last game against Goldfields, but they worked their way back into it and didn't get overrun in the great extent. They lost by 21 points, but there were some good positives to take from the game.
Yeah, there certainly was, especially halfway through the second half. They still continued on with their game plan. Of course, some of their major players, and one being Jaden Schofield, I should say, was had 2 players on him at one stage, so he wasn't able to be his normal effective self. But they got a little bit around that. They continued to play the game plan that they've been playing up until the game today, and that is to have a bit of direction in their play. The Great Northern are often been known as a team to run and stun, but the style of the type of team that they have at the moment, and I'm sure Ross Worthington would agree with this, is a side with a few tools in it, and around tools, Pud, you can build some structure.
Yes, that's true, Pete. Also, with our side this year, we like in yesterday's matches, we had Zippler, blokes like that, Clay Zippler from Brigades, and other blokes like that played quite well. Well, they're down a bit today in the first game, but then we had blokes like Jamie Williams from Northampton and a couple of others have picked up what they did yesterday. So it's an all-round team at the moment.
And that's the thing. There's bonuses. You can make a case for every player. I don't think there's any player that has let us down. They've all been able to play to this level, which is a real bonus. And it's going to be a really tough contest. And it's nice that it would have been nice to beat Goldfields, of course, and go straight into the grand final and, go through and cruise in. But this is a good build-up, an opportunity now. They know it's a semi-final or a mini-final. And if they do the right thing and get the score on the board and win, they're into a grand final. So it's a pretty special way to go in, and it's a nice way to build up to next, hopefully, the final tomorrow.
Just watching Harry Taylor having a few extra shots while the boys are in a huddle, so that he's nailed 2 in a row. So
yes,
that could be a bonus.
A very big bonus. Of course, Harry probably a little bit quieter in the last game than he was in the 2 games yesterday. He really set the standard yesterday. We know he's a very, very good player, and he's a very proud player. And the Goldfields are to be congratulated. We saw the Goldfields just play the game prior to us, and they continue to impress. They've got good players around the ground. They move the ball very, very well. They're a Swiss unit, and they're big-bodied players. And, as we said, coming into this campaign, we knew that their side, the Goldfields side, is a Division 1 type side, and would like to think that the Great Northern are a Division 1 type side. So an important game for Great Northern here against Mortlock, who, as I mentioned, are only from very small communities, but because they're relatively close to the city, they also draw a lot of good players from the city with imports. But I can't see a lot of big names in their side, but I'm sure there's quite a few players that have had good WAFL experience along the way.
I think you'll find that they'll have a red-hot crack themselves.
Well, they've got nothing to lose.
Chance.
Yeah, well, they're a chance to win too, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
So we said the Great Northern players include Ewan Watley, Matt Russell, Ryan Latessa, Tom Fleming and Callum Marquis.
Kicking to the northern end again in the start of this game, Glenn.
Okay, that's good to see, and we can tell you straight up that Harry Taylor is at full forward and he's at the right end. And I've got it right this time.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah,
well done.
I can actually see the man and haven't got him confused with the goalpost. The ball is held aloft by the umpire. I'm about to get this first half underway. The Community Bank Quarter on Drennan O'Malley Motors Game Day, coming live from the Nutrien Ag Solutions Country Championships Division 2. And straight away, Kim Schofield wins the ball forward, goes to brother Jaden, back to Kim, now to Ringo McKenna, back to Jaden Schofield, kicks the ball forward, ball cut off by half back there for the side there in Mortlock. And a Mortlock player gets held, play on's the call, umpire giving it plenty of opportunity to flow. Now Mortlock have it, goes the way now of Whitsed. Whitsed gets the ball forward, right into the forward line, looking up there for Atia. Atia picks up the ball now, puts it on his left boot, up towards the southern end of the ground, and Jack McKee, who played well in the last game, gets a kick away, slips over at the crucial stage, and a good mark taken there by the player there for Mortlock in Charlie Harding.
Harding sends it inboard now, finds a teammate equal to Payne. Payne in turn sends and have good hands here as we see McKenna working back, heading it out to the far side. The ball with Great Northern goes away of Schofield. We need to see more of Jaden in this game, one would think. Gives it to brother, and he sends it down the line, and Kim Schofield doesn't meet the intended target. Back away now of Mortlock as they go into the pocket. The whistle does sound it, or does it? The umpire lets it play on as it comes forward now for Mortlock. They take a mark just below the scoreboard, which has no score on it at the moment here at Claremont Oval, and I think it's been kicked out on the full. So the ball will be kicked back in by the Great Northern player, and that of course is Jack McGee, who had a good last game, as Glenn mentioned, wearing the long sleeves. The only player to do that in the Great Northern. He plays on now. He finds a teammate who runs on pretty quickly, and that's Lawrence Evans. Evans plays on now down the line, gives it back to McKenna. McKenna sees the lead, and it's a beautiful lead by Dan. And Dan marks just inside the forward 50. Plays on now, another lead. That lead was by Harry Taylor. He couldn't take the mark. The ball spills free, goes to ground. He dives on top of the ball once again. The Mortlock defence working overtime, but Great Northern keeping it in their forward 50. Just away from the GNFL goal.
Yeah, good bit of play there from the Great Northern. The ball thrown up in the forward 50 for Great Northern. Great Northern have it in their attacking zone. 2 minutes gone in this first term with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton. Picked up by Harry Taylor, wins it out of the ruck, gives it away of the player there, and Leon Gelby, and he shoots on goal. And Leon Gelby, who had a very good day yesterday, continues it on today with a report of the opening 2.5 minutes of this first half. So Leon Gelby doing well, received the ball from Harry Taylor, and Great Northern have started this first half very well put.
He used his strength, his experience, everything, grabbed it out of the ruck, 30 metres out, handballed over to Gelby, and Gelby didn't miss.
One straight goal to nothing on the scoreboard in favour of the Great Northern. Schofield go down a little bit earlier on, but he's up and about, which is good to see. As I said, hopefully brother Jaden gets a bit of the ball in this game. The umpire's probably in his favour in this game, we'd think. The ball going forward now for Mortlock. They get it out of the middle, but not a great kick. It bounces off the chest of a player. Quickly got it on, though. They made something out of nothing, Mortlock, as they kick toward the big goals, the big sticks. It's going to go in. Yes, it's a great goal by Mortlock. In fact, it's hit the post on the way through. So, but
unlucky.
Yeah, a bit unlucky. People were just standing back and watching it there as the ball went forward for Mortlock. On the far side, Kim Schofield has it now as they run on the Great Northern off the half-back flank. Finding this player, I've liked him since joining the lineup. That's Lawrence Evans. Evans coming inboard now. Can he find support in half-forward area? Players setting themselves at the back of the pack. Up they go, and Harry Taylor takes a nice mark. He plays on now, gives it away to a teammate who's equal to the task, shoots on goal, and that is another goal to the Great Northern. And I think that goal came from Ryder, and that is Christopher Ryder, who scored a goal for Great Northern, playing a lot more confidently than he did in the last encounter.
A good effort there from Christopher Ryder. Once again, Harry Taylor has come to play in this game, and Christopher Ryder finished it off beautifully. There's about 3 players playing out there for the Mortlock at the moment who aren't listed in the book. So unfortunately, makes it hard when they aren't listed in the book. But I guess they must have had some injuries. They brought in some players to help them out, or maybe they didn't fit into the jumpers that they were assigned, and that might be the reason as well. But we have a few players that aren't in the book, as in number-wise, that is.
Nice grab, Glenn, by Harry Taylor, right on the 50-metre line.
Yes, on the Medac scoreboard, Great Northern have started well. They're 2 goals straight, 12. Mortlock yet to score. Ball back in the centre. Ringo McKenna appeared to be held. Play on's the call. Goes the way of Mortlock's player, Whitshead. Whitshead ball, and he's been... So the free kick will go to the Mortlock player, Whitshead. Whitshead with the free kick. Whitshead takes the ball out of the centre, kicks it up towards half forward. Player there in Etia has the ball, bounce away from him. In goes Clay Sipler, gets it out to teammate in Kim Schofield. He gets it further afield, gets it the way of the player there in Simpson, and they go forward to the Great Northern. Great Northern have it now. Forward line, looking there for Ryder. This time it's James. Ball comes back towards Geraldton player in Caden Dan. Ball spills. Harry Taylor there. Feeds a handball out, looking again for Caden Dan. Pack around the ball, 30 metres from goal at the northern end, the end to which Great Northern are kicking in this quarter. And we down, or a throw up, about 30 metres away from the goal. We played 5.5 minutes in this first half, with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton.
Harry Taylor having an impact early. He goes in for the ruck tap on that occasion, knocks it to ground. Going to ground are a couple of players, but it is the Mortlock who do better. Working overtime as they get it out. Snaps back inside the corridor. Up goes Caden Dan. He couldn't take the mark. At the back of the pack is shoots on goal, but on this occasion he's inaccurate, and it goes through for... Oh, I think it's gone out of bounds. So it didn't make it through the goals at all, Pud.
That was Jay O'Brien that had a lovely pick-up, but he was off target.
Boundary umpire puts the ball back into play. The big fellas go at it. Harry Taylor tries to take it out of the ruck. Picked up by the player there for Mortlock, and Godhu. Godhu gets tackled. Ball goes tripped. Free kick will go the way of that player, who is also not listed. So the ball goes forward across the ground, goes the way of a teammate, and it goes the way of a player there not listed in the book. Goes to a player there in Evan. Evan has the ball. Goes the way to a teammate there in Pearson. Pearson has the ball. Centre wing, outer side. Great Northern have started well, but Mortlock working hard. Ryder. Goes the way of Ryder. Ryder goes to Kim Schofield by hand. Handball goes back. Looking there for Schofield. He gives it to a teammate, Clay Sipler. Clay Sipler from centre wing, kicks it up towards full forward. looking for some movement. Player was held while not in possession. That was Harry Taylor. So Harry Taylor gets a lot of attention, as you'd expect, but he gets a few free kicks.
He knows
as
how
well.
to manufacture kicks too, and that was pretty well done by Harry Taylor, Glenn.
Yeah.
He's going to have a shot on goal now as Harry. He's going to be about 45 out when he gets onto this one. Kicking from the far side of Claremont Oval here this afternoon. So Harry Taylor's come to play in this game, that's for sure. Told him he shouldn't slip over, and he said, I won't, Pete. Here he goes. Harry Taylor kicking toward the northern end. See what he can do. It's got the distance. Has it got the accuracy? No, it's going to drop short. Over the back. Has it gone through? Comes back to a Great Northern player. The
Good
player
pressure.
for the Mortlock side ensures that it meets the boundary pretty quickly and goes over the white line. So Great Northern keeping it in their forward 50. Another goal, he'll be good. They lead on the scoreboard, goals to 1 point. The boundary umpire throws it back in now from the broadcast side. Up goes Harry Taylor once again, knocks it down the throat of a teammate. A player picks it up off the ground and sends it out here. From our broadcast position, it's all Great Northern, and Forrester takes a nice mark. The young captain for Towns Footy Club gets it over to another youngster of prominence. We're talking about Perham. Perham sends it inboard now. He finds a player there who sends it down into the half-forward area, into the pocket. They can play on now as Galby sends it inboard now. Goes to a teammate, that's Williams. Williams in turn gives sees a few options. To get it over to McKenna.
Well done,
He's
Simpler.
misfooted, but goes back to Simpler. The corridor goes the way of Williams once again, but he snaps away all too quickly and goes through for the minor score.
And on the scoreboard for Medak this afternoon, Great Northern go to 2 goals, 1-13. They lead Mortlock 1 behind as we see Mortlock come out of defence. Ball comes from the half-back line there from Evan. Evan gets it up towards centre wing, looking there for a teammate in Corduroy. The ball comes back to Great Northern. The ball's now with Schofield, and the player that got it to him was Perham. Schofield gets the ball now, looking for a teammate. That teammate gets shoved out of the road there, and Gelby and gives the opportunity for Mortlock, but the ball comes back. Well done by the Great Northern player there in Williams. He gets it further towards Gelby. Gelby goes by hand, gets the ball forward, whistle on play. And there's a player that is in a fair bit of bother. Looks like he might be knocked out, actually. He hasn't moved. Leon Gelby getting up, which is good news for the Mortlock player. Gelby's coming off for a spell. And the Mortlock player getting himself up off the ground.
Yes, he'll have the free kick. That player is Etia. Etia sends it inboard now. A player moves on, collected Ferguson. Ferguson for the Mortlock side. Sends it into the half-forward area. But it's the half-back area. It's picked up and easily disposed of by a player for Great Northern who sends it to the outer side. That player is Forrester. He's had a good campaign as the youngster, as I've mentioned. Young captain of the Towns Footy Club. Player there in defence in Jaden Schofield. Limping a little bit there. We'll have to watch what happens with that player. He's much like Great Northern, but limping as he gets up gingerly from that clash of ball. Lost the plot a little bit here as Mortlock start to get a little bit of a control. They're going forward as Forrester runs into attack a fellow player there who moves over, a fellow opponent I should say, who moves toward the line and takes the ball over. So the ball in the half-forward area for Mortlock, and things at the moment, the sway in the game sees Great Northern 2-1-13, leaving Mortlock just a 1 point.
And Jaden Schofield is a little bit more freely. The trainer, Phil Collins, is out there, which is good news. Goes the way there of the player in Ryder. This time it's Jamie Ryder. Gets it up to his brother in Christopher Ryder. Christopher Ryder on half forward.
That was just out of the textbook, pocket. That one, Glenn.
Yeah, gets in the way of Harry Taylor. Takes a good, strong mark. Harry is deep in the left forward pocket, the northern end. So Harry is about 35 metres out. We saw him kicking goal after goal in the warm-ups from this one.
Those shots.
How he goes. Harry was coming in now, puts it on his head. Look at the magic goal. Well done, Harry Taylor. Well done, Great Northern. Great Northern on the scoreboard for Medak this afternoon. Great Northern go to 3 goals, 1-19. Mortlock are 1 behind.
Yeah, they always got to trust a left footer, Glenn.
Yes, but he's on the wrong side for a left footer, so he did it pretty well. Did it very well.
He knew what he was doing, didn't he?
He does know what he's doing.
Yeah, the ball coming back into the middle now. Great Northern have the ascendancy. They are 3 goals, 1. They lead Mortlock just the 1 point. Mortlock, incidentally, have had it in their forward 50 more often than the scoreboard indicates, but the Great Northern are working to a plan, and it's working pretty well at the moment. So back in the middle now, as we head toward the middle stages of the first half here in what is probably a semi-final, preliminary final, you could say, as the final looms tomorrow. The ball up in the air now, players setting themselves. Up goes the player there in Jakes. He knocks it to ground. Eventually goes the way of Williams. Williams with good hands gets to a teammate who kicks it out into the half-forward area. Coming through, he takes a beautiful mark as Lawrence Evans. Got good hands as this fella. With the yellow boots, he sends it up into the full-forward area. Harry Taylor is all there on his own. Can't take the mark. Is pushed out of the road. But the Great Northern go forward still, and it comes off the boot of the player there in Williams. He's unable to get it inside the goal area, but the ball comes out again for Mortlock. Mortlock looking good as they send it inboard, but Great Northern putting on the pressure as the ball continues to go forward for Great Northern. The ball now is with that player in Russell. He's almost caught in possession, one would think, and a free kick will go the way of Mortlock. Off the half-back flank, they play on now. The ball comes out and goes the way of the player Criddle White. Criddle White gets it to a teammate. Teammate right in front of our broadcast position, and we're talking about DePayne. DePayne sends it down the line now. Players setting themselves. Up they go. There's a host of players there. Both Great Northern and Mortlock players. Comes off the fist of the Mortlock player and goes out, and that player is Cordroy, and he's got his jeans on today.
13 minutes gone in this first half with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton. And on the Medex scoreboard, Great Northern 3-1-19 lead. Mortlock 1 behind. Ball is in the forward 60 for the Mortlock side. Mortlock going to the southern end, picked up now by the hard-working player there, Atia. Atia gets it in towards the forward pocket. Well done by Bo Simpson. He's working hard, gets it out towards Schofield. Schofield goes behind. Zippler puts it on his left boot, finds Jade O'Brien on centre wing. Outside, O'Brien quickly kicks it up towards full forward. Looking there for Harry Taylor. Almost a good mark. Bounced away from him. The Mortlock defender doing a good job on Harry at the moment. Ball comes in back towards the centre. Goes the way of Shucklick. He gets it further to a teammate there in Whitshed.
Say that again, Claire?
Yeah, Shucklick. He gets the way of a player there in Callum Callum Marquis. Callum Marquis gets it further now. We see the players settling down. Has it. Gets it in towards the centre where he finds Whitshed. So they're getting a little bit of momentum now in the fact they're getting a little bit more of the ball as we see the ball go forward through Curtis Chester. Good kick.
Oh, nice mark.
And a good strong mark taken there by the big fella. And Nick Farmer looks like he's taken a very good mark. Under a fair bit there from Jack McQueen. And for a major for the Mortlock side as we head towards the latter stages of this first half with thanks to Community Bank Geraldton on Drennan O'Malley Motors Game Day. On Radio the Mama, the home of GNFL football. So let's see the player kick the key forward, kicking from 40 metres out. Looks pretty good, but unfortunately for him, Nick Farmer was offline. The player from Kalingari, and 1 point on the Medac scoreboard. Mortlock at 2 behinds. Great Northern are 3 goals won as Jack McQueen to bring the ball in. Gets a short pass, put his teammate there, Kim Schofield, overrun the ball. Mortlock have an opportunity now through Charlek, and you'll hear that name a lot today. It'll be different every time I say it.
Poor old Sam. Can we just call him Sam?
We'll just call him Sam. We'll call him
when Sam gets the ball.
When Sam gets the ball, you know who we're talking about.
Sam Shalaki. He's
that's it.
A boy from Gingin.
Yeah, so Shalaki. No, Sam Shalaki, but the ball comes across the face of ground. Face of goal goes the way there.
Oh, no.
Bo Simpson, but there's a turnover now and an opportunity for Mortlock to make them pay.
That was
and Luke Tanner has got a goal, the first of the afternoon, a turnover. And on the Medac scoreboard, it is a first for Luke Tanner and a first for Mortlock in the goal sense. And it's Great Northern. 3 goals won, 19. They lead Mortlock 1-2-8.
Ross Wood-Worthington, I felt for Jack McQueen coming out of defence there. Defender, as you know, being a defender, the forwards can make several mistakes and get another opportunity time and time again, but the defender gets one, and if he misses it, it can be costly.
Yeah, Peter, it can hurt, but just prior to that, I've written down Tunbridge, Evans, Forrester, McKee and Bo Simpson. Bo was involved in that bit of accident, but I'm very impressed how they're moving around and backing each other, and it's a very young back line. So
it certainly is. The scoreboard reading 3-1-19 the Great Northern to Mortlock 1-2-8. The last goal scored by Mortlock. In fact, it is their first goal of this particular game as we head toward the half-time break. One would hope the Great Northern could get another score on the board before then. The ruckman for the Great Northern was held on that occasion, but the umpire said, "You're all in it, boys," as we see Jakes give it to a teammate who plays on down into the half-forward area. And being held there was the Chapman Valley player in O'Brien. He's had a good championship. He's had it against him, so he must have stood in front of his player, pushed him out of the road. Ball coming down the line. And goes forward again now for Great Northern under the guise of Russell. Russell has a little time to get rid of the ball, but Inso gives it to Ryder. Ryder gives a little chip pass. He's looking for a teammate there in Lawrence Evans, but doesn't find him. Mortlock, will they get out of jail? Playing with the ball a little bit, but time is on their side at the moment as they kick it to the far side. And it's under the scoreboard, which sees them trailing in this game. Great Northern have the ascendancy. This ball goes into that pocket on the far side of Claremont Oval. Going toward the boundary, a player is almost slung, but the ball goes free. But a Geraldton player is almost collected. That's Perham, I think. And the umpire, is he seeing it the same way that we are? Yep. And a free kick will go the way of the Great Northern defender. So that is actually Schofield, who was dealt with on that occasion. Playing off a half-back line. He can play after half-back, play up front. He certainly can get possession and position. Can Jaden Schofield the ball? It's centre wing now. Going the way of the ruckman.
Well done.
Jakes sends it in. Mark hit a great little bit timely, and it certainly comes out and takes a very good mark. Outside the 50, he snaps toward goal, and there he is. He takes a beautiful mark, and that is Jamie Ryder.
Beautiful bit of play there from Harry Taylor. Led the race for the ball, marked it on his chest. He wasn't prepared to have a go from 50 metres, and he had the very talented player who marked it on his chest. Beautiful pass, and he's 25 metres out. You'd put your house on this one because he's a very good player, but we saw him miss one previously, but he's 25 metres out, directly in front. A very important goal to get the one back that Mortlock got a few moments ago, but a good build-up there from Great Northern. Started on the half-back with Jaden Schofield, and now it's finished off beautifully. And well done to Jamie Ryder. He gets his first of the other. And we can tell you that our goal scorers for the Great Northern Football League point, with thanks to the City of Greater Geraldton and Lara Dalton, the member for Geraldton. Leon Gelby has one, Christopher Ryder one, Harry Taylor one, and Jamie Ryder one. So the scoreboard for MEDAC at the moment reads Great Northern, 4 goals, 1, 25, 1, 2, 8, and the first half is almost done. So it's been a very good first half for the Great Northern.
Certainly, as Bills and Bubbles Plumbing for their support of the Great Northern Football League at the Country Championships, as Mr. Football has alluded to. Almost half-time, and it is half-time here in the final round-robin games for the Great Northern, and hopefully we'll see them through to tomorrow's grand final against the Goldfields. But at half-time, it is the Great Northern 4 goals, 125, leading the Mortlock 1-2-8, and you're listening to Radio Mama with a home.
Day 2 of Division 2, Game 2. We're coming live from Revo Fitness Stadium at Claremont. Overcast, a few light drizzles around, but it's pretty good conditions here, and Great Northern have started the game well. And we're doing it for Drennan O'Malley Motors Game Day. Glenn Barnden, Peter Forenza and Ross Worthington. We're on Sportshed and Radio Mama. We're the home of GNFL football. And at half-time, Great Northern seemed destined to get a berth in the Division 2 grand final. Great Northern 4-1-25. Mortlock 1-point margin in favour of Great Northern. A win would give Northern an opportunity to play in the grand final against the highly fancied Goldfields, who are already there and waiting. Our summaries at half-time were thanks to the City of Greater Geraldton and Lara Dalton, the member for Geraldton. For Great Northern, the 4 goals, Leon Gelby has 1, Christopher Ryder 1, Harry Taylor 1, Jamie Ryder 1, and for the Mortlock, Luke Tanner has kicked their only goal to this point. For his thoughts on where Great Northern from here, Ross Pudworthington.
Well, we're just talking in the break, Glenn. Harry Taylor has obviously stamped his experience on the game. He's take 4 nice grabs, 5 possessions, 1 goal. Kimmy and Jaden Schofield. Kim's already got a dozen possessions that quarter, that half, I should say. Jaden also. But then you can name all of them. The Ryder brothers, Ringo, McKenna, Henry Perham, the back line I mentioned earlier, Tunbridge, Evans, Forrester, McGee, Simpson. You can just go. They're all in their part, same as they did yesterday. They've gone back to what they did.
So Great Northern going into the forward 50 a lot easier today. Of course, Mortlock not the side that the Goldfields are, but it's a good confidence building operation, and it's important the Great Northern run this second half out, this second half with thanks to Melissa Price, member.
Yes, mate, they're going to win 10 times to their 6, but our 10 to score 4 ones, not a bad percentage.
Ball back at the centre. We're about to get this second half underway. Can Great Northern win their way into Division 2 grand final? The big fellas go out. Jakes knocks it to the ground. Goes the way of Kim Schofield. Picked up now by Henry Perham. Henry Perham off the backward side of the square. Brings it towards centre wing. Club room side of Claremont Oval. And a Mortlock player grabs the ball. Has the ball him. Good on him by Jaden Schofield. So the upper with the ball up just in front of our Radio Mama broadcast box here from the Ken Casellas Media Centre. A beautiful spot in the Claremont Stadium. Goes the way of Ringo McKenna. He quickly cuts boot to ball, but the ball goes out of bounds, and there'll be a boundary throw in about 70 metres around the southern end of the ground, the end to which Great Northern in this second half.
Great Northern 4-1-25 leading Mortlock 1-8, just early stages of the second half. This is played in 2 halves. We believe the grand final will be played in quarters, so a longer game. So that'll be some of the tactics may have to change, and the mindset for the game. But back to things at hand, and the ball goes up. Christian Jakes comes out of the pack. Looks pretty good as he kicks toward the big sticks at the southern end. A beautiful lead by Harry Taylor. Jakes to Taylor. We've seen it a couple of times, and Taylor marks again. Wearing the number 30, Harry Taylor will now have another shot on goal. So he's having a bit of a birthday, you could say, to this point in this game, number 4 for the Great Northern. So coming in now, Harry Taylor kicking toward the railway line here at Claremont. See what he can do. Oh, he snapped far too far to one side and gone through for the minor score. But peppering the forward 50, they continue to do, and that is the Great Northern.
Medak scoreboard. And Great Northern are 4 goals, 2-26. They lead Mortlock 1 goal, 2-8. Ball comes out of defence. Great Northern need to get it back in there quickly. Whistle on play. A player from the Mortlock was held while not in possession. So Mortlock will get the free kick and get an opportunity to send the ball into attack. So Mortlock have the ball on the half-back flank. There goes the kick from the Mortlock player. Gets it up towards centre wing. Good mark taken there from Corduroy. Corduroy has the ball on centre wing. He's the man from 2J. Gets the ball forward. Gets it the way of Curtis Chester from Gemelling. He gets it across the ground now. Sends it up towards centre half forward. Looking up there for Tom Moore. The ball comes to ground. Once again, the Mortlock player Goodhoo gets tackled. Has the ball held to him. In fact, yeah, that's the way the umpire has seen it. And he'll throw the ball up in the forward 50 for Mortlock. Great Northern keen to get it out. The defensive work's been good for Great Northern. and their tackling has also been good.
Yeah, the ball coming out of defence now. Up goes Christian Jakes, who's been rucking awesomely throughout this carnival. He sends it down the line looking for Christopher Ryder. Doesn't find that player, but goes the way of a teammate who was not equal to the task on this occasion. But a free kick will go the way of Ryder. That's Jamie Ryder. He goes laterally now. Finds a player on the outside, goes one way, then the other. They send it inboard. That player is Tunbridge. Tunbridge in turn gives it to Schofield, Kim Schofield into the full forward area. Harry Taylor has 2 to beat. The ball comes down, but it looks like it's Evans who has it. Lawrence Evans, that is, brought to ground. The umpire says no prior opportunity. And the ball will be up just inside the forward 50. Yes, inside the forward 50, but goes away of Mortlock as they get out of danger. They kick down the outer side of the oval. That is Claremont, and there's Bo Simpson.
Mark.
Gee, he's been good today.
He's played well. Yes,
he played good in the last game against the Goldfields, and solid again in this encounter. Kicks it to the outer side. Tunbridge coming right down the ground. Of course, his father was a great player for the Great Northern at Country Week. Sends it inboard and finds the player there in Schofield. Jaden Schofield. Schofield with the pink boots. He'll play on now with his brother. I'll kick it out to the outer side. It looks like it's McKenna who goes up. He's got 2 to beat, but push back in
Well
play.
done, Ringo.
It's advantage, or not, will bring the ball back, and Ringo McKenna will be the recipient of a free kick and continues to toil Pud in the middle of the ground.
He's so hard, mate. He just never gives up. Doesn't matter what's coming at him.
The player took him out, so he was rewarded with a free kick. Plays on now with a short pass, looking there for Ryder. Ryder gets knocked away, brushed away, and we see Mortlock come forward through Harding. Harding goes backwards to go forwards, and eventually the ball comes out, but only as far as McKenna. McKenna hands it on towards Schofield. Jaden, that is. Jaden kicks in towards the forward pocket, looking there for Jamie Ryder. Goes the way now of Harry Taylor, I should say. Harry Taylor got boot to ball, but the ball goes out of bounds on the full. So there'll be a kick in about 5 metres around from the right point post. So the Wheat Belt have an opportunity to relieve the pressure.
Out of defence now with Mortlock. Great Northern putting on the pressure, keeping it in their forward 50. The scoreboard is well and truly in favour of the Great Northern as we head to the middle stages of the second half. And when we think the Great Northern are going to go into a grand final tomorrow, that game will be played in Fremantle. So it'll be a great venue. So the ball going forward now for Great Northern goes the way of Ryder. Jamie Ryder. He spins around on a 50-cent piece, and Jamie Ryder scores another goal for Great Northern.
Yeah, Jamie gets his second goal of the afternoon, a very important goal because Wheatbelt have been coming in that first 5.5 minutes of this term, but Great Northern get their first goal of the term. And on the Medak scoreboard, Great Northern now 5 goals to 32, lead Mortlock 1 goal to 8, and Great Northern doing well, and hopefully they can kick a couple of more goals and get a bit of form as they head towards the final tomorrow against Goldfields, as Peter mentioned, at Fremantle, at the Fremantle Community Bank Oval.
Ross Pud-Worthington with special comments. Ross, he's only been playing today, but hasn't there been an impact by one Lawrence Evans?
Yes, he's very good, Pete. Same as Bo Simpson. They've come in the right time for GNFL, and they're playing very well.
Ball back in the middle now, and it's GNFL to get it out once again. They lose possession, going back the way of Mortlock. They're playing pretty hard at the moment as the Great Northern put the shackles on them as it goes into the half-forward area. Very few occasions in this particular half that it has gone into the half-forward area for the Mortlock side and finds the boundary. So reasonable conditions for football here at Claremont this afternoon. We've enjoyed calling the game this morning and this afternoon at, as we said, from the Ken Casellas Media Centre, which we're very privileged to be calling from. The ball coming in now, players setting themselves. The Mortlock player was almost sat upon, but the umpire said nothing in that. Comes inboard now. Can they get rid of it, Great Northern, as they dive on top of it? We've got players at both ends of the ground, and I think the player there was Forrester who got into that, and the umpire says no opportunity again, but he gets into the ruck on that occasion, slaps it down to the far side. Mortlock put it onto their boot. The whistle sounds as the player gets rid of it, and we'll see that the ball was out on the full.
No, Kimmy Schofield got manhandled behind the play.
There you go. So it's Kim Schofield, both he and Jaden, up in the ante in this particular game. Can they continue it tomorrow? One would hope they can. Comes across now to McKee. I've liked his game. I liked his tournament, in fact. He sends it inboard. Finds a teammate who plays on now. That player sends it to the outer side, but there's no one out there, and it's out on the full.
Yeah, miss kick there from Callum Marquis as we see the ball to be brought back in by the wingman out there for Mortlock. So Mortlock toiling hard, but a little bit outgunned at the moment. They're desperate to get their second goal. The player breaks across the wing, kicks it up towards half.
Oh, beautiful mark.
Takes a good strong mark in a pack. And McKee, as Peter mentioned earlier, the only player wearing long sleeves this afternoon and enjoying his work back there in defence. He goes across to his teammate, and Clay Sippler, who's had a marvellous carnival. Sippler plays on with a short pass and finds Jaden Schofield. Schofield uses one hand and takes a very good mark. He goes backwards and finds Sippler. Out on the other side, we have Bo Simpson calling the ball, but Clay goes back along the boundary line, looking up there for a player in Latetia. And a whistle on play. Advantage goes the way of Perham. Henry Perham goes the way of Jaden Schofield. Back towards Ryder. Ryder gets a kick away under a fair bit of pressure. Goes the way of Lawrence Evans.
Oh, beautiful.
He cleverly handballs it back towards Kim Schofield. And the ball comes back, however, to Mortlock and Godhu. Godhu gets the ball forward. In goes the big man for Mortlock. He's a big fella. He tries to soccer the ball forward in Oliver. And the ball comes out eventually. Well done, Jamie Williams. Gets a handball out. Gets it away of the Mortlock player, but eventually Lawrence Evans comes in. Gets it out towards Ringo McKenna. Goes the way now of Ryder. This time it's Jamie Ryder. He breaks across the 50-metre line. Kicks it up towards full forward. Off hands. Picked up there by Mortlock's Pearson. He misturns over the ball. Goes the way of Ewan Whiteley. He feeds the handball out. Gives it away.
That's a goal.
Christopher Ryder. Christopher Ryder from 25 metres running into the left forward pocket. Screws it around the corner. And Christopher Ryder gets his second goal of the afternoon. And Great Northern are destined to play in the Division 2 Grand Final. And the Medak scoreboard with 9.5 minutes gone in their second half, with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack, we see Greater Northern 6 goals to 38. Mortlock 1-2-8.
Thanks to the City of Greater Geraldton, Mitchell and Brown, and also Nawi Proprietary Limited. And gee, the Ryder boys have come to play in this game as they did in the second game of the campaign, Ross Worthington. But Christopher Ryder, he's one of the best snaps in the Great Northern Football League.
He's pretty to watch, isn't he? I think they've both got a side bet on each other. Who's going to kick more?
No.
I was just watching Tunbridge come out all the way from fullback to acknowledge Latetia from Railways. He got that ball going on the wing here, and Drew Tunbridge ran all 50 metres just to congratulate him coming through the interchange.
Ball in the middle of the ground now. Great Northern have the upper hand, quite convincingly 6-2. They lead the Mortlock 1-2. They'll be in the grand final tomorrow against Goldfields. And I'm thinking that the Great Northern coaches might be getting a few players to maybe sit on the bench in the last stages of this game, Glenn, because they'll need all the energy they can to muster against Goldfields tomorrow.
Important to run the game out and keep this momentum going. Great Northern playing like they did earlier, but it was fair to say the competition is nowhere near the competition that is Goldfields. But it's good to see Great Northern rebound so well after going down. They lost to Goldfields with the narrowest margin against Goldfields this weekend. Ball now with Marquis. Marquis on centre wing, runs around his opponent, puts it on his left boot, kicks it up towards half forward. Great Northern player got pushed out of it and rode the... he did it pretty well, right. And that's right. I felt someone on his back, so he went forward pretty progressively. So right for Jamie kicks it in towards the forward pocket, looking up there. Once again, he's been interfered with, and
he's got two players going up against him every time, Glenn, and he works him a treat.
And there he is. That's the player, of course, we're talking about is Harry Taylor. Harry Taylor took the free kick, played on quickly, got it in towards centre half forward, and from 35 metres out, the mark has been taken by Jamie Williams.
In his just reward with a goal, this fella, because he's put in a lot of effort.
We love the way he goes about it, don't we? Jamie Williams has been very, very good today. And so Jamie Williams kicks first of the afternoon and get the 7th goal for the Great Northern. 12 minutes gone in the second half, with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack, as Jamie Williams shoots on goal. He's offline, 1 point only. And on the Medak scoreboard, Great Northern are 6 goals, 2. And they lead Mortlock 1-2.
Hello to Courtney Keefe, who'll be listening in, one of the supporters of the Great Northern Football League's Country Week campaign. Real estate. The ball coming the way of Mortlock now, just in front of our broadcast position. Up go a couple of players. Goes away, takes it a little low in front of him. Players dive on top of it. Eventually goes away back of Tunbridge. Puts it onto his boot. Sends it into the half-forward area looking for Gelby. Gelby beats 1, 2, 3 players. Puts it onto his boot. Sends it inside the corridor. A run on here will be pretty good for Great Northern as we see Williams try and get it over to a teammate. Eventually it goes the way of Christopher Wright. In fact, it's Jamie Ryder who shoots on goal, and he's blotted his copybook because he's only put it through for a point.
Yeah, it was Jamie Ryder like that generally, but from 30 metres, as Peter called it, the ball went off the side. So ticks over for Medak. Great Northern 6-4-40, lead Mortlock 1-2-8. We've played 13 minutes in this second half. Drennan O'Malley Motors game day. Ball, it comes the way now of Perham. Ball flicked out to Callum Marquis. Marquis for Great Northern, puts it on his left boot, kicks it towards the forward pocket, looking again for Ryder. Ryder does well, slaps the ball away from the Wheatbelt player. In they go again, in goes Kim Schofield. Good in Great Northern, and they're showing a lot more doggedness in this contest than they did in their last and playing with great endeavour.
And one of the big things, Ross Woodworthington at Country Week, I suppose in any footy, but it's the 1, 2 and 3 attempts that you keep going at the ball.
Yes, as we've been saying all weekend, Pete, you must keep going at it. Kimmy Schofield at the moment is in 18 possessions.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with Jamie Ryder in this particular game as the ball comes into the half-forward area and up goes Lawrence Evans. Couldn't take the mark. The ball goes to ground. Great Northern boot, and that's Harry Taylor. He's almost tripped as he hits the deck. The umpire says nothing in that. He lets it play on, which is incredible, but eventually blows the whistle, and there'll be a ball up just metres away in the shadows of the Great Northern goal.
Yeah, Lawrence Evans almost took another screamer.
It was going to be a beauty.
But Lawrence didn't hold it, so the ball comes to recovery was Harry Taylor, picked up now by Kim Schofield from that bounce down, but it comes the way now of Mortlock player and Atia. Atia gets the ball across the ground, so Wheatbelt centre the ball to half-back where they find Pearson. Pearson has the ball on half-back. He goes out towards centre wing where he finds the hard-running player there, and Nick Farmer. Nick Farmer centres the ball, finds Brady Even. Brady Even on centre wing, out of side. Wheatbelt head towards the northern end. Up they go, in goes Forrester, slaps the ball forward, goes away of Callum ball well, gets the ball out towards a teammate there in Schofield. Jaden Schofield gets it up the ground looking for Gelby. Leon gets an awkward kick, doesn't get it where he wants it. It's picked up by Mortlock player and Tristan Pearson. He gets it inboard and finds Brady Even, and the Wheatbelt are out of trouble briefly.
The Great Northern 6-4 lead, Mortlock 1-2, and Mortlock under pressure. Great Northern are keen to continue on with this momentum into tomorrow's grand final in Division 2. Mortlock want to finish off well as they send it inboard. A nice mark is taken inboard by Edia. Edia plays on now for Mortlock into the half-forward area, looking for a teammate down there into Payne. Payne eventually gets it, spins around inside the forward 50. There's a couple of great players in there that want to mop it up. And Forrester does, as he does so well week in and week out. The defense of the teammate. That teammate is Schofield, of course. Schofield to Schofield, and he marks right in front of us and almost at centre wing. And I'm talking about Kim Schofield back to Jaden Schofield. These two fellas are certainly the strength behind the Great Northern's performance over the last couple of days. They go back across the back to Tunbridge now. Seppala said he played his hardest game in the last game against Goldfields that he's ever played with Worthington, and he certainly has stood up to the challenge. The ball on the far side now from Perham comes back with Seppala. Seppala now wearing the helmet, sizing up his options as he goes for the lead, and the lead is found by the Great Northern player and marks well. So Great Northern on the far side now, making some few sorties forward. Up goes Jakes. He certainly has been a great conveyance in the ruck this campaign, as we see Mortlock get a bit of a easy ball as they come inside the forward 50 and will have their first shot on goal, Glenn, for a long time.
Yes, an opportunity for Nick Farmer. We saw him shoot on goal in the first quarter. He has an opportunity now to get the second goal of the day for his team. 17 minutes gone in this second half, with thanks to Melissa Price, the member for Durack. He's only 25 metres out, so to expect Nick Farmer from Kalingari to get this goal.
He's missed.
And he has
he's got it.
Got a goal, and that's his first, and it's Mortlock's second. On the scoreboard for Medak, Great Northern a 6-4-40. They lead Mortlock 2 goals to 14. And it's been a pretty good performance from Great Northern as they head towards the grand final in Division 2 at Fremantle Oval tomorrow.
Paul, you've been talking about the defence in this game, and even though we're winning the game, we're getting most of the score on the board, it's all come from the defensive play, hasn't it?
Yes, mate. That's about one of the only mistakes I think they've done all day. They mucked around with it, I thought, a bit too much. And, of course, it turned over and they ended up getting that goal. But they were trying different things, which I just love anyway. So
we praise Jaden Schofield. We know he's a great player, but the fact that he can play down back and bring it up front, he's a great link man, isn't he?
Yeah.
The ball coming out in the middle now goes away of Ringo McKenna, down and under. Looks like him this afternoon as he comes out to a teammate, going back the way of that player in Schofield. Gets it away now to Galby. Galby shoots on goal. There's going to be a mark by Harry Taylor over the back, and he takes the mark and will shoot on goal. In fact, it wasn't Harry.
Jay O'Brien.
Jay O'Brien, who's been a shadow for Harry Taylor, just backing him up on every occasion. And Jay O'Brien, an unassuming player for the Chapman Valley Football Club, plays a bit of cricket too on his off days. So in he comes now. He's going to be on a pretty severe angle, but he's going to go for the check side kick. So Jay O'Brien kicking toward the railway end, or the railway line end, and he's nailed it. Jay O'Brien has scored another goal for the Great Northern. They go to 7-4, and they lead the Mortlock 2-2. And this game is well and truly in the keeping of the Great Northern, but let's hope momentum stays with them. Put Worthington through until tomorrow.
Minute to go, Pete. 1 minute to go on the scoreboard. It's just wonderful to see everyone back each other up, no matter what they're doing, and they're just one end to the other. So it's fantastic.
So Great Northern now go into the Division 2 grand final. Games played at Community Bank Stadium out there at Fremantle. South Fremantle's home ground. So Division 3 final will be played at 8:45 tomorrow morning. Division 2 grand final will be played at 10:55. You'll hear all the action on Radio Mama. And the Division 1 grand final at 5 past.
That's after we have lunch on the Cappuccino Strip, Glenn.
Oh, yes, that's right. Exactly. So, yeah, it's a lovely spot to go to, isn't it, on a Sunday afternoon? And we're looking forward to Radio Mama bringing you all the action as Great Northern go forward again through Jamie Williams. Gives it away there to the teammate in Christopher Ryder. Umpire said the player will have the ball held to him. But there's the siren, full time in the second game for the Great Northern Football League. So Great Northern have won 3, they've lost 1, and they've certainly won this one and won it well. Great Northern 7-4-46, lead Mortlock 2-2-14. Great Northern are into Division 2 grand final against Goldfields tomorrow. A job well done and a very, very impressive performance from Great Northern. They rebounded very strongly from their performance this morning. They played great team football across the ground. Everyone contributed, and Great Northern 7-4-46 have defeated Mortlock 2-2-14, and you're tuned to Radio Mama, the home of GNFL football.
When you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the irritator.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead? Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, McIntosh & Son has been growing with our community. Today, we continue to grow our team, services and support for our customers. As a registered training organisation, we're proud to be investing in the future of our people. We know what's important. The right equipment is essential to getting the job done, and it needs to be backed up with industry-leading service and support so we can be there when it matters most. McIntosh & Son. Grow with us.
How are those levels now? Yeah, look, that looks to be coming through okay,
Is
doesn't
that
it?
pretty good there? Yeah, it works all right. Okay, cool. I gotcha. I'm sensitive as well, so that works out well. My feelings were hurt then, but that's okay. Should be all good? Yeah, cool. No worries. I've just got a soft voice anyway.
Test. All right. levels on there. Anything coming through? Nothing coming through. Can you?
A little bit coming through now. Yep, all good.
Right.
You've almost got to hold it the right way.
All right. Welcome back to Revo. It is the final game of Division 2. Well, the final group game, at least game 12 here at Revo Fitness Stadium. My name's Mark Foreman. Lovely to bring you a match from this division alongside Ward Harris. Ward, afternoon.
Game 12, mate. Bloody hell,
know.
it's been a long carnival, but it's been a good carnival. 3 days in so far. Day 2 of the Nutrien Ag men's comp. We had the Colts starting on Thursday as well, and yeah, grand final day tomorrow, which is going to be an absolute ripper.
Yep, absolutely. And in game 11, just before it was decided that Great Northern will be taking on Goldfields. So Goldfields undefeated and Great Northern, well, far too strong for Mortlock in the end. So that will be the grand final. These two out here, Central Wheatbelt and Eastern Districts, running out, just playing for bragging rights. And I reckon most of these boys will probably just want to be getting off the field and onto the cans.
Oh, look, it's not a bad idea, but look, both of these sides are actually in the West Perth zone there, so there could be a little bit of rivalry out there at the moment between the Central Wheatbelt and the Eastern Districts. It was the Eastern Districts that won the toss. They'll be kicking to the right of screen through captain there, Sam Want. And it looks like starting in the ruck for both sides. We've got number 30 in Big Mackenzie Brown, and we've got Garang Bulcock, who normally plays out of fullback. Last game, ready to roll.
Underway in the final game, and it is Brown who wins the tap. So Eastern Districts with the first opportunity to go forward, although slightly fumbly. They go forward now. This is Duffield, but step mark for Eastern Districts. I think that was Stanicic, and they flare it out wide. So they're at left half back, Eastern District. Pardon me, Central Wheatbelt. So they're way down the wing. That's a good kick inboard. Famano. He was really strong in their earlier game today. Kick smothered in the centre of the ground. It was well done by Duncan. And now the ball's in dispute. Oh, it has been extracted out of there. So they keep it surging forward, Central Wheatbelt. It's a tough footy to win. And they've got it to just past halfway. Just outside of the square. Early in this first half. The team yet to score. Throws the ball. This is Akers. Hand pass, and they'll go forward. Central Wheatbelt trying to hold his opponent out. Well done was Sinclair. The ball gets to the back. Sinclair soccers off the ground, and it's gone through. Harry Sinclair giving Central Wheatbelt the perfect start to this game. And after 90 seconds, it is Central Wheatbelt 1 straight 6, leading Eastern Districts yet to score.
So great start this time by the Central Wheatbelt side. It looked like they were able to bring that pretty well. Eastern District turned it over. Central Wheatbelt going the other way, and look, a really good goal against the tide of play.
Certainly was. And the start that Central Wheatbelt were after, as we mentioned, it will be a Division 2. I think it was it Shadbolt, the goal kicker?
Yeah, it was Shadbolt. I can pick the, let's say, the stronger body, the maturer body nowadays. As the umpire throws it up again, Bulcock was able to knock that one down, but Munns picks it up. Good kick to advantage. This time it's going to land in the hands of Dunn. Dunn able to pick it up. It's been turned over. Spinks was tackled, and Eastern Districts look to come back the other way, but it's all Central Wheatbelt. And a good mark that's time by Zachy Rankin. So Rankin just waiting for the play to unfold, decides to go lateral. Nice little kick there. Finds a player all by himself. Got Akers there on that outer side. So still going hard at the footy. No easy kicks out at the moment. There's probably almost time for the to jump on the cancer, but still realise they've got 35 minutes or so left of footy in this Day 2 men's Division 2 competition. Umpire throws again, Bulcock it was able to knock it down. Eastern District's player at the front uses his foot, but it's been picked up. Takes one bounce, flicks over the top, finds
Mitchie Cameron here.
And you're excited, weren't you? You wanted Mitchie Cameron to get one, but Central Wheatbelt would have got one anyway. And I think it is the number 11 there in Tully Biglin that has kicked that one.
Mitchy Cameron string the forward 50. I've seen him do it many a time, but unselfish. We've seen that a few days from Central. So they sort of chipped their way forward and shared it by hand as well. It was a really good finish too.
Absolutely right, and I've butchered another one there. It was actually Matty Dinsdale that's kicked that one. I was looking at the number 11 from the other day. As we mentioned, it's been a long competition for everyone, especially for us commentators as well.
Certainly. Now we are back in the middle. We'll get underway, but just a quick sort of update from around the place. So we do know that it will be Goldfields taking on Great Northern in Division 3. In Division 2, we can confirm that Esperance will almost be playing in the grand final tomorrow, and it does look like they will play Great Southern. So that's Division 3, but we're just waiting on an updated score. So Great Southern taking on Hills in a critical game, basically an elimination final, and at half-time it was Great Southern leading that one, whilst in Division 1 it looks like it will be Southwest versus Avon in the grand final, but again, not confirmed. They're just sort of the front runners at the moment. So a bit of a look from around the place as some districts exit their D50, but it's coming straight back. Central Wheatbelt go inside forward 50, a really good strong mark up above his head. Rankin was the kicker, and he put it to the advantage of his teammate in Cowdray, who took a strong mark overhead, and he'll kick from 46, 47 metres out, right on the boundary. So a tough kick. But we have seen some goals today. And this would be a hot start for Central Wheatbelt as Cowdray sends it on its way to goal, and it doesn't quite have the legs. It had the accuracy, but it fell a couple of metres short. It was fisted through on the last line by Heath Spinks, and it's a minor score. Central Wheatbelt 2-1-13. Eastern Districts yet to score through 5 minutes in the first half.
So Heath Spinks just strolls out of defence, gets some meterage there. Good knockdown from behind there by Bullcock. Able to go to East. Bullcock follows up again. He's tackled by Duncan. And we'll have a ball up 60 metres out from the Central Wheatbelt goal. Really hot start from them to start this contest. As the umpire throws it up again, it is Mackenzie Brown able to knock it down. Picked up by Famano, one of the prime movers for the Central Wheatbelt side. And we'll have a ball up right in the same spot again. Two rucks go up. They compete. Brown with that one, but good pick up this time by Cale. Goes to handball at forward, and he's been called for a throw. That's a really good tackle there by the Eastern Districts player. He'll sit there and look for players to kind of go in front of him. Not a great kick, though. It's been chopped up by Rankin. Rankin goes lateral, finds Akers in the middle of the ground, and he'll look to try and make the ground big there. Munn's looking to move for him now, but decides to go straight up the middle. Almost a mark taken, but it's touched off hands, actually. Good hands back, and it's going to go to Famano. He chips inside 50. Good kick to the advantage of Frank James. He picks it up. He's got players leading it. One of those is Meldrum. Almost a good mark there. Good spoil over the top this time by Cowdray, and the ball is going to come out through the other way. It's Sam. There's a nice kick on the outside. Just comes off the side of his ball. Able to handball it back, and they keep running. Sam Watt tackled, dispossessed, lost it, picked it up, lost it again. Albie Munns, good tackle pressure there, and Central Wheatbelt would look to try and reload, see if they can get a nice kick down the line. They do. Akers is the target. Almost a good knock over the top there, but it's going to go to advantage of the Central Wheatbelt side. They'll look to go inside 50. Nice little chip. Shadbolt was the target. Uses that strong body very, very well. Tries to keep the ball up there. Nice work. Goes through the hands of Greaves, the captain there for the Central Wheatbelt. Good follow-up work, and that was actually the player there in Terama. And will be a free kick. It's going to go to the Eastern District side.
So they'll have to left back Eastern Districts. They haven't had much of the footy, and they're not going to have it anymore either. As Zach Rankin intercepts for Central Wheatbelt. Couple of targets in field, and he uses them now. Mark taken by Woods. And access across the far side of the ground. It was Sash who hit. They've worked the footy well. Eastern District, 60 metres from home. They go into the forward pocket. Cameron, the target, bounces in front of him. He picks it up well. His hand pass not so good. Snap over the shoulder to the hot spot. There's a few players there for Central Wheatbelt coming through, snapping on goal. And he's just missed to the left-hand side. It was a hot opportunity and a tough attempt. Just a minor score. 14 Central Wheatbelt. Eastern Districts yet to score as they play on from coming out to this broadcast wing, just on the edge of the centre square and nudged underneath it. Used his body well. Good mark to Stanicic. He sends it back into the hot spot. Players go up. Strong. Oh, 1 mark, 2 mark, no mark. Juggled him. Couldn't grab it. Didn't quite see who it was. And on the bottom of the pack for Eastern Districts is Brodie Duffield, trying to put himself around the footy. Looks like he'll take this ruck contest as well. We're 30 metres out from the Central Wheatbelt goal. And it's looking a little bit back. Mano snaps on goal from about 40 metres. He's missed to the left-hand side. It's a minor score. 2-3-15. Central Wheatbelt lead Eastern Districts yet to score through 9 minutes in the first half of the final game of Division 2.
So they look to bring the ball in nice and quick. Good there by Cody Duncan. Goes a kick just over the top of his player's head there. Central Wheatbelt looking to keep the ball in. Excellent tackle this time by Rapacholi. And the ball will go out of bounds and we'll look to bring it in once again. 70 metres from home. Eastern Districts absolutely under the pump to start this contest as the ruck go up. Mackenzie Brown able to pick it up and good pick up this time and it'll be Duncan once again. So Cody Duncan, good kick to advantage there. It's going to sit there and land quite well. Just skips. Good pick up, good hands back and it's going to come inside 53. Hayes just kicks it out to an open paddock there. Great wheels, runs onto it well and the free kick has been paid and it's going to come back and it's going to be a free kick to Blake Dixon. So Eastern Districts finally getting an opportunity to have a shot on goal and absolute wheels there by Blakey Dixon. His defender knew he just had absolutely no chance and he'll sit there and go and have his first shot on goal. Blake Dixon from Corrigan.
Isn't he? One of the younger players, just turned 18. Nope, he hasn't, just turned 20. My maths has gone to absolute poop.
That's all right, long day. As Dixon strolls in just out to the left and he has snuck it home. So first goal there for the Eastern Districts. They start Central Wheatbelt 2-2-14. Eastern Districts 1 goal, 6. A margin of 8 points. Just over 10 minutes gone in this first half.
So Division 2 action. Nice to be bringing it to you wherever you're listening. Maybe the state, maybe the country.
Maybe the world.
Maybe the world. The internet.
A couple of weeks ago, we were doing a memorial game for Anthony Woods, actually, the police officer that passed away. And we were trying to get some team sheets organised and we get a team rush over. World of Facebook as well came through. So look, shout out to everyone that's listening to it.
Out, you can contact again. I'm sure his details. out of there by Spinks.
Player there in Stevens. He handballs back and across in.
And that was a
Excited. Wilcock able to knock that one through. Umpire has bounce up. It is going to be a free kick. Mark kick there.
Revo Fitness Stadium. How's the sound? Testing. Final game of the round. Sorry?
Revo Fitness Stadium. 20 Division 2 Day 2 competition is a Central Wheat Belt leading this game by 20 points as the umpire throws it up, and Akers able to pick it up for Central Wheat Belt, hacks it around his body, smothered off the boot there. Players converge, umpire says play on, and we're going to have to bring it in again. So in the ruck is Brown and Bullcock, and it is Brown is able to knock that one out. Good pickup by the Central Wheat Belt, but loses that one. Excellent pickup there, and it's Want that goes to try and bring the ball out. He's tackled straight away, and we will have another ball up. Only moved 15 metres so far. Bullcock able to pick that one. Famano ends up going over the top there, and it goes to the player there in Oldham. Oldham goes and kicks it forward there. There was a play there in Mitchy Cameron. Couldn't quite grab that one there, and the ball will come out the outer side this time through the play there. Mialini playing up the ground a little bit forward. Goes to Stockham. Stockham tackled. High tackle. No, holding the ball. And we'll have a free kick, and it's going to come back through Woods. So Woods goes a nice little kick there to the leading player there in Woods. Woods goes a nice long kick. He's turned it over, unfortunately. Lands in the hands of the backman there for the Eastern District side. He'll look to try and go the nice little chip kick there. Grabs it on the bounce to Sam Want. Bumped after he kicked it as well, but they'll look to come back the other way through Stanisic. Good attempt there. Interesting attempt almost over the top by the 18 there in Terama. Ball's been flicked out the other side. Rankin watches it go out, and we'll have a throw-in just outside on this broadcast wing. About a minute and a half gone in this second half.
So slightly Central Wheat Belt side of halfway. The umpire swings it back in. Tap from Brown again, but Central Wheat Belt will go forward. Mitch Cameron, the target under it, and takes a good mark as well. He read that well, Mitch Cameron. He sends the footy into the pocket and hits a player on the lead. Well done. Mark taken 35 metres out, probably on about a 45-degree angle. And it's going to be Caleb Shadbolt once again to take the shot at goal. He's been an ever-present danger up forward for Central Wheat Belt. He strolls in now. He strikes it purely. And a really good finish from Caleb Shadbolt. I think that's his first of this game?
Second of this
Second
game.
of this game. There you go. And Central Wheat Belt have 5-4-34 to Eastern District's 1-2-8. Now, I do have a confirmation from around the grounds. Division 1 will be the Southwest taking on Avon in the grand final. Both teams going through undefeated. Division 2, which you're watching now, neither of these teams will take part in tomorrow's grand finals. It will be Goldfields versus Great Northern. Division 3, we're just waiting on confirmation as to what happened in the Great Southern versus Hills game, but I'll bring you that as soon as we find out. As Brown double fist spikes it out of the ruck. Want couldn't take it cleanly for Eastern Districts as they sort of shuffle it around. Myelini's there for Eastern Districts, but it's Central Wheat Belt who emerge with it. Famano swings a hand pass. Well done from Oldham. They're trying to scramble it forward. That's Kale whose whose kick was smothered. As Want sends it forward, it's sort of been tapped around here and there, and James was able to lay the tackle, and it will be a ball up just inside the centre square. We've played 4 minutes in this second half. It's Central Wheat Belt by Oh, what's that? 18 points. 20 points. Nope, it's neither. 14 points. There you go.
I was going to say that margin is a pretty tricky one at the moment. As Eastern District's looking to chip away at whatever margin it actually is at the moment. And the ball coming through the middle of the ground. It's going to come inside 50 through Oldham. Good kick on ground, and Duffield marks right in the goal square. And he'll look to put through Eastern District's second goal of the game.
Yeah, really strong kick and really smart body work, as he does exactly what we'd expect. Brody Duffield, and pops it through, even within touching distance.
He does indeed. So 5-4-34 Central Wheatbelt. Eastern District's 2-2-14. Now a margin of 20 points. A tick under 5 minutes gone in this second half. And look, I reckon we've still got a game of footy hands at the moment. We'll wait and see what Eastern District can fire in the next 10-15 minutes.
Certainly for the neutral perspective, great to see Eastern Districts getting on the board early in this second half. So, look, 20 points is manageable. They've got plenty of time to do it, but with these shortened games, they wouldn't want to let it get too much further out of hand.
Umpire with ball in hand. Bullcock in the right against Mackenzie Brown, and it is Brown that's able to knock it out. Duncan went to track it, but it has been just hacked forward there. Well picked up by Rankin, goes through traffic, goes back to Bullcock, across to Acres. Famano all by himself there, and he's got a player running on the outside. That is Oldham. Oldham goes to the lead. I couldn't quite grab the mark, was McTaggart. Ball going to go in, coming over the top there. Ball's just trickled over the top there. It was through Beaton, and they sit there and go and mop up. Good handball over the top goes to Terima. He'll sit there and go back the other way. Eastern District's clearing kick. It's going to be a 2-on-1, almost marked by Duncan, but great ball there by Acres. Inside 50, and that is pinpoint perfect. And I think it up best, and he'll sit there and go back and have a kick on goal. It's got Jamaica Woods there. I don't think that is Jamaica Woods, but I've been known to be wrong occasionally as well. But the number 18 for the Central Wheatbelt, he's going to go and kick his...
Rainer Wells.
Kick on target, and that has gone through the middle there.
We've just got an updated sort of team sheet on the online.
Beautiful. Look, thanks to everyone that obviously does the work online, updates things and lets us know, makes things nice and easy. So Rainer Wells, congratulations to him. Great goal, and look, been a pretty good target so far up there for the Central Wheatbelt today.
Yep, absolutely, and converting not the trickiest shot, but straight off the boot. That was a nice strike. So it extends Central Wheatbelt's lead. It's back out to 26 points. And it is fast getting away from Eastern Districts, who, well, to be fair, I think both teams can hear the cracking of the cans at the end of this game. I'm just saying it is full time in the Division 3 game. So Great Southern Footy League have held off Hills by 9 points. So I believe that will all but seal an Esperance versus Great Southern grand final. But confirmation of that will come at the end of this game. When we can make sure that is all schmicko, as Acres gets a hand pass down the line. Braden's taken in a tackle and didn't dispose of it either. So well done, Blake Dixon. Turns the footy over for Eastern District. Shares it with hand to Duncan, who sends his left footer to a 3-on-1. Not the best option, to be honest. And Central Wheatbelt should probably mop this up, although Eastern Districts have done well to hold it in there. So it will be a ball up right on the 50-metre line. In the Eastern District's attacking half, umpire throws it aloft. Mackenzie Brown sort of held out of it. Well done, Bullcock. And Eastern Districts win the day. This is Woods. He sends his ball into the centre square. Strong mark up in front, taken by Spinks. It was Katnich, number 2, by the way. Oh, well done. Smother on the mark. I think it was Walker for Central Wheatbelt. He sends his kick down the line. Shadbolt marks it. So he's 55 from home. Assesses his options. He's got a few players sidewards. He uses them. This is Famano. Swings a hand pass. I think this is Munns, who sends a short kick to the top of the goal square. Well done. Good defending. Playing in front was Connor Spinks. And he's able to repel for Eastern Districts. The ball's in the centre of the ground, and they do gather it as well. It's in the hands of Roberts. They share it by hand. It ends up with Duncan. He assesses his options, and he goes out wide. I think it's Spinks out here. So he's either run very quickly down the other end of the ground or perhaps there's a couple of 28s out there as the ball goes inside forward 50. Players go up. Unable to take the mark there was Hayes. And they sort of, I think, are able to repel here with Bullcock having, he just sold a bit of candy, the ruckman. We've seen that a couple of times today. Oh, going in hard. Thought almost taken high might have been Dixon for Eastern Districts, but not to be. And we'll have a ball up right in the middle of the ground, halfway through this final quarter of the game in Division 2. It's Central Wheatbelt by 26 points.
So Eastern District still need to just roll the dice now, and looking to bring it out now, they do. Just hacks that one off the ground, and that has worked out very, very well. Going to go inside 53, Dixon. Good work by Duffield. Pushes it out in front, and then it gets the big mitts around it. 45-degree angle, about 40-odd metres out, and look, definitely a kick that he can put through the middle. So Eastern District's 2-2 so far, 14, a margin of, 26 points? And they really need this goal now. Brody Duffield, ball in hand, will strut through the 50-metre line. Stuttering approach, sets sail. Starts it out left, it stays left, comes back a little bit late, but it's gone through 4 behind. So the margin creeps back to 25, but it is still the Central Wheatbelt who just stroll it out of defence now. He took 1 bounce, took 2 bounce, took a long, long walk, and he's kicked it out to the far side there. And Akers, great contested mark right on the outer wing. He'll look to just try and take a bit of time now. Look for some options now, and that's a good kick there. Leading player in the number 30 there in Harry Sinclair. He'll sit there and go inside 50 there. Almost good mark out on the chest by Wells. Drops that one. It's been turned over. Eastern District's coming back the other way. Marked by Stockman. Goes across. Lands in the hands of Want. Back to Stockman. Stockman got plenty ahead of him now. Goes a nice little chip kick. Good handball off. It's going to go across to Mialini. All the way to the goal square. And that is an absolute sensational passage of footy from the Eastern Districts. Mitch Mialini finishes their work. 3-3-21. Central Wheatbelt 6-4-40. Back to Mark.
Didn't belong in Division 2 of Country Weekend. And they just carved them up straight through the middle of the ground. Ball didn't hit the deck until it did in the goal square before sort of rolling through. So, beautiful passage of play from Eastern Districts.
The coach is probably sitting there shrugging his shoulders going, where's that been the whole carnival?
Yeah, exactly right.
Look, excellent play there by Eastern Districts. Only about 9 minutes left, just under left in this contest. So, and the margin's 19 points. They've probably still got it within them, but it's going to be time to go now as the umpire brings the ball back to the middle of the ground. And the 2 rucks will get ready to reset and go.
They're a chance. They're an outside chance, Eastern Districts. We're back underway. Eight and a bit minutes to go in this game. Eastern Districts have the footy. Well picked up from Duncan, and they go forward. Footy's at right half forward for Eastern Districts. Tapped over the back. Well done, Stockman. He evades a couple of tacklers and sends Eastern Districts to the tip of the goal square. Duffield's the target. He unceremoniously dumps his opponent out of the way, and that was legal. I think Jack the Blind Miner could spot that. So it'll be a free kick to Central Wheatbelt on the tip of their defensive goal square. Ball's in the hands of Zach Rankin. As he steps around Duffield, he sends a dangerous kick in the middle of the ground. It falls short of his intended target, so they've got a problem here. And they lose the footy. And it's going to be a ball up, 55 metres out from the Eastern District's goal. Brown fists it forward. Well done. They sort of will it forward. This is Duncan. He overran it. Players go in for the footy. It's hard to win. Stockman lays a tackle. Ball ends in the hands of Munns, and he sends his kick forward. We're in the middle of the ground. Spoilt well by Spinks from Eastern Districts, and they're able to win the footy. They're at half forward, and the kick goes inside forward 50 from Duncan. In front, Duffield. Well done. On the second grab, he was able to clutch it, and Eastern Districts have another shot on goal. So we've got just under 7 minutes to play. They're going to need, 3 straight kicks and 1 minor, so 4 scores to draw level. But Brody Duffield with the chance to nail one of them. He'll kick from around about 45 metres. Couple of steps in from the boundary line. He's been good today, Brody Duffield. His kick looks pretty good too. He's just missed to the left-hand side. He struck it well. So it's an even 3-goal game. Eastern District's not without a long shot. 18 points the margin. 14 minutes played in this second half.
So Oldham brings the ball in, transfers it well through the middle of the ground, and Central Wheatbelter out. Good hands there, goes off. Oh, great tackle there. Could have been holding the ball. Umpire says he got rid of it legally, and Mackenzie Brown able to jump in with the tackle. Garang Bullcock at the bottom of that one, and we'll have a ball up right in front of our broadcast position out here at Revo Fitness Stadium. Mackenzie Brown just shoves the player out of the way there. Great pick up by Famano. Handballs the ball over the top there, but it's been turned over. Went to Duncan, who's been able to bring it back the other way. Good kick there by Mialini, the last goal scorer, but he's turned it over. And a mark going back with the slide of the ball there in Stanisic. He does a really beautiful kick. Good switch kick, goes to Rankin, and they've opened up the ground nice and big here. Goes to Munns, he runs, he carries. Good mark out on the lead now by Shadbolt. So Shadbolt about 55 metres from home. Happy to take in some big breaths. Let the players lead at him, and the players do indeed. And a good mark out in the lead. Hasn't paid that one. Oh, good work through Akers. He's pirouetted. He's dropped the ball. He's gone for a tackle. Could be holding now. Somehow managed to get back the ball again. And the umpire says, give it to me. And look, fast, frenetic play there. And Dan Akers trying to do absolutely everything.
It was a hot footy to win as the ball's on the tip of the 50-metre line for Central Wheatbelt. It's spiked out of there, but they're going to be able to send it straight back Central Wheatbelt. In fact, they've got a shot on goal. It's a long shot on goal. It's a straight shot on goal. Oh, that's fantastic. Running off the halfback flank, Zach Rankin, and he has nailed it and probably nailed a hit into the hearts of Eastern Districts. I'd say that all but seals this game. They are 7-4-46, Eastern Districts 3-4-22 through 15 and a half minutes in this second half. That's a 4-goal game, Ward, with 4 minutes to go. I dare say she's singing.
Oh, she is singing indeed. But look, Mac Brown just trying to do the right thing there and spike it out, trying to get the ball going forward. Happened to kind of tickle the right way there. Zach Racken hit it at pace, and he's kicked it absolutely beautifully from 55 out, straight through the middle. And convincing lead now for the Wheatbelt side. As the umpire brings the ball back now. These two absolutely going at it all day, and it will be Brown that's able to win it out, but straight down to Famano. He'll fix it across to Meldrum. He'll go back through Oldham. So Oldham takes his time there. He's overcooked the kick to no one in particular. It's going to be mopped up this time by Stevens. So Stevens looks to hold the ball for a bit longer. Had a player right over him. Stockman was the target, but it's been turned over. Lands in the hands of the player from the Central Wheatbelt. He'll look to try to go a nice little kick there. That was Woods. Woods will get the ball back again. Palms one off. Absolutely beautifully done. Goes long ball there to a one-on-one target. And a great mark over the top, this time by Heath Spinks. So Heath Spinks from Eastern Districts. Nice little kick there. Makes Sam want stretch for it. Does well to get the ball over the top there. Good quick hands again. And nice follow-up work that time by Heath Spinks. Heath Spinks goes a long kick and well let out this time by Connor Spinks. The brotherly connection there. Going to go inside 50. You know Duffield's going to be the target. Bodies up well. Uses his hands. Chops one. Snaps. Goal of the day contender there. Well done, Brodie Duffield. Absolutely using his size and strength to snap that one through for his second.
Reads the ball really well off the boot, Brodie Duffield. We've seen it all day today and have seen it in the past as well. And once again, they were outnumbered there deep forward, 2-1. But yeah, again, the experience and strength of Brodie Duffield, he brought it to ground.
So 2.5 minutes left in this game now. Margin of 3 goals. It will be too much for the Eastern District side, but they've absolutely battled manfully. Good to see 11 goals kicked in the last game of the Men's Division 2 Championships. As we mentioned, across at Fremantle Oval tomorrow, it'll be the Goldfields against the Great Northern Football League in the Division 2 Grand Final. The other 2 Grand Finals all set to go as well. And I think Division 3 game starts from about 8:45 tomorrow, so make sure you tune in again as Central Wheatbelt bring the ball out of the middle there. Good kick inside 50.
Mitchie.
And there's your mate, Big Mitchie Cameron, mark out on the chest.
I might try and call this one home, Ward. I don't think we've seen him kick a goal today, have we?
No, but I know you'll send this one home if you can, mate.
He's missed a couple, but he's been a good player for Central Wheatbelt, and we know he's got the talent, and I'm sure he's enjoyed his carnival. So he'll kick it from 45 metres. You can see there, it's a pretty good-looking technique. And Mitch, what have you done to me? He's missed again to the left-hand side as he looks down to the turf and stands the mark.
I didn't even mark
No,
that
he
in the book,
doesn't.
mate, this time. Didn't even
Yeah,
mark it
I
in the
know.
book. And almost a good mark taken there by Cody Duncan. Eastern Districts trying to go again. But well done by them. Jack Stevens is. Looks to try and put the boot long. 3 on 2, though. Almost a good mark taken, but Rankin just mops up as per usual.
And they'll repel from half back, so they share it by hand. Stops props. This is Katnich. Sends a hand pass out to our broadcast wing. They've run themselves into a bit of trouble. Bullcock is taken down in a strong tackle illegally by Mackenzie Brown. So it'll be the big ruckman in Bullcock to take the footy in the final phases of this game. He tries to assess his options. He's got a player on his own. It's not the best kick to him. Deep at centre half back, but fortunately there's a lot of time. So we're coming out to this broadcast wing. Ball bounces in front of Meldrum. He did well to gather. Shares it with Catnet, and they share it by hand. I think they might come unstuck here, although they're doing well to hang on to it. There we go. There's the interception. Coming back the other way for Eastern District. Stuffield's the target, and it lands on his chest. Well, they were sort of caught out in the middle of the ground, the Central Wheatbelt players. They were all surging forward, and that turnover, they used it a little too much by hand, and Brodie Duffield will kick after the... The shot on goal will come from about 45 metres out. And he's straight in front of goal. The kick is on its way. It's got the journey, and it's got the accuracy too. So a good finish to the carnival for Brodie Duffield. He kicks another goal this game. It's Eastern District's 5th. So the final margin will be 13 points by way of Central Wheatbelt, 7-5-47 to Eastern District's 5-4-34. And that is the final group game of Division 2, which means that we will see Goldfields take on Great Northern in the very final game of Division 2 tomorrow, Ward Harris.
Yeah, look, we will indeed. And as we mentioned, look, it's the 3rd day of the carnival today, 2nd day for the men's. And look, it's been an absolutely great carnival right the way across. Been good seeing all the teams come up, but it all culminates tomorrow across Fremantle Oval. I might throw back to you, mate, and I'll just get you to cover what those 3 games are going to be again, if you can remember them off the top of your head.
Yeah, I hope so. So, well, we've been watching Division 2 here today, obviously. So it will be Great Northern taking on Goldfields. Goldfields undefeated will be hot favourites there. So that's Div 2. Div 1 will be Avon taking on the Southwest. Yes, the Southwest Footy League. So both those teams going through undefeated. And I believe with the confirmation of that result from Div 3 of Hills going down to Great Southern, that it will be Great Southern versus Esperance in the Div 3 grand final. So Div 1 and 2 I am certain of. Div 3 I'm 95% sure of, but they've still got a game going on. But yeah, back me in. I think Div 3 will be Great Southern taking on Esperance. So looking forward to, some games at Fremantle Oval. What time are we starting tomorrow, Ward? What time am I up?
Look, you're up nice and early, mate. 8:45 game there for Division 3. But look, the big difference here, I know we've had the shortened games. We're back to 4 by 20-minute quarters as well. So back to full games of footy. Those teams will need to sit there and reset and rest up properly. For the other teams, like the 2 coming off now, probably get to get on the cans and have a good Saturday night. But look, mate, thank you again for what has been a really good afternoon of footy. I've enjoyed calling with you. It's been a lot of fun. And look, hopefully get to see you around the footy again soon, mate.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Ward. It has been good, and thanks for your help as well in the call. It's been, like we said, I think country footy, part of so many country towns, and we get to see these country footy clubs and players, make their way up to Perth and see them all at once, which has been really enjoyable. So, thank you very much for your help today, and to all those out there listening.
Cheers. Look, thank you again. Hopefully you've enjoyed the Men's 2 division out here at Revo Fitness Stadium. Ward Harris signing off. Mark Foreman signing off. Thanks again to everyone that's been involved. Hope to see you again at the footy soon.
you think of the future of your business, what is it that you hope for?
I'm just going to start the year here.
Ways to grow? Ways to be more self-reliant? And always be one step ahead? Are you looking for a partner with solutions to complex business problems? Well, no matter your goal, with Nutrien Ag Solutions, we'll help you go further.
Since day one, Macintosh & Son has been growing with our community. Today, we continue to grow our team, services and support for our customers. As a registered training organisation, we're proud to be investing in the future of our people. We know what's important. The right equipment is essential to getting the job done, and it needs to be backed up with industry-leading service and support so we can be there when it matters most. Macintosh & Son. Grow with us.